Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat Valorant Tournament Finals Best of 5. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host Edge as we are here once again and for the last time today, but it's not going to be the least, that's for sure. It's a best of 5. It's a grand finals. We've been working towards this all weekend and for the players who've been in the tournament for quite a while now. Edge, how are we feeling on this fine late afternoon?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're pretty hyped up. One good thing about the day itself, the last 2 days, it's been cold, it's been gloomy. I mean, yes, the games were fun, but it's sunny outside after quite a bit. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good to see the sun outside, and well, I'm excited to see how these two teams face off against each other in a best of 5 series, right? I mean, we've had these teams face off in a BO3. And we've already witnessed what happened, those first few matches on stream and off stream as well. It was brilliant, and I cannot wait to see how Chilcod and RAD Syndicate face off against each other in a best of 5 series. The first thing that comes into my mind when I think about or talk about a best of 5 series, it's about the map pool. Like, you only get one ban each. What do you ban? Which map do you not want to play, right? I mean, you have one pick, and usually they take off Corrode in this kind of situation because it is kind of relatively new. But let's see how things go, because they're not just playing, for the bragging rights anymore. It's also about the money involved, right? The prize pool coming up on your screens right now. It's huge. It's huge, Blackjack. Let me tell you, it's like what, 3 lakh rupees.
Oh yes, it is indeed 3 lakh INR. That is the entire prize pool for the full tournament. However, that first place prize, that's exactly what both of our teams today will be looking at. They've been fighting for this. They have been working their way for this big chunk, 1,75,000 INR. Not a small amount of money, mind you, and 75,000 INR for the second place, because third place has already been claimed, of course, in yesterday's matchup that we had between the RAD Syndicate and Govinda Esports. And Govinda Esports, unfortunately, bowing out of the tournament at the very penultimate stage. So now today, we'll see exactly what the top 2 places are. You know what? Let's have a look at the matchup in just a short moment here, folks, because, oh boy, it is a game and a half. 5 maps will be in play, potentially speaking, as we have Chillcord taking on the RAD Syndicate.
That is a matchup that we've been waiting for a really long time now. I mean, Chillcord, they showed us great resilience, reverse sweeping the side of Govinda Esports on that upper bracket final day, pushing them down. But RAD Syndicate, you have to give it to them as well, right? They faced Govinda Esports, they got knocked down to the lower bracket with 2-0 fashion, and then they had to face the likes of DUPG Esports, and they took them down as well. And after that, moving on further, they had to face the likes of Govinda Esports yet again. That revenge match. I mean, they started off really, really well. 10-2 scoreline. First half, they successfully managed to close it off Haven, right? And then Ascent, 10-2 half. But then, oh my God, that was one heck of a match. And I don't think we have enough time to talk about that one. But that went in the favor of Govinda Esports. Kind of unfortunate. But then at the end, RAD Syndicate did manage to close off Loaders, the map that Govinda Esports did win against Chillcord, and we all expected Govinda to come out on top. But yes, that's about yesterday's match. We're talking about today. It's Chillcord taking on RAD Syndicate. Why don't we take a look at head-to-head? Now, this is something new. We have not had this. We've not had this, for the entire tournament. This is something new. We have Machiavelli versus Tricky. Now, Machiavelli, right? He's Yoru. I mean, as soon as I hear the name Machiavelli, I think it's Yoru that comes into my head. And Tricky, well, you have to talk about that fade on Lotus yesterday. The quad on the other round, and the ace, the sweet baby ace to close things off, to close the game and confirm them a slot in the grand finals.
Oh boy, these two players. What is there to be said that already hasn't been said? Edge giving us a beautiful little rundown of exactly why they are some of the most deadly Valorant players currently in the running. Machiavelli and Tricky, they are going to be going up against each other today, and you just expect heads to be popped left, right, and center. I think that's a very easy assumption to make given their history today. That quad kill from Tricky yesterday, oh my goodness, it's still in my head. I'm still, like, mentally I'm still there, as they would say online. But I gotta say, these two teams, just sort of in general, seeing them go up against each other after the fight that they have had to put up to get here. Chillcord still undefeated in this entire tournament. They have only dropped 1 map, and that was against Govinda Esports. It was Lotus as well. A couple of days ago now, it happened on stream. So for those who, needed that refresher, well, there you go. It was a 2-1 to Chillcord. And on the other side, the RAD Syndicate, what a revenge story they had yesterday. Having been dropped to the lower bracket by Govinda Esports, they fought their way through. They defeated DUPG, and then they fought Govinda yet again. And this time they prevailed 2-1. And I'll tell you what, that second map, it's always that second map, isn't it? Against Chillcord and Govinda Esports, that second map went all the way nearly to overtime. And then, that was the third map that went nearly overtime, my bad. But yesterday, 17-15 for Govinda. They fought tooth and nail for that victory. Unfortunately, they ran out of steam right before the very end. But now it's Chillcord, and it is the RAD Syndicate, folks. Let's not waste any more time. Let's have a look at the maps that'll be on play today. 5 maps, so you only get to ban 1. at the end of the day. And looks like we're going to start things off with Icebox, picked by Chillcord. All right, Haven coming in by the RAD Syndicate. No surprises there. They beat such a great team on that map too. Ascent picked up by Chillcord. And again, Lotus from the RAD Syndicate. All maps that we expect to see, which will leave Sunset as the last map, the decider map at the very end of it all.
I mean, Korra's gone. I'm kind of sad that Bind has been banned. That's like my personal favorite. Unfortunately, that's out of the picture. We're starting off with Icebox, as you said. I mean, talking about these two teams, we were talking about how good they were yesterday against Go with Esports. I mean, RAD Syndicate, they have Gambo, who was absolutely phenomenal, right? And Paradox, well, he has to be one of the top players, if not the top best player in India, if you ask me. But Deadly 10, Tricky had their moments. Deadly 10 was that chamber main who was, pushing and getting those first blood. And if I'm not wrong, he was the one who got the first blood every map. The first round, he was getting that kill on Kibo multiple times, if I'm not wrong. And then there's Sinks, there's Homeboy actually playing really well on that Neon. But Chillcord, oh my god, where do I even start? Techno, Hellf, DC, Rank Up, there's Marco Whaley. I mean, these players are just phenomenal, right? So you have to give credit to them as well. But talking about the the veto that we're focused on right now, right? We're starting things off on Icebox yet again. And you're right. Haven, here's the thing. RAD Syndicate, they did beat Go in the Esports. But here's another team that beat Go in the Esports on Haven. It is Chillcord. So this is going to be a close matchup if you ask me. But Icebox, I'm not really sure because I've not really seen both of these teams. I know how they play individually, but as a team, I don't really have that much information to talk about, what the agent composition could be. I mean, it could be an ISO coming in once again for all I know.
Yeah, no, I can certainly see it, and ISO being brought back into play would certainly be quite exciting indeed, but it all depends on what both of these teams are feeling right now, what their playstyles are going to be, and what all homework they've done on each other, because let's not forget, both the matches that happened against Govind the Esports for, Chillcord and the RAD Syndicate, they were streamed, and they had the time to get plans going against each other in the last 24 hours and maybe even slightly more, given the fact that these teams and definitely these players have history against each other in this long-running tournament and beyond. So this is going to be a game that's a culmination of a long-running set of stories, folks, between these two teams. That will the lower bracket underdogs prevail today? Will it be the dominant, undefeated pick so far, who is probably the favorite pick for a lot of people around the entire viewing platform at this moment? Of course, it could also end up being a quick game 3-0, which of course, neither of us want here. And I'm sure pretty much all of the viewers at home don't want that either. Nobody likes a quick game. Nobody likes a 3-0. Nobody likes a wash. So is it going to be a knuckle-dragging fight all the way to the 5th map? I certainly hope so, as all that's left to do now, as we've got all the preamble out the way, all the set dressing and storytelling. Our costume designers are on point. Our set dressers are on point. And today, it's all come to a head. Yes, absolutely. We brought out the big guns today in terms of what we're wearing as well. So, yeah. Edge, before we hop in, once the players are ready, which we will, of course, but before that, I've asked it this twice, and now I'm going to ask you this one more time. What do you think we're going to see today?
I mean, with the way things have been, talking about just Chillcord and RAD Syndicate, their previous matches, right, against Go in the Esports, all of them went the distance. Now, I think this might go the distance as well, so hang on tight, fellas. We are in for one hell of a ride, and it is going to be pretty long. Let me tell you when I say it's long. Well, it is gonna go all the way. 5 maps, if you ask me, and we're probably gonna be here, for a long time. It's gonna be pretty late, so I suggest you guys get your snacks, popcorn, whatever you want, and get some energy drinks as well, because it's gonna be very dehydrating. Do I say it's sweaty? I think I should just say sweaty is better than calling it dehydration. But yeah, I mean, here's what to expect, at least from my point of view, I think we are going to be witnessing some really good, eco rounds, right? Now, that is one thing these two teams have showed us, right? Chillcord, their ecos have been very good against Go in the Esports. RAD Syndicate on the other side, I mean, they closed the match up on almost an eco, on a thrifty. They closed it off on a thrifty. So that should tell you how good RAD Syndicate is on those eco rounds as well. So that is something you guys have to look out for today. I feel like, Chilcod, they have to be ready, because sometimes RAD Syndicate, they like to go for those timeouts, and they take they make these unusual plays, and they actually work for them. Chilcod, on the other hand, they're kind of on a similar kind of game plan here, but they're mostly on that aim kind of game, because it's all Vanka, right? It's Vanka coming in, destroying in your face kind of game style. So that is, I mean, if the best thing to do for RAD Syndicate is to shut down Vanka. And I feel like for the side of Chilcod, if there's anyone that I feel like is gonna be a threat, or it's someone that is gonna be deadly, well, you already guessed it. It is deadly that you might have to shut down first for you to have an easy going. I'm not gonna say it's done, because I mean everyone else have pretty good aim as well. I mean, there's Paradox, there's Tricky, everyone else in that team as well, and the same goes for Chilcod. So I think at the end of the day, one thing both of these teams need to keep in mind is that they need to make sure that they're in their mind, right? Do not lose it. Even if it's 0-2, I still think there's a really good chance that either of these teams could go for a reverse sweep.
I mean, Chilcod effectively did pull a reverse sweep, didn't they, against Govinda Esports when you think about it, because they were 0-1 down on Lotus going into map number 2, and that's when they said, you know what, we've had enough of this. We are dragging this all the way to map 3, and you cannot stop us. And definitely Govinda were not able to. And on the other side, of course, we had, it was just a brawl. It was just an all-out brawl yesterday for the RAD Syndicate as well. Again, that second map, the fact that we had an end score of 17-15, 31 rounds of Valorant played in one map alone. You don't even see that kind of map differential, I should say round differential, in two maps sometimes in a best of 3, if it's like a, almost a wash, so to say. So at the end of the day, the games we saw, perfectly played. Well, not perfectly, of course. It was messy, but that's the point, isn't it? It's esports. It is meant to be messy. It's meant to be scrappy. Such is the nature of the beast when you have two powerful teams like this going up against each other. Experienced players, experienced teams. They have fought against and with each other, whether it's ranked, whether it's competitive, whether it's just chilling with the boys on a quick match night. Although I don't think these players play quick match. I'm pretty sure they would they'd fry me for that. But you get my point. They have played this game as if their lives depend on it, and for good reason, because they are here now. They are, competing between each other, for our viewing pleasure. So, folks, we hope you are ready, because it is going to be a long, long night indeed. This game of Valorant is going to be a big one. So, we hope you've got your snacks, we hope you've got your drinks, whatever you need to get set and get ready, because we're going in to Icebox.
It is Icebox indeed, and starting off, I already see a Gecko. Well, before we even talk about anything else, what do you think about Gecko on this map? Like, just Gecko in general. Do not combine it with anyone else, but just Gecko in general.
Ooh, Gecko on this map, huh? All right, that's a question and a half, because I'll tell you what, given, the fact that I've gotten back into Valorant pretty recently, I haven't had the time to really get into a lot of the newer agents on a lot of the older maps, which is a combination that you'd think I'd be more familiar with, right? But that is, again, like I said, recency is kind of a thing here. But looking at Gecko, looking at the fact that, that initiator is definitely an interesting one, I would say. Is Gecko the most powerful? Not necessarily, but between the wingman, between, the Dizzy, there's certainly room for an initiator like Gecko, and given the fact that there's a double initiator comp on both sides, and the main thing being Gambo picking up the KO of an agent, I think we're all more familiar with. Gecko, I think, has room to be really powerful, but situationally so. But then again, the same could be said for KO, right? So at the end of the day, I think like Machiavelli picking up Gecko is what's more important here. Machiavelli, fantastic player, especially on agents that can make those weird plays from those off angles that you're not necessarily expecting. And should that be the case, then the RAD Syndicate has something big to watch out for.
Well said. I mean, I think when you take it as a whole, combine it with the rest of the team, I think Gecko has a lot of potential, especially in this setup as well. And in this grand final, you want to have it's a best of 5 series, right? You want to make sure you get that lead as soon as possible, and you want that edge over the other team as quickly as possible as well. And RAD Syndicate opting for that KO could be a good pick as well, if you ask me. I mean, both of these teams going for that, Jet Viper Sova combination, and Killjoy as well, as a matter of fact. So that KO could be beneficial if timed right. That null point could be everything. Could be game changing, if you ask me. But at the same time, that Gecko, the Dizzy, the Mospit, and the Wingman, as a matter of fact, the Trash as well, could be handy. The Wingman, I think, is going to be the crucial ability for him in this particular map, because he's probably just going to use that to, plant the spike in most of the rounds. Gives them an extra pair of hands to go for that one, and they can still fight in a 5v5 without having to worry about planting the spike or defuse, as a matter of fact, on the switch sides. But Chilcott starting off an attack, they need at least 8. They cannot let RAD Syndicate get more than 6. 6 as a matter of fact, especially with this KO on board when they switch sides.
That round differential at the half, that is exactly what's going to be really, really difficult to overcome if it gets beyond a certain point, like you said, right? I think 6 rounds is definitely a good kind of threshold to keep in mind, especially given how much momentum 6 rounds really is, right? Because let's be very honest with ourselves here. We saw Govinda pull off like a 6-round comeback yesterday, sure, but that's one time between the 6 maps we've seen in the last 2 days. That's on stream as well, not counting games that have happened off stream. So it's a rarity. It is difficult to do. And while, of course, as a grand finals best of 5, it's certainly something that I think we can all expect, yes. It's also, I believe, something that we shouldn't necessarily think both teams will be able to rely on should it actually get that far. Because, again, teams like the RAD Syndicate and Chillcord, they can lose on, 6-13, 7-13 differentials. It's happened before. It can happen again. The game of Valorant is very much based on how many rounds you have in your pocket. And if it gets to a certain point, then you've lost that momentum, so much so to where there's just no going back, right? And that's something that the RAD Syndicate needs to be careful of. Of course, Chillcord as well, they need to be careful of that. Very, very much so. Now, given that this is, Icebox, it's 2 sites, it's not 3 sites like Haven or Lotus, so there's not going to be something as drastic as some of those maps. There's only so much you can realistically do when it comes to, faking a push, or maybe just making a last second turnaround, or going for flanks that through, both side spawns, right there. It is still a map that's big enough where there's areas you don't know if there's players there or not, right? Information is key at the end of the day. And in a map like Icebox, you can very quickly lose track of players making those off-angle plays, players hiding in weird spots. There's plenty of long corridors for operator plays, plenty of short corridors for shotgun plays as well. Although I think in Icebox it's less prevalent, shotguns I mean, than maybe somewhere like Haven or especially Lotus. Lotus, we saw a lot of shotguns in these last 2 days. So I'm expecting a lot from both of these teams, but I'm also expecting for there to be scrappy gunfights, especially around, the bomb site in the boxes area, or, it could be longer gunfights towards containers. We will, of course, just have to wait and find out.
Yep, that was... you pretty much talked about everything. I don't even have anything to talk about anymore. Can we just get into the match? Yeah, that's basically it, boys. So whatever Blackjack has said, if you follow it, pretty much are gonna be having a smooth sail in this particular best of 5. But once again, keep it in mind, the resilience coming into play, right? As we've talked about it multiple times, when you're down 0-2 or even a 0-1, you're not supposed to give up. That mentality, that never give up mentality, is what might be the difference between winning and losing, especially in a situation like this, a match where you either win big or you go home. Chillcod, They have a lot to lose. Yes, they have that unbreakable, unbeaten streak that they're working for. Yeah, they did lose a map, but that's about it, right? RAD Syndicate, on the other hand, I feel like they have a bit more to lose here in terms of, just stake, because they were in the upper bracket. They got kicked down. Then they had the revenge matchup. They made sure that Govinda Esports do not get their revenge, and now they're in the grand finals, the biggest, the biggest match of yet in this tournament, of course, for them and for all of us. The RAD Syndicate, they need to come out on top of this one. If not, Chilcott, they will run all over the place. They will wipe the floor with these kids. RAD Syndicate, I do not really know what the scoreline might be. Like, I'm not gonna make any predictions. Yesterday I was like bold enough to maybe be like it's a 2-0, maybe. But today, I don't know if it's either it's gonna be 3-1 for sure. I mean, it's not going 3-0 either way. I have a feeling it's not going 3-0 for sure. Like, it's not going to be Chilcott 3-0. It's not going to be RAD Syndicate 3-0. It is definitely going to be more than that. But is it 3-1, 3-2, in whose favor? Now, that is something I'm not really sure. Because we can look at it both ways. Chilcott, they've had a day off, right? They've had their time to analyze the strategy of RAD Syndicate on a couple of maps that we witnessed yesterday. I mean, it was Haven, Lotus, and Ascent. But at the same time, RAD Syndicate, because they played those matches, and they were almost, they almost lost a couple of those matches. They understand. They understand that pressure. They've been under this pressure already. So this could be an easier game for them when compared to Chilcott if they are, feeling the heat. I mean, yes, we're in an icebox. I get it, but still, RAD Syndicate. So that could be an advantage. But it all, once again, as I said, it's all in the head. It depends on how you take it.
Absolutely. And really, there's only so much preamble that a game like this will end up having, right? As at the end of the day, we can speculate all we want, right? Here in the caster's booth, we can make guess after guess after guess, or we can even maybe, invent scenarios that we might want to see between these two teams. The main thing that we are here for, of course, at the end of the day, is to see these two teams, these 10 players, go up against each other and just put it all on the field, right? No matter how many things you have going against you or going for you, it doesn't matter as long as you give it your all and you have fun doing it. That's the other thing, right? That I think doesn't get talked about enough in conversations around esports, right? At the end of the day, you are still playing video games, right? You are still playing, of course, it's for a lot on the line, don't get me wrong. Some people play esports professionally to the point where it is actually their living. And that's fantastic. Don't get me wrong. I love that we live in an age where we can pursue esports as an actual thing, as an actual career, as an actual athlete, give or take. So what I will say, though, is do not forget, you are still also playing video games for, big stakes. So, have fun, let loose a little bit, let your personality shine through your play styles, let your personality shine in the way that you win rounds or even when you lose rounds, right? Let out that frustration if you have to, or if you got words to say, well, maybe not when the game is happening, but after the game is happening, whether it's on social media or to your friends, just let it rip, right? And that is the big thing that I love so much about esports, whether it be Valorant, whether it be just in general, the fact that there's so many personalities that we get to see in the way that the teams play, in the way that they, go and take their gunfights, in the way that they approach individual rounds, and how unique they can be is what really, really drives it home for me. Take, for instance, how the RAD Syndicate, right? They have this tendency that we saw yesterday when they're really, having a great go of things, when they're in the lead, what we saw against Govinda Esports between maps 1 and 2, right? When they were in the lead, when they were really just feeling themselves, when it's like 8-2, 9-2, or 9-3, they were really changing it up every single round. Sometimes you'd have someone maybe playing from like, oh, hey, we're all pushing mid, but there's this one guy who's gonna be like maybe Homeboy or maybe Deadly, who's just hanging around right by the side in like a corner that you're not expecting. Or another round, every single one of them on the attack will just push straight into side. There's nothing you can do to stop them. Or the next round, complete silence for the entire first minute, and the defending team's like, wait, where did they go? What's happening? And it makes them antsy, right? Chillcord, on the other hand, they are coordinated chaos, I think, based on what I can remember from a couple of days ago. It's not that they can't slow it down and shut things off if they need to. Yes, they can, absolutely. It's a very vital part of both teams' kit. However, Chillcord also is coordinated chaos. That chill in their name is both true and at the same time a little bit misleading, which I love, because they will tell you, hey, we're chilling this round. We're going to take it slow. We're going to slow things down. And then before you know it, 30 seconds have passed and we're already on to the next 2 rounds because they decided to not be very chill in these next moments. But all of that said, we've done a lot of preamble, folks, but now it is time. We are going right in to Icebox. The stickers are in place, the pistols are being picked, and the positions are being played. 25 seconds on this prep timer, and here we go. The grand finals of this beautiful tournament are a go.
I mean, I like that, you said Chillcord. They could be a coordinated chaos. I mean, I'm not really sure if you pointed it out, but like that is still CC, right? It's CC, coordinated chaos, Chillcord. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. But yeah, we are here, ladies and gentlemen. First pistol round of the grand final between RAD Syndicate and Chillcord. We're on Icebox and we're live. All the players are towards B. There's only one player just defending it right now, and they're running in. They get the information that they're already flanking, and the alarm bot gives away the play that they're already coming in towards B, and that wall is good. The plant is going to be coming in, as I said. That wing, look at this, they're not even holding. They're pushing in. Paradox with a triple immediately. Tricky gets one onto Venka, and all of a sudden, Chillcord, well, they're all gone. It's just Hellef now surviving. 1 versus 4. Can he get more? He gets 1. Ooh, that's a bit onto Tricky, but the other 10 there to save the day. But what a round. Paradox, it was all Paradox. Solo holding onto the site. No, it was actually Killjoy, right? But Paradox, he came onto the site and then immediately rained hell over them. And all of a sudden, RAD Syndicate looking really strong. I think they're bringing on that momentum from yesterday.
Oh yes, that they definitely are, especially Paradox. That triple kill for that Viper right there. That's just one of those things, right? Viper on this map is such a mainstay of a character who has been played time and time again, and we're seeing exactly why. Between the walls, between the Vipers, between the Snakebite, that is, and of course the Viper Spit ability, it is so strong. But here we have Deadly coming in with the, oh, never mind, Deadly with the Venka going down, actually, and Techno going off to Paradox on the other side, trying to make a potential play or flank. Gets caught off the board. We have Hellef now with the rifle, gonna miss his shots, and that's Deadly on the other side with the Sheriff, mind you. Not a player you want to underestimate. As on the other end, Machiavelli with the Gecko is ready to make something out of this. Paradox will fall, trying to maybe go for some sort of an off play. Gets caught off the board. There is still the Killjoy who's holding down that mid to spawn hallway, or I should say line of sight. Tricky gets one, Deadly gets another. Those are 2 drops used right now. DC, the last one standing, is gonna get caught out. Tricky with their own second kill. And that's gonna make it 2-0 to RAD Syndicate. Their defense has started off pretty strong.
Great start to the game, and what better way to start off the grand final and open things up. I mean, you're the underdogs, right? You're the one making that, going for that Cinderella run from the from the lower bracket. I'm sorry. RAD Syndicate 2-0, and well, the buy, it is still gonna be there, but Hellef, he did go for that, outlaw in the previous round. He did drop it, so he will not have a great buy going into this one, but it's still a good buy for the rest of the team, and it is looking like it's a fast play coming in. Paradox giving away his position now. A great recon there. Spots him out. Homeboy has to be careful here. Deadly is in a tough position. Are those couple of outlaws, and he lands it. Great shot. Techno, that's 1 Vandal down already, and now it's a 4v5. Killjoy on towards A. Has to be really careful here. Paradox still holding his ground towards B, as that wall is still intimidating him.
There's the other outlaw coming in, Homeboy, finding Hellef. And this is the thing, both of these players having Outlaws is not something you'd expect, but that's exactly the kind of play that a team like the RAD Syndicate will be making, right? You expect them to play like this, but guess what? On the other side, DC is deep in, oh, not deep, but very close to getting inside of the A-bomb site, which has given the call to the side of the rest of the attackers. They're going to go in, but Gecko here taking a ton of damage has to fall in, and they're the one with the diffuser as well, Machiavelli, as we have the wingman coming in, but is it going to find anything? Not yet. They're inside of A, so it's going to be a retake situation. Machiavelli's going to get the plant off. Shots are fired as the spike is on the ground. We have Venka peeking right now, who's very low on health. Is going to get taken out of the board. Deadly with that kill. Now it's a 3v2 situation as DC gets one. That's huge right now, but Deadly with the triple kill is still very much active. He's trying to find where this Killjoy is. It will be able to do so. Kind of hears the movements coming in. There's the snake bite as well to maybe push them off a position right now. DC gets one, but Deadly from the top will come in and be just as deadly as that name suggests. The 4K for this Jet and the defuse successful.
Was that important?
It's not just the defuse, it's also the bonus being converted.
Oh,
And
yes.
it is just huge. It is huge. Those Outlaws started off really, really strong, but for a second you actually did think that maybe, side of Chilcott, they will actually close it off, but that's not going to be the case. RAD Syndicate, they get that triple on the board as well. And yeah, we can't really see the economy, but I'm pretty sure it's not looking that good for the side of Chilcott. So that Outlaw will still have a huge impact on this round because of those light to no shields, of course. Maybe even regenerative, doesn't really matter. You're still one shot. This Killjoy on A main. He had that shot and he took it. DC drops Deadly. Can he retrieve the weapon is the question. Gambo holding on to his ground now. Waiting. DC, he wants that gun because he understands that he could actually turn the tide of the round at least if he picks it. But the plant is going to be coming in and hold on. DC gets himself a double, but Gambo immediately trades it. It's still a man advantage on the side of Chilcott, but RAD Syndicate, they have a huge weapon advantage.
That they do, but the weapon advantage won't mean anything if they are unable to, find these players. But there we go. Paradox is going to get one more. That's hell off the board. It's an equalizer, 3v3. Make that a 3v2. Homeboy coming in with a beautiful sniper rifle shot right now. And oh dear me, here's the Viper's Pit. And this is not something you want to be in this situation for. As Techno did get one. Techno with another. And it's all down to this last defender. Never mind. The Thrifty goes to the side of the attack. That is, of course, Chillcord winning the Thrifty. Beautifully so. They had the advantage, and even despite the scare for just a moment, Techno said, I have my ult, and I'm going to fire it off right here and right now, winning the round for the team.
Finally a board. Finally a round of the board. Excuse me. That also means that the Viper's Pit was gone. It was in vain. That's Tricky was kind of low, I believe, and he just stepped into the Viper's snake bite, and he was taken down there, unfortunately. But either way, it's still gonna be goodbye coming in for the side of RAD Syndicate. They still have enough money to have that Vandal on Paradox. Homeboy, sticking to that Sheriff at the moment. Deadly. There you go. These knives are deadly. Oh, is he spotted? I'm not really sure, but he's waiting for Helef to maybe go for this peek. He will actually... Is he spotted? I'm not really sure, but they are still watching this angle. And Deadly right now just holding his ground. He does not want to give away this spot, but Helef, he fights it and takes him down. Deadly gets himself a triple this round. Oh boy. The only Vandal, the hero Vandal and Paradox, now it's gone away, but Venka is really, really low. This means that Deadly still has a chance to maybe go for that ace, but it's not going to happen as Tricky gets that kill. Machiavelli goes for the plant with the wingman. Will definitely get it. He does have the strats online as well. Washpit's still available, but the blades on Deadly could mean the difference. He goes for the spray as well. Oh, that is cheeky. That's cheeky. He needs to land the second one, but it does not give him enough time to reset the aim, and that's a really good round, a really important one as well. But that's a cheeky play. Putting that graffiti over there so he doesn't, his head is not very easily spottable. And that's not even a common graffiti, right? That is something that actually messes with your head. That was a really cheeky move and something that I think a lot of the youngsters can actually take home with them.
I do love that the idea behind the play right there, putting it on the graffiti, making it harder to spot your head, is one of those things I fully expect, one of these players to end up doing at some point, give or take. But I will say RAD Syndicate, that round was a lot more closer than I think that they wanted, even though now they have some great guns on their hands. For instance, the operator on Deadly, which is, one thing that you absolutely love to see. But on the other side, had Deadly not made the kind of plays that they did, going into all the way the attacker spawn, that was going to be a round that they could have lost, especially with the way that they played it. We do hear the operator ring out on the other side of the map, but no dice just yet. There's a killjoy, and I believe the Gecko nearby to the A site. Meanwhile, mid is being held down, but no sight lines have been created or executed on just yet. Here we go. That's an attacker killjoy, and that's a really good position for it too. So they gotta either find it or find these players, and that's gonna be really hard to do. Tricky gets one. He might he might try to get a second. No, he's just gonna run away for now, try to save himself as the lockdown will go in, and it's gonna detain him. That's unfortunate. 3 players to fall very quickly. And suddenly, the remaining defenders, they have to scramble to get into position. That's 1 taken off the board, but they need a couple more. Position given away. Beautiful shots coming in from Homeboy, but Techno shuts him down. Paradox, last one standing, sees 1, gets him, and now the 1v1. He could actually pull this off. He's got plenty of time to do this. This is between him and Machiavelli. These 2 players coming up to fight right now as Machiavelli goes up the front side, puts out the wingman, is going to get shot, but now that the peak is going to come in and he's going to lose. Unfortunately, Paradox really tried it, almost had it. Unfortunately, not to be. Machiavelli shuts him down and puts the second round on board for Chillcord.
Oh, that Gecko at the end. I mean, Gecko face up close, the close up. That was scary for a second. But yeah, that was a great round coming in from the side. It could have gone either way. It was still a 1v1 at the end, but that was a great move, great call coming in from the side of Chillcord, and it finally feels like they're picking up the pace going into this matchup. But let's see how things go. I mean, we're still pretty early into this game. And look at Paradox. I mean, he's trying something new, and he's up close and personal with the Bucky. He could actually get one, but his positioning is everything. His timing. Oh boy, look at the other side. Will you, that wall?
Ooh.
What?
Ooh. Ooh.
Did he get a second one as well? Oh, he did. And Paradox now, all of a sudden, could once again be the difference maker in this round as Deadly gets one more, Helef and Techno. They managed to get one each on the other side. It's still a 3v2, a man advantage for the side of defenders, but the weapons are still favoring. Not anymore, man. I mean, this Deadly and Paradox combo is just too good. There you go, Paradox with a triple, Deadly with a couple, securing the round, and yet again, something different, but the result is still the same. A W for them.
You gotta commend Paradox for this play, just sneaking into B Garage right there and saying, this is my home now, guys. If you're gonna push in anywhere near here, you're just gonna get, buckshot to the face. And that's exactly what happened. Paradox with the triple kill in that round. And once again, it's those off plays that I mentioned earlier. This time from Paradox more so, but the point still stands as we have the Jet with the ult. Never mind, Deadly comes in with a beautiful shot, thanks to, yet again, the Outlaw. Taking out the spike carrier as well. That's huge. Even with the knives out right now from this Jet, never mind, Paradox will shut him down. And that's one more off the board. Techno coming around, actually picking up a Vandal for themselves. And that's a good kill to have. But will they be able to get one more? Not quite making a meal out of this. As Tricky will shut them down instead. Barely any damage done to that Sova. It's a 4v2 situation, and you can see the Gecko on the map is going all the way to A, trying to get the plant off. Will probably be able to do so. Aldrone comes in, finds where this player is, but Deadly is just too deadly with this man. It's all up to the Gecko, the lone one standing. Actually, it's up to Helef, my bad. The lone one standing. And with only a Sheriff in hand, there's only so much you can do when you've got full auto rifles facing you down. Deadly will get the defuse off, and the RAD Syndicate continue making this lead as big as they possibly can. 6-2.
Oh God, they're struggling right now, and well, the side of RAD Syndicate, they're feeling really confident. They want to make sure that they keep that lead moving on further in this first half, especially as we've talked about it, right? We've already talked about it. We cannot let that KO, switch sides with around, with more than 6 rounds in their favor, because that KO is going to be much more beneficial on that second half, on that attacking side rather than the defense. Yes, he's still good on defense, but on attack, he's the one that's going to be making plays. So that is something they need to keep in mind. But yeah, looks like we have a technical pause coming in right now, so we will be going back to our beautiful faces here. But yeah, looks like the mouse of one of the players is not working, and that is just. Is that the reason? I mean, we don't know which player it is. We don't really know, whose mouse it is. It could be one of the players on the side of Chillcod or the side of RAD Syndicate. But yeah, this gives them enough time to maybe talk about things for both the sides, as a matter of fact. RAD Syndicate, although they are the ones in the lead, it feels like they could still, improvise, because they are winning the rounds. But there are a few rounds where they were going really close. Yes, they did get too low to almost an eco. A couple of rounds, but the side of Chillcod, they have a lot of talking to do. They need to figure out and get their stuff together, because they cannot let RAD Syndicate get the lead, and not just that, they cannot let them have the first map in the best of 5 series, because we know what happens once you give them that momentum. Yes, they did choke yesterday on a 10-2 scoreline, but still, you can't be taking that risk on a daily basis.
At the end of the day, it does just come down to individual playstyles, right? And sometimes I feel like the RAD Syndicate gets a little bit in over their heads. We've seen that happen time and time again. But at the same time, when you're 6-2 up, really, there's room to be slightly overconfident. I feel like some people would agree with me on that. I certainly don't necessarily agree to that mindset myself, but I understand where it comes from, as we have this beautiful music playing in the background alongside us. Just allowing us to chill. It took me a second to get used to it as well, but yeah, no, it's just a chill moment while we wait for the timeouts to be cleared. Whatever mouse issues are happening, hopefully get cleared up pretty quickly. It is, at the end of the day, a mouse thing. If it's a wireless mouse, you could just plug it in, hopefully, or have a spare on hand, even though I know that's not the best solution, because you're so used to playing with a specific type of mouse with a specific DPI setting and all that. You don't want to lose that, right? So at the end of the day, folks, it's just a case of figuring out what's wrong and quickly getting the solution for it. And once that is done, of course, we'll be right back in to the match, don't you worry. But so far, in this 6-2, RAD Syndicate, they have the lead, but they've let a few rounds get uncomfortably close, because either they've not chosen their gunfights properly, or they've been getting caught off guard, one of the two, and it does tend to happen. For instance, as much, excuse me right there, as much praise as we give someone like Paradox for those off plays with the Bucky sitting in B garage, you also have to remember, for every one of those plays, there's 3 rounds where other players are getting caught off in those corner positions, or missing their shots, or just anything unfortunate that's catching them that they don't need to be caught by, or they shouldn't be, I should say. And of course, it's easy for us to say here on the caster session, but that's the point. We're here to analyze. We're here to just dig into the gameplay and see where potentially things could be different, right? That's the point of a commentator, folks. We are here to let what's happening on the screen translate to those at home, and hopefully we've been doing a good job of that. I like to think we have. And overall, going back to the game, because I don't know where that tangent came from, I'm going to be honest with you, but 6-2, RAD Syndicate have a good scoreline right now. It's not a 6-round differential just yet, but it's getting there. It's 4 rounds, which is still a lot, especially when you consider Icebox. Given the kind of map it is, it's going to be hard to make up the score differential before the first half ends.
I mean, if they could just manage to keep the 4-round lead at the end of the first half, right, it is still going to be a 4-8, still in the favor of RAD Syndicate, and that's what we've been talking about. that is what we've been talking about. Once this KO switches from the defensive side to the attack, he is gonna do a lot more damage, right? So it's game over if this KO is in lead. So Chilcott, they need to come up with something different. They need to make sure that they change not just the pace of the game, because they've tried it already. They went in quick, they went in slow, they tried hybrid, they tried to go passive aggressive, still not working for them. So maybe take a chill pill, maybe go mid, maybe push in. That's something we have not really seen from them yet. But yeah, talking about what they could do, we're back in the game, ladies and gentlemen. It is 6-2 right now, and this KO is really, really good on the defensive half. As I said, attack, he's going to be a lot better. So we will wait as we will resume the timer, and the round is going to begin shortly. There are a couple of ultimates they still have here. Sova has the Hunter's Fury Wipers with the Viper Pet Gecko with the Trash available on the side of attackers. On the side of defenders, though, that, Null Command and the lockdown, actually, could be hell beneficial, but the plant is going to be coming in. Once again, that wingman, all he does is plant the spike. He will sacrifice his life, but he will make sure to get the job done.
That's once again the Gecko coming into play right there with the wingman. Of course, the ability, not the gun, as we have now ourselves a lockdown coming in. That's a defender killjoy lockdown as well. One shot goes on as Paradox finds Venka. That's a huge one. And we have a defuse coming in. Potentially it's halfway done. It could actually go all the way as they're just not able to get into position in time. They're shut down. Paradox with the triple. Tricky with two of their own. And Gambo even gets picked up just for the heck of it. And we have ourselves a 7-2 scoreline, folks. So what a time to be a fan of the RAD Esports for those in chat. Just holding down the defuse. You know what they say, pros don't fake. And even though the surprise plant happened, thanks to the Gecko and the wingman, it didn't matter. Because the RAD Syndicate came around and they were like, nope. You are not getting a quick one on us, folks. And that lead goes to 5 rounds.
Ooh. Homeboy gets one. That's a good flick there by Deadly as well onto the Gecko's Dizzy there. To take it down immediately. Venka sneaks past and lands a shot as well. He does not have the blades, but he doesn't really need it. He still has to share it in the hand. The timing is everything, and Tricky has it perfectly. Reading them like a science textbook. And DC, well, not as good as he might as well DC here as Homeboy takes him down again. It's 8-2 now. I mean, we're talking about that 6-round lead. Well, there you have it, Jackie. They gave you that 6-round lead. It's 8-2. Can we see another 10-2? Is this RAD Syndicate, like, is that what Syndicate means? Is that what they do? Is it 10-2 matches? I mean, they did win one. They lost one. But it was both of them were 10-2, right? And this potentially could be another 10-2.
I mean, I'll tell you what, just to bring in a little bit of like film and TV terminology here, syndication, is what happens when a TV show is like bought out and franchised, right? Oh dear me. Meanwhile, Deadly's got a little bit of cleaning up to do on that screen right there. That is, of course, not great because your entire vision is blocked because of what just happened there. But nothing too fancy happened off of that. No kills coming off just yet, so no harm, no foul. But the reason I brought up syndication at this, because that's pretty much what RAD Syndicate is trying to do. They're trying to syndicate these rounds, turn them into a series of how can we win in the more stylish ways that we can. That's actually a series I'd love to watch. But given that this round is quieter, much quieter, the first minute has entirely passed, and we are now under 55 seconds on the clock. As you can see, the side of the attack, Chillcord, they're just deciding which side to go. They're split between both sides right now, and you have another recon bolt going in, and that's gonna just be destroyed. But of course, looks like they're gonna make the decision to move around as we have a suppression coming in, and now looks like they're gonna want to push B. That call's gonna come in as Homeboy is gonna start to deal with all of these attackers falling into place around him as Paradox gets the kill. That's the spike planter gone, but the spike has been planted. Gamble gets another one, and we have the Blade Storm coming in, excuse me, from the Jet, as Paradox gets one, gets shot up for his trouble. Beautiful shots right here from DC, but gets taken off Paradox with a triple. The one that DC couldn't get is the one that comes around, and now Paradox will be looking for a quad as he peeks around, but no, it's Tricky who gets the kill anyway. And even when they get flanked on, even when they get surprise planted on B, it does not matter. The RAD Syndicate are 7 rounds in the lead.
Too good. Things are just looking too good right now for the side. But here, let me just ask you this quick question: do you think there is a chance for a quick comeback here, or do you think it's over?
Oh, I mean, it's esports, my friend. It ain't over until we see that victory screen. I think yesterday's map 2 has pretty much kind of given us a lesson in that particular feeling, you know?
True. I mean, with this team, it's, as I said yesterday, it's not over until the fat lady sings.
Oh, yeah.
You can't really call anything. And well, right now, one thing's for sure: Deadly is on fire. He's feeling it. He wants it. He wants this game, and he wants it quick. DC, Paradox, you're not gonna get away with it every single time. Fella is gonna get taken down there. And now the moves on the map, as you see, Deadly changing his position. They have to make space on towards mid as well. But the play is gonna be towards A, as a wingman is ready, if I'm not wrong. Tricky also has an operator, actually. Excuse me. That's 2 ups now. They have to be cautious here, but the play will come into play. They have the lockdown, and I think they are going to be initiating it just for good measure. Or will they be... yeah, they're playing post-plant with it. Never mind. They will be going into the side as a recon comes in. Wingman goes for the plant. That post-plant lockdown, this is huge. This is very, very huge. And Tricky will get his ult, maybe after like a kill. He needs one more orb or ultimate point. As Gambo opens things up, they're already going for the retake, even though there is a lockdown initiated.
Ooh. I don't know if I like this idea, but they are going to be able to avoid the lockdown right now. It's a 3v3 situation, but that spike is ticking away slowly but surely. Machiavelli finds one more. That's Tricky off the board. That's a good kill to have, but gets taken off the board as well. You have the smoke coming in. Deadly trying to bait potentially something, but even with the aiming, gets taken down. Homeboy with another, but this timer is really taken away. He doesn't have the time for it. He tried to stick it anyway. Hello takes him off the board in the 1v1. And it's a 9-3 in the first half. The third round for Chillcord after, let me just do a quick count here, 5 rounds that RAD Syndicate won in a row. Excuse me. After 5 rounds, the last round before the second half, that's when Chillcord comes around and gets another of their own. Better late than never, as they say. But now it's the pistol round in the second half, round number 13. As, like you said, that that KO is now on the attacking side. And that's one of those dangerous agents that if they start to pop off, then Chillcord's in for a world of hurt.
They need this pistol. They definitely need this pistol here, the side of Chillcord. They cannot let RAD Syndicate go for that, double-digit scoreline already. They successfully did stop that 10-2 scoreline, but the game's just getting started for them. Chillcord, they still have a long road ahead. And look at this position. He gets spotted mid. Benka, I believe that is, did spot 1. And that is the Killjoy getting himself. Oh, DC. Good shot there on the Paradox. Getting taken down. He is tagged up quite a bit, though. That suppression will get himself the space and the information, as well. As a matter of fact, Machiavelli in the meanwhile did manage to get one, but the trades are happening left, right, and center. It's still a 3v3 attackers with the lower health disadvantage, if you ask me. How did he survive? Gambo, I thought maybe he was going to get taken down there. But all 3 players coming in now from the side itself. This retake could actually be a bit easier thanks to the wingman, as we've talked about it. But the wingman's gone. Good flash. Holy! Ooh. His position spotted. Techno, what can you do? There's nothing. He needs to do nothing.
Yeah, just chilling. There you go. Gambo doesn't need to. Yeah, he doesn't need to do a whole lot, and that's the thing, right? You had that, especially that Viper orb that came in right there. That was not the best time for it, I feel like, given that that actually ended up giving Gambo the advantage, because guess what? He could just stay behind the orb, not get inside it, because of course you don't want to get hit with the decay, right? But given that Techno was so low on health, I think Techno was just thinking, okay, that's probably somewhere I'm going to get peeked from. If I go for this defuse, I'm just going to, try to block off the line of sight. And unfortunately, it just wasn't to be. As you can see, once again, walls are set up, but Venka with the first kill this time as Deadly goes down. That's a big one to start things off, as the attacking Jet, now attacking, has been taken off the board. They don't have someone like Gecko, of course, so no wingman plants for the time being, as Tricky, you can see, ready with the gun as well. Just trying to get something going. Outlaws in play once again. And I do love that both of these teams love to play the Outlaw. It's such a satisfying gun. I know it's, 2 bullets and whatnot, but the sound design behind it is so very good. But once again, a slowdown after that first attacker got taken off the board. It is the Jet, so you want to be careful about this, and that's exactly what RAD Syndicate are doing.
Marco with the 90-degree flash, so you can retrieve it immediately. Helef has to be careful here. The flash could mean everything. He's waiting for the perfect time. The call has to be made, and the flash is good, but the wall is even better. They can't really, focus on what, but oh my god, Gambo, man. His flashes are on point. The enemy's on site. They're getting flashed harder than a paparazzi at a red carpet, but now DC's the only one standing. And what can he do? Absolutely nothing. There were 4 players on site. And guess what? They hit the site and they took it. Like it's a goddamn flash sale. And now DC, from having hopes to maybe actually closing out at 50, to, just get something. Just get something out of this round. Maybe a kill or 2. Maybe get a gun. Maybe just destroy the economy. Maybe, actually not destroy, but like make a dent in their economy. 11th on the board is inevitable for the side of RAD Syndicate. Chill Cord. Looks like they might just be on the back foot in this best of 5 series.
Onto a 3 and 11 down situation. There's only so much you can do. DC pretty much just accepts their fate as 4 players from the side of the RAD Syndicate get away from that explosion in time to save their economy, save themselves the trouble of getting new guns and having to. That's, of course, something that they didn't want to do, and they avoided it. Avoided it just as much as you would want to avoid spending too much money when you go to the flea market, right?
Sure.
But point notwithstanding, we have, once again, 11-3. We've been here before when it comes to the team of the RAD Syndicate, so it's going to be no surprise if they start losing a couple of rounds. We've seen it happen before, but, to play devil's advocate, they are looking really strong at the moment. But it is Chillcord they're fighting up against. And that's the thing. We hyped this team up for a reason, folks. Again, that upper bracket final that we had a couple days ago, that was no slouch of a game. We have the flash coming in, and that's going to be Techno taking a dirt nap, pretty much, or a snow nap, if you want to call it that way. As the wall goes down, and Venka finds one only to get immediately flicked on. There's the shock dart coming in, gets DC as well. It's all now down to Machiavelli and Helef, the last 2 standing for the team right now. They've got a pincer position.
God.
Never mind. Paradox reads it perfectly. And that's going to be the last one standing. Helef manages to get 1. Can he get 2? Yes, he does. Can he get 3? No, he cannot. It's Paradox with the 3rd. And it's 12-3. It's match point. RAD Syndicate starting off on Icebox. Extremely strong. And let me just remind our viewers, Icebox is Chillcord's pick. I'm looking at my notes right now, and I hope I have it right, but Icebox is Chillcord's pick, and they are 3-12 down.
Boy, oh boy, it is their pick, and well, guess what? It is RAD Syndicate that are cooking on Icebox. And well, here's the thing, they don't even play Kitchen. They leave Kitchen, and they're still the ones cooking. Well,
you know what they say?
Potentially.
Someone cooked here.
That's exactly what's happening right now. Well, 12-3, I mean, potentially match point here. Map point, I'm sorry. And Chillcod, it just feels like they don't have any, answers here. Another question that I never find, I never seem to find an answer to. Why the hell are you not taking any timeouts? I mean, I'm pretty sure Chilcott, they have the coach Antti sitting in with them right now. Venka lands that flick, but unable to connect the head. Actually, he was ready with the flick. I'm sorry, didn't land it. Well, Deadly, he doesn't even need to flick. He was waiting for that push, and he got it. Man advantage. Can they close it here? RAD Syndicate. They would love to end it in a 13-3 fashion.
Ooh, unfortunate there for Techno as Paradox read that movement perfectly. Hella finds Tricky on the other side, so once over action, but we have Gambo coming in. He's got a suppression on the Hellif, I believe that is actually. Paradox will fall on the other side as the defenders are picking up bodies, so it's not the worst situation in the world, but Gambo's got the spike. He's going to go for the plant and is going to be on the floor. The rest of the attackers have their positions in the play, and we have the Thrash coming in. That could be huge, potentially speaking. Hellif and DC coming around, getting two big bodies of their own. It's all up to Gambo, the last one standing. He gets one. The wingman it was sent out. It does do a little bit of work here, but no, he runs out of bullets just in the worst time possible. And Hellif gets that kill, gets the triple, and leaves the side of CC just enough room to get a fourth round. It was dicey. It was close, mind you. However, they are still in the running. They're still not out yet. It's 12-4, still in RAD Syndicate's map point.
True. 8 rounds. I mean, not impossible, let me tell you. I mean, we've seen this. We've seen this before. 6 rounds, was it? Going the Esports had to get. So, yeah. I mean, it's just 2 more rounds extra. So, you know, it's still possible.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's see how things go. But the ultimates on the side of RAD Syndicate right now makes me feel like maybe... You know, it's not going to be easy. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's not going to be easy for sure. Great recon. They're coming in. Gives over the position on Marcovelli. Homeboy, will he expect the same play that Paradox made? He's not expecting it whatsoever. Or is he?
Ooh.
He's not. I mean, come on. Why not? I mean, your own teammate made the exact same play. And, well, now it's costing them a lot. Wenka pushing up, getting another kill. A 3 versus 5 situation right now. RAD Syndicate, they're dropping like dominoes at the moment. Paradox takes a bit of damage. And the toxin already running out as well. 3 players on towards A. Spots out one. Good thing. Have to be careful. Will they push in is the question. Can Paradox make something out of this? He has an inch. Can he take a mile is the question. Maybe, maybe not in a 1v3.
There we go. Spike's on the floor, but his position is pretty much given away right now. He's got to be careful. No toxin to save him either. He doesn't have the room for this. He gets one beautiful, flick right there. And once again, got to be careful of the double peek. But Techno had the position already, and Paradox, all they could do was just walk into that line of sight, get caught off the board, and this is another round, a second one going to Chillcord. Once again, after so long of losing rounds and dragging it close, but still not quite getting there, Chillcord get 2 in a row. And we've seen this before from the RAD Syndicate. They get all the way to map point, but they then start fumbling. They then start thrashing around when they don't need to. And they just have to be careful about this. You got to take a second. Breathe, RAD Syndicate. Breathe. Map point is meant to put pressure on them, not you guys. But we'll see if they're able to adapt here as we have a push coming through here from this overhang. Here's one, but no, Gembo gets huge. That's 2 massive kills right there. That is unfortunate. The defenders losing bodies where they really didn't want to right there. You could tell. And given their position that they are in now, it's so important as Hellif manages to take Gambo on the floor. Not quite out yet as we have attacker bodies falling left and right, but it's all down to the 1v1. It's between Hellif and Deadly now knows the position of where this Sova is, give or take, gets Gambo back in the running, and that's another reason why this KO is such a deadly agent to fight against. Jet's position is given away due to that knife peek right there, but Hellif is low on health. He doesn't have much remaining. So very nearly got the clutch, but gets denied. Gambo, the revived KO, came at the last second, got his triple, and it's a 13-5. What a scoreline to start off this best of 5 finals.
Well, that play at the end was too good. I mean, Deadly realizing that it is a 1v1 at the end. I mean, he could have made it, he could make it a 2v1, by reviving that KO, who had like 4 seconds, if I'm not wrong, when he made that decision. I mean, he used 200% of his brain. Einstein would have spectated that one. But yes, that was the storyline, ladies and gentlemen. 13-5. No, it's not in the favor of Chilcott, although it is a map pick of Chilcott, and you would usually expect them to win, but it is RAD Syndicate absolutely destroying the side of Chilcott. Yes, it is 13-5, but I would still call it destruction because the half was 9-3, keep in mind. 13-5 is the end score line, and RAD Syndicate, well, they came to play. They came to play, and they came here with vindication. And you can see it. Chilcott, I think they're taking it a little too chill. And Icebox, well, I think it chilled them enough, and maybe they can bring the heat in the next one up. Well, you get. I mean, the scoreline tells you the scoreboard tells you everything that you need to know, right? Everyone on the side of RAD Syndicate, they did their part. I mean, look at this KO, 15 assists. I mean, come on. I don't even think that you combine all the assists on the side of Chilcott and you still have 15.
I'm pretty sure that Chilcott right now, yeah, they're just not in. They just didn't have a good map. I think Icebox just wasn't theirs to take. Even though they were the ones who picked it, it really felt like the RAD Syndicate had something really, really strong going for them, just overall. And the fact that every single one of their players is double digits, 2 of them in the 20s at that too. Paradox, and most importantly, the MVP. Deadly on the Jet, 23-11. That's just insane to see. And even though Chilcott only got 5 rounds, their players still did fire off. I think the one who will probably be kicking themselves the most is Venka, because they're playing a duelist. Unfortunately, 6-16. That is a really bad turnaround rate for that kill-death ratio. So Venka's going to need to step up their game in the next map, because this is not a day to be underperforming. This is not a day to be out of form, folks. As you can see, Venka could have had something great going. Unfortunately, not to be. And I'm not trying to harp on the player, of course. You have your bad days. You have your bad maps. It is inevitable. But that's also going to depend on the role that you pick. If Venka were playing maybe the Sentinel or Initiator, okay, that I understand. However, you're playing a duelist. You're going to need to act like one. That I think everyone will agree with. But with that said, that is going to do it for Icebox to start us off. And what a way to start off as well, Edge. A 13-5 scoreline, 8-round differential. That's how wide the margin was that that RAD Syndicate won by. And you have to give them credit for it, because they absolutely pulled out all the stops to make that happen. So right now, as it stands, map number 2, when we go to Haven, it is going to be, once again, the momentum. Like you said, I like how, we go back to this every time. The moment they won that first round, I remember you passed it off by saying that they brought the momentum that they had yesterday, and I 100% agree. I agreed back then, but I agree even more now. That momentum that they have now, combined with their victory yesterday against Govind Esports, the RAD Syndicate, I gotta say, they are looking like they're on fire.
Yeah, that's the second map down. A second map loss for the side of Chilcott in the entirety of this tournament. Right, so that's something to talk about, and we've already talked about this. I've already, said this at the start of the match. The side of, it was basically Venka versus Deadly. It was basically Venka versus Deadly. I told you, if you shut down Deadly, you win. If you shut down Venka, you win, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, Venka was shut down. I mean, he was trying his best, but unfortunately, he wasn't just doing what he usually does. And that is get those kills, get those entries. He was being shut down, he was being caught off guard, whatever it is. He was just not performing at his peak. And unfortunately, Deadly was one of the ones who was putting the screws to him. And he saw the opportunity, and they took it. They took it, right? And RAD Syndicate, as soon as Venka was, not performing, they were like, yeah, this is our shot, and we will take it. And they took it. 13-5 is the scoreline. But once again, as I said, this is a best-of-5 series. Yes, a map lead for the side of RAD Syndicate. 1 map already in the bag, but they need 2 more to get that championship in their name. But more of this after a short break, as we'll be back with map number 2.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Lenovo and Intel Presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host, Edge, as we are back once again for this grand finals of the Valorant tournament, best of 5. We just wrapped up map number 1 just a moment ago, and what a scoreline it was, as we were on Icebox, a map picked by Chillcord in this match. That is Chillcord versus the RAD Syndicate. And even though the map was picked by Chillcord, it was the RAD Syndicate who walked away with an 8-round differential and a 13-5 scoreline edge. How are we looking now that we're moving into Haven, which is actually the RAD Syndicate's pick?
Ooh, now that is what scares me here. Chillcord, it was their map pick that they got destroyed on. Now moving on further, it is Haven, but don't take anything away from Chillcord just yet. They did beat Govinda Esports on that map itself, right? And Govinda, they did lose to a RAD Syndicate as well on that particular map. They were hoping that they could get a different result, so it could go both ways. I mean, one thing's for sure, both of these teams are really, really good on Haven. I'm expecting a close matchup. As I said, Icebox, I really didn't have that much information coming in, but we did know that KO was going to play a lot more. He's going to play a crucial part in that matchup, and he did so. 15 assists, and those passes were on point by Gambo, man. He was just too good on that breach as well. The other day, I told you, put that breach in good hands, and you can't really dodge those flashes, and that's exactly what's happening with him on KO as well. But now moving on to Haven, I think we will once again witness that breach coming into play. So we get to see a bit more of that, excellence coming in from Gambo. But everyone else as well. I mean, I'm hoping to see Venka step up this time around, right? I'm hoping to see him pick up the duos again. Maybe the Neon comes in. He will be the one going up front. He's really, really good. Don't get me wrong. Right? Do not take him lightly as well. I mean, do not let that first game score fool you. 6 kills. Nah. Sometimes 6 kills is what he gets in one round. So just wait it out. It's okay. One bad game does not decide the fate of the entirety of the best of 5 series. I'm sorry. So one map down, one map already in the bag for RAD Syndicate. Chillcord, they just have to do this one map at a time. Now take these all as a BO1s. All you need to do is win 3 best of 1s back to back. That's about it. Simple as that. So I mean, once again, it sounds simple. Definitely not simple, especially not when you're playing the likes of RAD Syndicate.
Oh yeah, no. When it comes to the RAD Syndicate, it is one of those situations where you never want to take them lightly, as evidenced by how map 1 went. Now, of course, it's a best of 5. You have a little bit of wiggle room here, right? It's a long series, right? Make no mistake here, folks. Valorant may have maps that end, relatively quickly compared to other esports titles, but still, it's 5 whole maps potentially in the play. At a minimum, 4, especially between teams like this. We're not expecting a wash. We're not here to see a wash. We are here to see them fight and fight for their lives. That is for certain. So as it stands right now, the RAD Syndicate is not a team you want to underestimate. And that's exactly what we're, here to see. But given that Chillcord lost map 1, I don't think they're going to take it too hard on themselves just yet. Because again, map 1 of 5, right? If they win this map, then that map 4 is guaranteed. If they lose this map, they still have a chance in map number 3. However, the pressure really is on then, because you are then 0-2 down, and series point, or I should say map point, match point in that regard, is kind of in the hands of your enemy, and you don't want that. You kind of want to avoid that, right, at the end of the day. So you got to make sure that whatever you're doing, it works out for you and it works out for your team, and you want to avoid getting taken off the board in big round differential situations. So whatever happened in map number 1, forget it. It's done. You're essentially playing a best of 4 now, and you have to focus on getting this map. Play it each round, bit by bit, Play the macro game. Play the micro game is what I meant to say. Sorry. Play the micro game and focus on the macro game once you have your micro set and ready. That's kind of the point when it comes to esports, right? People get lost in like the big grandiose moments of like, oh, we're going to get to the grand finals and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. That's great. Have your dreams. Absolutely. However, remember to live in the moment. You can't think 5 rounds ahead while you're losing the current round and getting your, getting your rear-ended, just stomped down the drain. You can't afford that. So you got to be careful about this. You got to make sure that while you keep the distant goal in mind to win the war, you have to win your battles. Lots of turns of phrases happening here to essentially say, be present. And that is what I would like to see out of Chillcord. In the last round, in the last map, I would say, they had a lot of those moments where you could see that they were thinking ahead, but too far ahead. They were kind of preoccupied with the what could be, what ifs, and what has-beens, and not the what is. And that I want to see improve here and now, even against Go Into Esports a couple of days ago. Chillcord in the first map, which was actually Lotus, which will be in map 4 if we go there. And I do hope we go there. But in the map of Lotus, Chillcord, they were kind of facing that same situation, right? They lost the first map. They were kind of thinking too far ahead. The pressure was on, and they really brought it back from there. And I hope to see more of that here now.
I mean, now that you mention it, we're talking about 4th map. I mean, there is a 66% chance right now that it could go in the favor, so at least a 33% chance, I'm sorry. There's a 33% chance that, we could actually witness a 3-0. RAD Syndicate just needs 2 more. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, we're talking about, Chillcord taking it as a best of 4, as a best of one map at a time. RAD Syndicate could do the same. Right. I mean, to 3-0 their opponents in the grand final after going, kicked down to the lower bracket, that would be a great story. And that would be an insane story. I'm sorry, I bit my tongue there for a sec. Ouch.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I will have some time to recover from it, I believe. Hopefully, I will recover it from in a minute or two. It tingles right now. Anyway, the thing that I wanted to talk about, you said the Lotus map, right? Where they were thinking about what ifs, what could be in the future, in the far-fetched future, maybe like 2-3 rounds ahead, not even like a round. They need to stop doing it. You're right about that. Meanwhile, the other side, right? The other side, the RAD Syndicate, they are just in the moment. They do things that they feel is right. In that instant, they don't give a damn about what's going on into the next one. They're like, nah, it's okay. Wait a second. Okay. Yeah, there it is. I was like, where is Renka? I could not see him. Okay, he's on Omen right now. Once again, we know this picks. We know the picks coming out from Chillcord here, and the RAD Syndicate. They are once again, they're changing a bit, is what I feel like. Was Gambo always on Omen, or was he on Breach yesterday, or was he only on Breach only on Lotus? I am unable to figure out.
No, I think you're right on that. I think Gambo was the one playing Breach yesterday, at least on one of the maps. I certainly remember, seeing that name on that agent. So you're not far off. But this time it's Homeboy who's picked up the Breach, and Gambo instead moving over to the Omen, bringing in, just a very utilitarian agent to into the play, of course. And you have the Neon coming in from Tricky, but on the other side, you've got double duelists from Chillcord between the ISO and the Yoru. So you're going to have those suppression walls, you're going to have the double tap, you're going to have the kill contract, but of course ISO is just one part of that cog that is the Chillcord machine. Chillcord is going to be on attack as well, so that kind of influences their decision to play ISO and Yoru. Both of whom are aggressive duelists as well. I mean, duelists in general, the role is aggressive, but then you think about duelists like Raze and Jet, who can kind of be played in a slightly more passive way that requires a little bit more setup, right? And they need the team to kind of make a little bit of leeway. Raze, I would say more so than Jet, just to be able to, push in. Or even someone like Gecko, who needs a bit of a good position to be in. Even though Gecko's an initiator, I understand. But you get my point here. On the other side, Neon is entirely based on movement. Machiavelli playing the Yoru, of course, Yoru is movement based as well, but Yoru's big movement is mostly unlocked when he goes into Dimensional Rift. Neon, on the other hand, is just slipping and sliding all over the place, right? And it's a really hard agent to keep a track of if you're not like really fast with your adjustments on just in the moment. Because the moment Neon decides, hey, I'm gonna push, yeah, whoever's the first one she comes into contact with is more than likely gonna just gonna bite the dust at the end of the day. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, especially given that this is a triple site map, once again, expect a scrap fest in most rounds. Both sides are just slagging at each other left and right, throwing fists and guns and bullets and whatever have you. And when you really think about it, a bullet is just like, throwing a rock at someone, but it's like 15 million processes before you get to that point. However, jokes aside, I do like the fact that both teams are also really unique to each other, right? RAD Syndicate, for instance, we already talked about the Breach and the Neon, but also the Killjoy coming in for Paradox, who I believe was playing the Viper in the last round, so staying on that Sentinel role. Meanwhile, Chillcord instead has your Cypher, who's a lot more typically seen on this map, and so is Killjoy. But at the same time, Breach is not a very usual pick. We've seen Breach before here, but Gambo not on the Breach. That's going to be, I think, the defining factor here. Homeboy is a great, outlaw player, right? And Breach, I think, kind of fits playing that particular gun, but also Breach likes to get up close, right? He likes to create space, and that's, I think, what is going to be Homeboy's biggest concern right now, is creating that space for the team. On the other side, you've got the Cypher, you've got the Yoru. I think those two are the biggest differences. We were expecting one duelist, but Chillcord has brought out two, which is the same team, almost the same, I believe, as they had in this map, Haven, against Govinda Esports a couple of days ago. So they're not changing it up too differently, and I think even the roles are the same between all of the players, give or take. One or two may have switched, but other than that, Chillcord deciding to stay with what they know, the RAD Syndicate switching it up, and that kind of already defines these two teams, right? RAD Syndicate, they throw everything at the wall, even the kitchen sink. Chillcord, on the other hand, they like to play it methodically with what they know works and go from there, pretty much.
Very well said. And well, I stand by what I said before. I have nothing else to talk about this game again. I mean, you pretty much covered everything A to Z on all of these agents. I mean, I really love it. And I'm questioning you, by the way. Are you really just getting back into the game? Because it does not feel like it. I mean, it feels like you stayed up all night yesterday, or at least for like a week. And yeah, you were like, yeah, I mean, Edge is gonna do this to me, and then I'm gonna just absolutely talk about everything that's in the game. I mean, you basically covered every aspect. I mean, every play and every nook and cranny that these players / agents can do on this particular map. So I'm really starting to doubt now that if you're actually just coming back into the game. But either way, as you said, I mean, once again, I'm gonna say this again for the second time, that these players, if they just follow what you said, right, they should have a pretty smooth sailing. Both RAD Syndicate and Chillcord. We've talked about this the previous matchup, the Icebox, and Chillcord. Well, they were, as you said, this thinking extra, right? They were just thinking far-fetched into the future. They let go of what's happening in the moment. And RAD Syndicate, they captured it. Well, they got it. And right now, Haven. We've already seen these play, and as I've talked about, and in that head-to-head, we're talking about Tricky versus Machiavelli, right? We as soon as I hear Machiavelli's name, the one agent that comes into my head is Yoru, and we have that Yoru, his signature Yoru on Haven, coming in, and yeah, Tricky on that Neon is gonna be sliding and dashing, as you said. He's gonna be slipping and sliding. I'm sorry, that's the word you used. So it's not going to be easy to track, but at the same time, not impossible, because these players, they're all top tier, players. They all have insane aim, insane control over their crosshairs. And I'm pretty sure Tricky, he will have his tricks, but at the same time, he will not be impossible to track. I mean, unless he just goes ham sometimes, yes. But RAD Syndicate, I feel like this composition is a bit more robust when compared to Chilcott, who are, once again, as I've talked about it, are leaning towards that fanatic kind of agent composition. As we move down to the countdown here, the timer runs down. 23 seconds on the clock. RAD Syndicate on the side of defenders, and Chilcott on attacks. But before we start, Blackjack, do you have any predictions you would like to make on who is going to be the one coming out on top on this map alone?
You know what? Normally I stay away from making predictions because of the caster's curse and all that. But you know what? I'm going to throw a curveball into the mix. I'm saying that Chillcord takes this and they take it in, style. They take it with style. That's where my predictions are going to be. As we have the shadows coming out from Paradox, we already have the first round coming in, and it's pistols. DC with one, Techno falls on the other side, Tricky with two, and the RAD Syndicate start off strong. Never mind, Homeboy falls on the other side. That's your duelist of the board, but still, you've got Tricky in play, and I like the gun skin. Oh dear me, Paradox comes around, hello, and he says hello to the enemy team and takes them off the board. The RAD Syndicate coming in, and they will find the first round, once again winning the pistol rounds. I think pretty much taking away what used to be something we used to see from Chillcord. Going back to map number 1, Chillcord was on the attack. This round, Chillcord's on the attack. And flashing back once again to the game a couple of days ago, Chillcord, when they were on the attack half, they were always winning their pistol rounds and maybe even the round after that. This time, it's not the case. They're being shut down from the very beginning, and they have to be careful about this.
Well, let me tell you, just from that one round, I can tell you for a fact that RAD Syndicate, they saw the first match. They saw the first stream between Govinda Esports and Chilcott, because that one play, right? We've had Techno switch up from the Sentinel to the from Killjoy on him, and then moving on to the ISO. They were making that one mid play, right? Techno and DC pushing up mid. They countered it perfectly, and they predicted it as well. And now they're once again making that same B play. And looks like RAD Syndicate, they're ready for it. They will let the plan go through because they don't really give a damn about it. But they have to be cautious. Bank up. Drops one immediately. Can they get more? And we also have to talk about the fact that we've been tricked by production, if you might. All of a sudden, wait. Oh, it was close for a second, but never mind. We've been tricked by production there for a second. Because Gambo is indeed on Breach. And it's not Tricky on Neon, it's Homeboy. Tricky is on his classic Sova. Paradox is on that Omen, and Deadly 10 switching his role entirely from a duelist to a non-moving agent, perhaps, if you may. Killjoy.
All right, Deadly on the Killjoy is not something I was expecting, but, production keeping us on our toes. I didn't realize we were playing a fighting game here, because that's what you call a mix, breaking somebody's ankles, mixing them up. However, jokes aside, I do like the fact that Deadly's on the Killjoy. I think it's a role that kind of suits that player as well, because you can just kind of, be at a distance, let your Alarma bot, let your turret do the talking for you, as we have the suppression wall. Techno was just, playing behind it as you should on that ISO. Approaching towards A, but meanwhile, Tricky has a potential flank coming in from the spawn, and there we go. Actually, he's going to fall. Never mind. DC took that kill, and Deadly's also low on health, so it looks like it's a full fall into A. Yes, it is. Slowly but surely making their way in there as we have a takeover. And we've got a teleportation ready to go on this Yoru. Plant is going to happen from Halef, and it's now a post-plant situation that they got to deal with. That is to say, these RAD players, they've done it before, just in the last round, for instance, but this is going to be so much more difficult as two more players fall. Paradox finds one, but here's the suppression coming in. Deadly is just completely caught in this situation. You can't really peek this without getting taken, to town, so to speak. So we have the Omen coming in to support, but Venka gets one, gets taken off the board. That's two. Paradox with a triple, and this could be an ace clutch if, Paradox is able to pull this off. You've got the cover, you've got the teleport. He goes right in, but that's going to be read into. Halef shuts him down, and Chillcord take their first round.
A great start. I mean, I feel like Tricky actually made some noise on towards mid, otherwise he would not have been spotted there. But either way, it is what it is. And, great start. DC getting that kill on the Tricky was very important. I think he heard him. That's why he went for that rotation. Quick one as well, as a matter of fact. And well, so-called one on the board, but the buy is going to be really good for the side of RAD Syndicate once again. Light shields on Techno, but that's about it. Everyone else, they have everything that they need as well. Machiavelli actually has a bit more extra in the bank as well. He's on 0 kills right now, but doesn't really matter. Deadly now switching his play from all A to B, Garage, and C.
Okay. Holding on to that long angle, we can see the Omen here and Deadly as well. Just kind of pushing up a little bit forward, holding on to that small little corner that you see players kind of get stuck in intentionally. So, as we've got footsteps coming in close, not quite tricky. It's just hearing whatever they can right now. Ears are strained for all this noise, and you've got the drone from DC that's giving away intel, not a whole lot. It's just kind of overlooking both DC and Techno here. But here we have the Aldrin coming in. Tricky is just going to fall back. Position given away due to the drone, mind you. And that drone was coming in with the decoy from the Yoru. But the Yoru's right there as well. Teleports out immediately as Homeboy is in B, gonna get executed on. There we go, Finka with the kill. That's one down. We've got the suppression wall coming up. That's gonna allow for cover and movement. Gambo, there you go, is forced to just not peek right there. And you have potentially something coming in here. Paradox has to be careful about this. Didn't see where that arrow came out of. Doesn't know where this Yoru is, but never mind.
My God, what?
He turns around. He gets the kill. Tricky with one more, but Venka's coming around for the flank. He's the last one standing. Never mind. Deadly from that window will be the one to take the kill instead. Paradox once again showing the fact that this player, you cannot underestimate them, not at all. Even when you think you have the jump on him, you don't. Do not at all underestimate Paradox, folks. It is 3-1, and the RAD Syndicate once again have a 2-round early lead.
I mean, it looked like, Chilcott had the map control, but it was more like map confusion. They just did not have any idea where they were. I mean, Machiavelli should have gotten that kill. I don't know why he pulled the trigger a bit early, but then he was also responsible for watching that garage push, right? He was responsible for that one. Unfortunately, he let him slip, and that's over. I believe it was Halef went down there, and then that player coming in, maybe he was like from garage at the end. He was like, yeah, I'm gonna flank Paradox, but then guess what? You can't flank because there is another flank flanking their flanker. That is just too good. Deadly 10's timing was perfect in that particular round. Otherwise, things would have been, nasty there for the side of RAD Syndicate, if you ask me. But Chilcott now on the back foot. Those pushes on towards B are still going to be coming in. Homeboy already got one. Long range. He wants to go in, and he will get it as well. He does not give a damn about this Techno coming up close and personal. Venka with the...
Oh my goodness.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we were talking about, it being possible to track the Neon, but I don't think even a goddamn bot could track that one. Homeboy, I don't even know what he was doing. That was just impeccable movement.
You know what we call that in the biz? We call that the ankle breaker right there. As Homeboy just pretty much put out. I couldn't even catch the name of who that last player was, but whoever it was it was Venka, right? Yeah. The Homeboy just put poor Venka in the blender and put it on highest settings right there. And there's only so much you can do when you have a triple kill Homeboy on the Neon coming at you with that level of, just deadly intent. Quad kill as well, that was for that Neon. So, great round overall for the RAD Syndicate. And you can see once again, as they've been forced to slow down, that is to say, Chilcard's attackers, Deadly just peeks garage doors and gets away with it because, yes, this is Deadly and he will do that. As, once again, we have the decoy coming out from the Yoru. The flash will not work. His shots are fired, but a little bit of a confusion happening between Halef and Machiavelli right there, as they aren't able to find Deadly. Not yet. More shots fired. Deadly with the second now, and that again puts Chilcard in a 3v5 situation. No defenders have fallen on any part of the map. RAD Syndicate are really showing up, all guns blazing right now. And you have the Hakasuri coming in. Tricky finds one, gets taken out for his trouble. It's a 2v4 though. as that Hunter's Fury, unfortunately, not going to
30
do a
seconds
whole
left.
lot, and they're going to fall into A. That's a plant that could happen, and you have Techno holding this position down. Position given away on the entry. That's a great kill right there, and he manages to get himself up. Halef gets Gambo, and now you have the kill contract coming in. Deadly's position given away. Triple to Techno, and the sudden flip around, as it is all aces for Chillcord. They take their second round, finally, but it took a lot. It was a clutch and a half that they had to pull off in that 2v4 situation.
I still don't understand what the Sova was doing there. Admit, I mean, DC is peeking, right? DC is up out there in the open. He was just standing in cover, by the way. But yeah, a great round. You have to give it to them. 2v4. That was flawless coming in from them. Great round. But Homeboy now has the operator. Never mind, he sells it, buys himself a Vandal. They understand it could be another fast mid push, and they are ready for this mid play coming in. Markabelli this time makes no mistake. Gets that kill on the Homeboy. Techno, I thought maybe had to pay the price, but that's not going to be the case as the undercut comes in. The fault line is there to counter it and slow the opponents right now in a 4v5 situation. The attackers still have the advantage as the defenders. They lose a player, and Paradox is tagged up quite a bit as well. They're making their moves onto the garage, but immediately gives away the space back to the side of defenders. But B could be where they end up, but the spike is still not in anyone's reach. Paradox not ready for this one. Techno gets him. 3v5.
Exactly where you are.
Yeah, I don't like that play right there from Paradox, because that was just way too aggressive. That didn't need to be that aggressive right there. Halef will find Deadly on the other side, and once again, playing way too far forward. These RAD Syndicate players, they've gotten a little bit too ahead of themselves as they get caught out left, right, and center. Gambo's position is now given away. He's going to get executed on, as everybody knows where he is. There you go. Venka gets that one, and it's going to be a team ace with no bodies dropped. RAD Syndicate, that round should have been played better. They took way too many individual gunfights. They were not sticking together. They were not playing each other's backs, and they paid the price for it. They paid the price for it. Excuse me. Voice crack. Don't know where that came from. As Chillcord, they are now 3 up, and they are very close to equalizing here.
But they are. Homeboy is actually on a glass cannon. I'm not really sure how I like this one. Well, let's see if he can actually make it to, put it to good use, as he does have the overdrive available. Tricky. Oh boy, this could be scary. He's up close. Walks out multiple players, but does not even get one. Oh, that is just unfortunate. But the fault line is ready. Gambo, can you do something? Question is nothing as of now.
Oh no, that was the dimensional rift, I think, from the Euro that saved him from getting caught, because the fault line had him pretty much dead to rights, but not quite. He's going to be seen up on heaven here, and he's going to be actually taken off the board. Deadly gets that kill. Paradox is here. He hears the spike being planted. He could potentially peek this and get one. He does, but gets traded immediately by Techno, who falls to Deadly as DC only has 11 HP. Gambo falls on the other side. Homeboy as well. Venka's taking shots and taking bodies, and is now all down to Deadly. The last one standing has to at least find one of them, and he will. He's gonna have to find the second one though, and he has barely any time to do this. He has to get this kill. He has to get Venk off the board, but with such a good gunner on the play, can you really do that? He's wasting time, but no, beautifully done by Deadly, and he has, I believe, enough time to get the defuse off as well. The 1v2, beautifully played by Deadly on the Killjoy. One of those moments where you really need things to go your way as we go into the instant replay there, and they did. Deadly specifically got things moving, and you can see Venka really was just playing time. He did not need to peek, but unfortunately, when you do those little shimmies, sometimes you get caught off in an angle that you didn't initially think you would be, and it was just one of those moments where both of them were poking and prodding. So it was well played by Venka at the end of the day, but Deadly just had the better position for that clutch. Now it's 5-3 to RAD.
Go with the advantage. The operator will be retrieved, and this time he does have the shield to work with as well. The garage control will not be given away as of now, and the players coming in towards A, they have that smoke. That's a really interesting smoke, and guess what? I'm gonna steal it next time I play. That is very cheeky, Covers both the angles actually. Towards short, towards long. Wait. But they're taking towards garage again. That is fake. That is fake. Do not shoot. Do not shoot. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. He gets himself a triple actually. Venka finally gets a trade, but it's too late. It is very, very late, folks. As it is a 4 versus 3. Venka could not get that one. I thought maybe if we got that trade, things would have been different. But now he has to go for this 2v4 yet again. They've already did this once. Can they do it again? The timing is everything. Oh no, Gambo. Flashes. He has one more flash to work with. LF gets one. 2v3 now. In the smoke, 6 points of felt. Can he spot it? Deadly 10 to the smoke, gets it, and now LF up close and personal, jumps in, gets the information, gives away. Deadly once again is gonna be the savior. Gets that round 63, but my god, it was all Paradox this one.
And once again, I say this every single time this happens. When you're playing a shotgun, you commit to the bit. No matter what everybody says, no matter what anyone says, you cannot look at this and tell me shotguns aren't inherently cool when they really, really pop off. And it's more so about understanding the distance that you need to play, with when it comes to having a gun like that. And Paradox understood that perfectly. He's done this map. He done that in map 1. Remember the Viper sitting in B garage and Icebox. That was a double kill that Paradox should not have gotten. I believe it was actually a triple if I remember correctly. So again, you really, looking at it would say he shouldn't have gotten it, but he did, and that's what matters. Right now, it looks like there's going to be a stalemate at C long, and Deadly through the smoke is going to get hell of that spike carrier killed, and the ISO is going to have to pick that one up. And look at that, they've taken damage, but so has Deadly here. Shots are fired. He's really just taking shots, and Paradox comes around to help. Techno will fall, and that is going to force the Euro off of there. Machiavelli decides, you know what, I don't really want to deal with this right now. Aldrone doesn't find much because, the timer ran out on it. DC is going to slowly push into A, playing around the sewers right now. And that's a position that is good for these attackers. This beautiful shot. Oh my goodness. DC with the one tap finds home by around sewers. That's going to open up the plant on A. And this could be huge right now because it's a good point of control to have for Chillcord.
Still have that one. Still have an advantage, but there you go. That is what I was worried about. I was worried about that lockdown coming into play. And well, it does. It does come into play right now. He's standing out in the open, DC. He will get one before going down.
Oh no. Oh no.
It was actually Venka getting that one. And now Venka, what can you do? He goes into the smoke and does absolutely nothing. It's Quap. He can't do shit. It's 7-3. RAD Syndicate coming out on top yet again. I mean, Chillcord, man. They're trying their best, but nothing's working out for them, RAD Syndicate, they just feel much more in sync. They're playing like, 5 swimmers in perfect synchronization, but of course with guns,
Oh, I like the analogy there of like 5 streamers. They're in a 5 stack. All of them are streaming to however many views they get on Twitch, and they are coordinated like no tomorrow. And that's ultimately that's the best you can hope for, right? You can clearly tell that Rad is having fun right now, while Chillcord maybe not so much. As losing rounds is never fun, no matter how optimistic your outlook might be. So that's something that Chillcord will need to kind of work on here. Not the fun factor. I mean, just getting rounds is what they need to focus on for now. You can see Homeboy has picked up the operator, the gun in this case, and just holding down the A entryway, right? And that's pretty much what you want to do. Hold down those long angles, stay safe, stay in positions that you can, get away from. And make sure that even though that gun is good for one, you get more than one. As the round has definitely slowed down. 55 on the clock, and we've got an Aldrone coming in. Might find Machiavelli, might not. Techno playing right by mid doors here. Could potentially get into garage, get one, maybe two. Not quite. They really are just playing on the back foot here. Chillcord, you can see they are so patient. And there you go. Deadly got antsy, couldn't wait any longer, and DC takes that kill, opens up C-Long, but it also opens up the push coming in. There we go. Paradox on the floor, and it's now going to be a retake situation. The double tap is ready to go. Venka's going to go for the plant. The first one, just repositioning, making sure that things are A-okay. And now it's a 3v5 that RAD Syndicate find themselves in.
I mean, the switch of the operator onto the other hand, on the hands of Gambo, I feel like this is gonna be a retake situation here. Helef, is he spotted? Not really sure. Maybe yes, he will definitely get one before, before he even manages to get taken down. Yes, he is gonna get taken down, but the overdrive, I don't know if it's gonna be coming into play because there is Machiavelli once again in a really good position. He's gonna be giving away his position right now. A 4v2 situation. The op already has gone for the save. Machiavelli gets that kill. Will take a bit of damage, but doesn't really matter as this round is gonna be secured. Great stuff from DC, especially that patience pick. Pay now at the end. Fourth round on the board, and the round difference is only 3. RAD Syndicate. They still have a lot of work to do, especially if they want to take down Chilcod on the second map that is Haven. If you want to take them down in a 2-0, well, you got to do more than what you're just doing right now.
And I think, once again, I like that from Chilcord. I called them coordinated chaos earlier, and at that point still stands, but that little slowdown that they did, holding on and on and on and on, just dragging out the seconds. You could see RAD Syndicate getting, antsy. You could see them getting impatient, and that's exactly what happened because Deadly pushed out way too hard where he really shouldn't have. And once again, you really need to push out of the mid doors here. Deadly is my question. Gets away with it unscathed, and we've seen plays on mid doors that really shouldn't have happened. But at the same time, you got to value your safety here because Chilcord, once again, they're pulling back the curtain a little bit. They're drawing the curtain and slowing things down. Venka might have taken a little bit of damage, but that's fine so long as they're alive, and that's their mentality right now. So long as we're alive, we can make the play. A minute on the clock, and you can see, once again, they're more than happy to play this patiently, to play this with every single second being dragged out, forcing RAD Syndicate to get antsy. The question is, has RAD learned that lesson? It looks like they have. Slowly but surely, but no, here's the kill contract. Oh, dear me. And it's Deadly versus Techno. Shots fired, and Techno's going to lose that. That's unfortunate. Deadly with a beautiful first kill. Beautiful shot from Homeboy to start things off here. And we have a double coming in. Make that a triple. 3 bodies on the floor. Will that be 4? Yes, it will be. And it is all 5 off the board.
God.
As RAD will take everything here. And they're going to dump all their abilities as well, I believe. I heard so many ultimate cries go off right at the end there. But it also makes sense, right? It's going to be in the second half. You're going to get reset, so might as well celebrate. And we have the 8-4. A closer half, but still 4-round lead for RAD.
That round was clean, let me tell you. That was so clean, my GPU cried. Well, RAD Syndicate with 4.
Do you not clean your GPU?
Yeah. Moving on. I mean, I do, but just not on a regular basis. That's all I'm gonna say. Right. I am hygienic, folks. I'm just lazy.
Taken out.
What? We've seen this before. We've seen that before. The undercut into shock dart, and that worked again. Hell, I guess that second one's wrong. I believe there's some gamble was a bit tagged up there, to be honest. But yeah. A 2 versus 4, and that's a great start. This is a great combo that they're using time and time again, and every single time it pays off for them. And Machiavelli's in a great spot, but the only problem is no more great crashes for him. He can't escape. He needs to go for the fight here. Yes, the blind side is available, but if he gets one tapped here, is he anticipated? Yeah, it looks like he is. He is anticipated, and he's running away. The flash comes in.
Last player standing.
But the aim is still the name of the game, and Machiavelli still stands tall as he gets one and almost takes out Tricky as well. Good paranoia. They're anticipating that push. Tricky now in a good position. 1v3 with 40 points of health. I think it's over. Yeah, tried his best, but it's over.
If they try.
It was indeed. It got closer than I think Chilcord expected it to get after those first 2 shock dart kills by Helef. And I gotta say, we've seen this before from Helef, where they just get shock dart kills from out of nowhere. The second one I can justify a little bit more because they were the agent was tagged up a little bit because of the shots from sewers. But at the same time, it's like,
This goes here.
come on, guys. You've seen shock darts go there before, and they really just pushed up to try and get, I think, the ult orb that was in there. But you really shouldn't have. Homeboy getting aggressive right now around the mid door is going to get caught. There we go. Beautiful spray transfer there from DC. Unfortunately, Venka will fall in return as Gambo gets in there. But beautiful shot once again from the Outlaw. DC is going to push up hard because Paradox is low on health. Never mind. Tricky and Paradox come around. They get a couple for themselves, and they're going to try and push into C. There is one in here, as that Omen Smoke will need to be careful. The teleport is not hurt, I believe. And this could be huge. Yes, it is. Paradox gets stabbed with the Bulldog, and he's going to go for the plant right now. It's all down to the ice of the last one standing, coming all the way around from defender spawn, as this position is read into. Tricky has the idea. Tricky has the read, mind you. And they could go for a double peek here. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Tricky gets the shot. It's a thrifty. What a play by the RAD Syndicate, especially by Paradox and Tricky, as they stabilize the ship. They make sure it's not rocking around anymore. It's not going to sink, and they make it to shore for the round. 9-5. They maintain that 4-round lead.
That's all I'm going to say. Seize the goddamn ship. Nah. Not like this. Not like this. That round was just too good. I mean, a bit of luck, if you ask me, yes, but at the same time, those weapon choices and at the same time, those positioning was just too good coming out from the side of RAD Syndicate, and they deserve that win. So, God, they're paying the price. They're paying the price for sure, and the judge has been given away now into the hands of Techno, if I'm not wrong. Will he get anything out of it? Absolutely nothing. There are two more players on the side, and they're running back, actually. The judge was not given, my bad. Oh, Venka, good shot there on the Paradox. The Guardian being dropped now in a 3v3 situation. They have a judge and the Guardian to work with. But are they anticipating, I'm sorry. Deadlock, I mean, deadly, my bad. Nope, he's not. They do have to worry about DC on this position, so I was holding it for so freaking long, man. Come on. Ah, he finally got it though at the end. 10-5, and RAD Syndicate, for the second time today, double-digit score line. Not just that, it's 5-round lead.
This is the first time in this map that the lead has gone beyond 4 rounds, but the RAD Syndicate continue their streak of taking rounds where you least expect it. I will still say though, Tricky holding down that angle for so long. The moment he decides to, you know, pull away and peek something, to go for the plant, I should say, it's like, oh yeah, no, now I'm gonna push. That was DC, of course. The Cypher got taken off it regardless, so it didn't end up mattering too much. But at the end of the day, what matters is the fact that you get those kills, as you have the Paranoid going out from Paradox. But not going to find too much just yet. Just waiting on that cooldown, waiting on a little bit of a call from their teammates, as RAD is all bunched up by mid doors. Looks like they want to go into C through mid here, and that might be what they try to do, as a little bit of shots are fired. There is the Cypher Cam as well, something you got to watch out for, as you have Homeboy now on the window hallway there. They're going to try and get in. They're going to try and get in hard. It's about to be chaos in these next few seconds, as you have the Tremor coming in and you have the Shotgun, but it's not going to matter as DC and Venka get 2 big ones. Venka does fall, but DC is still in here. You have the suppression wall as well, but beautiful shot from Tricky. Gets taken out by Techno. Helif comes around. Nobody expected that flank. And it's all now up to Deadly, the last one standing, coming around, trying to find where these 3 defenders could be. A 1v3. He's got his knife out. Never mind. Didn't know the positions. Didn't have the information. Helif will shut him down, as the side of Chilcor take a much-needed round. 10-6 on the board.
4 rounds now is the difference between both these teams. And well, Philcott, they have a really good chance of closing things off, as well as a matter of fact right now. I mean, look at the ultimates that they have right now. Hunter's Fury is available. I believe everyone has their ult almost. Yeah, everyone has their ult. Paradox, on the other hand, it does have his
cutting through.
Out of Shadows. Recon giving me the position. Hunter's Fury, quick. Into the side. Paradox out in the open. Was not expected, if I'm not wrong. Tricky does get that kill. But Techno, this is insane. One,
Oh,
two,
no.
three, cross.
Oh
Oh
no.
no. Ouch, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt more when he watches the stream.
Oh no. You really cannot afford to lose those ones. As we have the push coming in, Venka will get one, but the homeboy gets traded out as well. Spike has been dropped inside of the site at the moment, as you now have this 2v2, but the cross is set up. They should know where one is at least, and Tricky will go for the peek right now. He's going to get taken off the board. Deadly now has to peek. There's only so much you can do, but that's one. Does he know where the other is? Not quite. As you gotta try and pull back here, and Deadly will do exactly that because the position was revealed just a second ago, so can't afford to take a gunfight that they know that they might lose. They have an idea of where Machiavelli could come from as they peeked sewers just a moment ago, giving themselves that clear, but it's a long way around, and they're going to do exactly that, running all the way. As you've got an alarm bot ready, you've got the turret ready, everything is in place here to find where that Yoru could come in from. You've got the swarm grenade ready to go as well. It's just a matter of finding this Yoru. The 1v1 that it has boiled down to, I'll tell you what, I'm on the edge of my seat here, folks, as Machiavelli slowly pushes up. Surely from this defender spawn, he's ready. He wants to take this gunfight, but he doesn't know where Deadly could be. That's the turret triggered. Position is now given away, and Deadly is going to move around, but I'm not sure what you were doing there, Deadly. Why would you decide to just go knife out and just run like that? You don't do that in a 1v1. You don't turn your back to an enemy, especially in that moment. The BM coming out from Machiavelli right there, but unfortunately, I have to say, Deadly lapse in judgment, major lapse in judgment, as RAD Syndicate, their lead is now reduced to 3 rounds. They are 10-7.
What was that? After a great, a great gameplay, that was, I don't know. Did he think that was a fake? Maybe he thought it was a fake. Did they not call out that the fake was already gone? But either way, the round's over, and well, that was a great chance of actually closing things off. But now they have to go in hard again. Going in, Machiavelli with a triple. Oh, this one is also looking like it's done as well. A chill card. Looks like they finally found their footing in the game.
Oh boy. Chokehold looking so strong right now. Paradox manages to get one, but there's only so much you can do given that position you're in. Gambo, the last one standing, just not in a position to do much, and might even just decide to save, give the team this extra minute to talk, figure out what's going on, because as it stands, they are not doing too hot. Just not at all. Completely falling apart in terms of their coordination and in terms of their gameplay. What we saw from RAD Syndicate in the first couple rounds is no longer in play. Spycam has given away his position, and now he's going to try and fake the plant. Not going to be able to position given away. He's being pinged constantly, and Gambo's just running for his life. He's going to get caught by DC, trying to get into C, and that is now a 10-8. Slowly but surely, Chillcord are pulling up here, and I gotta say, Machiavelli playing beautifully by the A entry hallway right there, as it's all just coming down to this, right? It's all just coming down to the fact that RAD Syndicate, they are not picking their gunfights properly. They are not playing as a team. I'm seeing a lot of individual ego peaking, and it is not helping you guys. Take a second. I think they've taken the timeout, which is, again, desperately needed for them. And they just need the second. Chill out, guys. Just breathe. All you need to do, breathe. Play the micro game. You've gotten too caught up in the big war, the grandiose feelings of winning. You're not there yet. This is just map 2, and your lead is only 2 rounds as of now. So slow down, breathe in the air, and play this round by round.
That's true. I kind of love the timeout. Finally, I get to see a timeout. I am so excited. This is so exciting. I mean, I'm not really sure what they're talking about, but it doesn't really matter for me. It's all about that one of these teams, I believe it is RAD Syndicate, they did go for that timeout, and that's all that matters, right? And now let's see if anything changes, if there's a shift of momentum coming in further. But right now, it's Chilcod. They look like the ones in charge.
Oh, that they do. That they do, Edge. As we have ourselves Techno playing a good corner position here right by the entry of B, and you have this rifle just looking in here. He's going to get one. Can't teleport out, unfortunately, as Gambo gets the trade, and that's a good one as well. You need to shut down Machiavelli wherever possible, and you have the Neon coming in, but home by once again. Too aggressive. Helif will get two. No one is there to trade for that player. Techno finds Deadly, and it's all up to Gambo, the last one standing. He can't do much. Helif with the triple, and Rad will take another round of a defeat, I shall say. 9 up for Chillcord, and yet again, I have to question. Guys, you've played this map before. You've seen Sewer be such a pivotal position time and time again. Heck, you've seen, a homeboy on the Neon make judge plays on that part of the map. So why would you not expect them to play Sewer as well? You're just sitting in the smoke like sitting ducks pretty much, and you're gonna get caught off as a result. Teleports in, and they're gonna push Sewers this time, and that's gonna be 2 for Techno. Never mind, Helif gets tricky, but Gambo comes around. He's got 2 of his own. Good picks right there for the breach, as that is again so very much needed. The shotgun just not working, the double tap working instead, as Techno will find Deadly. And it's all up to Gambo now, the last one standing once again for his team. Gambo, pretty much the captain of the ship, whether they like it or not, has to play this safely. And looks like Chillcord, they thought, okay, he's not by A. He might actually be going B or C. So they've moved out completely. And Gambo could actually get in here, get the play on top. But of course, he doesn't know that. He's being really careful about this, as he should. You want to make sure that no matter what, your position isn't fully given away just yet. The moment he goes for the plan, they will know, and they're going to start beelining it back to the site. There you go. You can see the icons on the map in the corner there, and they're choosing to go through Sewers, through the side entrance here. DC and the ISO approaching slowly, steadily, walking up right now. They don't know where Gambo is, especially with Techno solo. They have to double peek this, and they're going to do so. Gets one, but no, he peeks away at the wrong time. He didn't know. Again, I can't blame Gambo for that one, because he didn't know where the Cypher was going to be. DC had the advantage there regardless of how you look at it. That is completely fine. What I have a problem with here is you double push on Sewers with the shotgun playing behind the Vandal. Come on, guys. Positioning. Play the macro game. I feel like a broken record right now, but play the micro game, as now it's an equalizer. Chillcord, from the back lines, they were 10-5 down. They were 5-10, I should say, down. They are 10-10 now. They won 5 runs in a row. All momentum is on their side. And RAD Syndicate, you really have to pull yourselves out of this.
A 10-10 scoreline, man. I don't know how I feel about it. RAD Syndicate, I feel like they've just... we've seen this before. Oh, Deadly. He's making risky moves. But on the other part of the map, Wenka gets one. He gets traded out though. I mean, the meanwhile, Markaway finds Deadly. That's a lot of firepower gone. Look at this, DC, solo holding the side, gets himself a double paradox. Gets that trade, but I believe it's too late.
There you go. There you go. The first lead that Chillcord has taken in this entire matchup. And it is, well, arguably at the best possible time for them. 11-10 up, and Chillcord has been playing this so very well. I've been hard on RAD Syndicate, mostly because I have genuinely grown to really like this team. But let's not take anything away from Chillcord, because I genuinely believe that this team has so much potential. Look at that economy on their side. Look at the guns that they're able to pick. Look at the full armor that they have right now, with pretty much all ults ready to go as well. They are not a team to be underestimated here. They know their positions, they know their coordinations, and they're doing exactly that. RAD Syndicate have been reduced to a pistol round right now as they've got sheriffs galore. Homeboy is going to go for the plant. It's a quick plant on B thanks to the Neon's movement, and they're going to quickly blitz out of there. However, they've also pretty much put B away from themselves. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Here comes the Dimensional Rift as you have Helif getting one, and that's Paradox on the floor. Homeboy as well. Tricky got one, but he got taken off the board. It's all down to this last one. Deadly, who's going to fall completely. DC with the triple, Helif with the Hunter's Fury, and yet again, even when you make that play, the positioning just wasn't there. 12 and 10, and it is Chillcord on map point.
Oh boy. I think RAD Syndicate, they have some kind of issue with the number 10. You know, it's I don't know, man. Maybe it's just that unlucky number, you know, like the unlucky 13. Maybe he just have a maybe they just have something against the number 10, because every time we see a 10-2 or anywhere they get near 10, that's when they start having trouble. I mean, it's kind of ironic because, you know, they do have the player Deadly 10 in their team, and he's usually the one star player. But now Chillcord, they're on the verge of taking us to map number 3 with an equalizer, 1-1, which means it could potentially be a best of 3. And RAD Syndicate, they will be kicking themselves if they lose this one.
Oh boy, here we go. Once again, it is a full fall in here, and Homeboy's going to come in. That's a first kill, and that's DC of the board. A good one to start things off. Tricky with another. Venka to fall. And this is a situation that they desperately needed. Spikes on the floor as we have a 3v5. Chillcord need to figure something out. Recon Bolt is going to give away the position of Machiavelli right now. The operator is just trying to find something. Tricky is taking little bits of damage through the boxes, but he's still not out. He actually gets one. Can he get two? Not quite. Helif takes that trade, and now it's up to Machiavelli and Helif as they're pulling in slowly but surely around the corner. They're going to get, well, one of them is going to get taken off the board. Machiavelli on the floor, and Deadly peeks around and finally living up to his own namesake as we have the 11th round for RAD Syndicate. This is what we were waiting for. RAD Syndicate, where was this for the last 7 rounds? I'm putting emphasis on 7 rounds because that's exactly how long it has been. Look at them now. They've got a stable economy, give or take, and they've got 4 ultimates. Not 5, but then again, you know, Neon's ultimate, it's give or take, it's hit or miss, it's whatever. So, right now, this is the round of ones. And what do I mean by that? 1 round for RAD Syndicate to make this play and push us into overtime. And also on the other side, 1 round for Chillcord to not only win, but take us to map 2 with a 13-11 hard-fought scoreline. Right? Map 3, I should say. So, that's why this round, the pre-overtime round, as I like to call it, the round of ones, this is a pivotal one. This will determine exactly what happens from here on out, and it will also pretty much set the tone for the rest of this game.
That is for sure. That is for sure. 1 round away from a potential overtime here for the side of RAD Syndicate, and they will love it. It looks like it's going to be another fast C push, I'm sorry. And all the players are sticking in there. That turret could be beneficial, as you said. They have all the ultimates that they need except the overdrive from Neon. But they don't really care. They're running in already. Control smoke coming in. The ultimate already in position. Great moves. But Homeboy, he's gonna get ulted. He's in the kill contract. Will he be killed? Yes, he will. Techno gets that kill. A 4v5 situation right now. They're already into the side. Helif holding on towards that B position right now. They don't have any more smokes to work with for the next 7 seconds. The plan will be inevitable. This is a 4v5 retake situation. Markham is really far away. Venka gets that kill on the Gambo. Makes it a 3v4. And not just that, it means that Rolling Thunder is off the charts. Here you go. The round looks like it is falling apart. And the only one standing is Killjoy right now in a 1 versus 4. It's over, folks. There's nothing he can do. There's absolutely nothing he can do. He will be good for 2, but that's about it. We're going to map number 3, and not just that, it's Chillcord equalizing the maps 1-1.
13 and 11. That is the score that Chillcord end with on map number 2. A hard fought second map. Haven picked up by the side of the defense, or at least that was the side of the defense in the very first half. The RAD Syndicate, when they got to the attack, unfortunately, we don't know what happened. We don't know what the situation was that ended up pushing them to this point, but they fell apart in their attacks, losing 7 rounds straight. And that's not even an exaggeration, folks. That is actually the statistics based on the notes I have on hand right now. Round 16 all the way to round 23 was, or 22, actually, was for the side of Chillcord. And again, well played. Honestly, even that last round, I can't really fault Rad for having the complete, how should I put this, complete collapse that they did at the end there, because they were just outplayed. It was one of those rounds where you can't do anything because you have your positions, you spend your ults, you get in, you get the plant off, and then suddenly you lose your main DPS to an ISO kill contract, and everything suddenly turns against you. So that is fine. If we had seen more of that from, the RAD Syndicate, I feel like they could have even gotten away with map number 2 because they clearly knew what they were doing, 9 times out of 10. Unfortunately, that 1 out of 10 where they were not doing what they knew was, well, that went on for 7 rounds, didn't it? And I feel like that's going to be a big hit to their mental game as well. You go from, about 10 and 5 up to 11 and 13 down. That's not a scoreline you want to see, especially on map 2 this early in this matchup. But you know what that means, folks? Map 4 is now confirmed, which is, of course, Lotus. And we will definitely be going there. But before that, we will be going towards map number 3, which is Ascent, an all-time classic map. We've seen it be played all 3 days so far here at this tournament for Valorant. That is to say, the Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. But even before we do, Edge, any closing thoughts for this map of Haven?
I mean, once again, the choke is real. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, RAD Syndicate, they should have ended the game when they had the opportunity. Unfortunately, that was not the case, right? I mean, Chillcord, they had other plans, 7 rounds, as you said, 7 rounds back-to-back. Come on, that is not what you expect. Especially from someone like RAD Syndicate. I mean, we did already see yesterday 6 rounds. It happened once, but there you go. It happened again. I mean, we were talking about it happening in the last map, 8 rounds maybe, but it's just 1 round less, and 1 round extra, 1 round more than yesterday. By the way, yesterday was 6, today it's 7. Come on, RAD Syndicate, you can't let it happen again and again and again. You can't let it keep slipping through your hands. That's a second map up now. You could be 2-0, and Chillcord, they would be, shaking. At least, hypothetically speaking. But no, that's not the case. It is Chillcord getting that. And you have to give credit to DC. Man was insane. In the last few rounds, him holding Seaside with that Cypher was just too good. There were rounds where RAD Syndicate, I think it was a 9th round for them. The second round, after the first round after Pistol. The round they should not have lost. And RAD Syndicate, they did come out on top. A crazy thrifty. But then Chillcord somehow managed to get that back. And that's about it. I mean, the scoreboard tells you everything. DC, 20 frags. Paradox on 24. Homeboy could have wished to do better than 13. But yeah, Machiavelli, he seemed a little off this map. Techno was doing good, but I feel like Machiavelli was just a bit more distracted today.
Yeah, I think Machiavelli in map number 2 here kind of shows the fact that even if you have a great map 1, that doesn't necessarily mean anything if your map 2 is, once again, just one of those where you can't really play to the best of your ability, right? And unfortunately for this team here, that is to say, the RAD Syndicate, that's kind of what the entire team saw, right? Especially when you look at Gambo, who in the first map was pretty much playing out of their minds, or close to, right? They were pretty much positive on the KD, if I remember correctly, and overall just had a better presence in map number 2 in Haven. Nowhere near the same level of influence. In fact, Gambo was, for most of the rounds, you might as well have not had him in certain of those situations, because neither was Breach's flashes or tremors getting much utility out of them, nor was I don't think I even saw any of the alts, that is, Breach alts, get anyone too frequently, so to speak, because we did hear the Breach ult go off multiple times.
Yeah.
It's just it wasn't effective. Whether it was read into, whether it was dodged, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Gambo's performance and a couple others was just not really up there. And that is something that I believe RAD Syndicate will definitely be kicking themselves about as they move into Ascent. But I've said this before, I'll say it again. Whatever happened to the first two maps, guys, forget it. Because it's a 1-1, because it's an equalizer, you've pretty much got yourself a reset of sorts, right? Whatever happens in this map is what needs to be the focus, right? You win this map or you lose this map, you go into map 4 and that becomes your main focus because that's the pressure point, right? It's pretty much become a glorified best of 3 here, because like a best of 3, whoever wins map 1 gets that series point, and that is what is the chokehold that's going to be taking grip on both of these teams. But with that said, Ascent is going to be exciting. I'll tell you what, classic map, we know it like the back of our hands. We've seen the operators, agents once again, who come out, and we see the operator guns come out as well, but later in the game, slightly later. But whether or not it's going to be classic picks or whether or not it's going to be newer, more meta picks, we'll have to just wait and see. So with that said, Ascent, since we're waiting for it right now, Edge, what do you think we're going to see on it?
Well, I think once again we're going for that Yoru meta coming in, but I would love to see Deadly 10 pick up that Jet. I think him on that Jet is gonna be very, very good. I don't think they should change that composition. I don't think they should change Deadly 10 from that duelist role. I think he's really good on it, and I think you should stick to it. Right? I mean, once again, they have their plans, yes, but I think you should just give him the duelist role no matter what. That is one. Second thing is, I cannot wait for Paradox's Deadlock. If I'm not wrong, that is what he plays on this one. So it is going to be interesting for sure, because Ascent is one map where we usually witness Deadlock, and a combo that I usually personally really like is Deadlock and Teo. That Grabnet combined with the guided salvo is very, very insane and deadly at the same time. Like, if you time it right, I mean, you're dead. There's no escape in it for sure. But the only problem with it is Teo, after the new update where you don't have that regenerative guided salvo, is not really that good anymore. So that is just something that you have to worry about. But apart from that, the agents is still pretty good. But I think people still lean towards that Sova because of that regenerating recon. Right, gives you a lot more information, but you could play it either way. It all depends on how these teams are playing in. So I'm expecting the Deadlocks, of course, and the Yorus as well. I want to see some good Yoru players coming in, but at the same time, as you mentioned, the operators later in the game, that is what we should be looking out for as well. On Icebox, we saw a double operator at the later half, at basically the penultimate round there towards the end. We could also be witnessing something same here, and it could also be we usually do not see the Odins being picked on any of these teams, but it was Kibo from Going the Esports picking up. Maybe someone can walk down in his lane, maybe wear his shoes, pick it up, because once again, as much as we hate it against us, it is still a pretty decent strat that could win you crucial rounds and perhaps even the entire game.
That is very much true. It's those crucial pickups, right? Getting that first kill, getting that second one, setting the tone for the round. That's something that, the side of RAD Syndicate in that last map kind of lost the art of the first kill, especially in the second half, where they were just losing bodies, bleeding kills left and right in that second half. And I know that, some might say I've been a little bit hard on them in that second half, and I certainly will agree, I was a little bit harsh. But at the same time, you have to realize we are here for that entertainment, right? And when we see something that a team has been doing consistently and that kind of falls away or falls to the wayside in whichever way, that kind of, for me, starts to feel like, okay, but why though, right? And then you start to question it, and that kind of leads you down your own rabbit hole in your head. And eventually you're like, oh, okay, so could it be this? Could it be that? And then it sounds harsher than I probably mean it to be. But that's mostly because I love the team that we're seeing here. I love what they've shown us. I love the gameplay that they have for us. And I want to see more of it. I want to see them bring it out more often. I want to see that consistency from them, I think is what I'm trying to say here. Because Chillcord are consistent in other ways that allow them to make those plays. Sure, they might lose rounds. They might go on the deficit. That's fine. That happens. Every team has that. We just saw RAD Syndicate, despite the fact that they have taken the lead in 2 maps back to back, they lost the second map after a complete shutdown from Chillcord, who coordinated chaos, but on that defense, they were more coordination than anything else. They played it to the absolute best of their ability, and that is why they won. They did not give up. They did not get lenient. They knew that they had to fight tooth and nail just for that position, just for that advantage. And that's exactly what makes them such a great team and such a dangerous team to play against. You have to remember, you're not just fighting against Chillcord, the players. You're fighting against an entire team. The same is true for RAD Syndicate, but when you start going for individual picks more often than not, that's when you've lost the plot, I would say, because you're playing a competitive 5v5 team game, and you have to play it like a team.
Definitely, that is true. I mean, individual prowess might get you around maybe 2, maybe 3. Come on, that's about it. For you to win the entirety of the game, you need to play this as a team game, as it is intended to be played, right? Team play, and that synergy, that chemistry, that support coming in, the utilities that are being used, of course, combine that with the aim that you all have. I mean, when I say all, I mean the players in the server. That is when, if you put that all in a mixture and then you just mix it, that is the perfect dish. That is what sometimes these teams are missing out on. I mean, sometimes you have these individual players stepping up huge, getting those aces, getting those, solo rounds, solo plays. They're making it. I mean, it works, yes, but you can't depend on it completely. And that is just something you have to keep in the back of your head. And Chillcord had it better in this particular round. I think at the end, RAD Syndicate, they were going for a bit more of those individual plays. As you said, Deadly 10 being really aggressive in that towards that garage door. It did work. It did pay off at the start. But once it stopped working, I mean, you got to rethink your strategy. And that's something that didn't happen for the side of RAD Syndicate. And Chillcord, well, they were on top of the game. And moving on, Haven's done. Icebox is done. It's time for Ascent. And RAD Syndicate, Paradox is an Omen, not on the Deadlock. Deadly 10. He will be picking up that Jet immediately. They're going for the basic Ascent lineup with a double initiated com. It's the Sova KO again combined with Killjoy, Jet, and Omen. On the other hand, though, Chillcord, a bit more newer agents. Deadlock, Omen, Yoru, Cypher, and Sova. This double Sentinel, especially they're starting off on the attack, so I am kind of interested to see how this one goes. Once again, we all know how this one turns out, how this will play out, because Chillcord, every time they have that Deadlock, actually any team that have Deadlock and Cypher, they can have one of those Sentinels play as a pseudo duelist, and we all know who's going to be that one. It's going to be Benka, of course, usually duelist, but this time he's on Deadlock, and he's going to be very, very aggressive, let me tell you.
It also credits the overall role of the agent selected, right? Because Deadlock, between abilities like the Sonic Sensor, like the Barrier Mesh, and especially the GravNet, it is one of those agents who can actually get away with playing aggressive. I feel like the GravNet especially, given that it's a throwable projectile that, works kind of like the Viper Spit, except it slows and stuns instead of, dealing outright damage. That's kind of the point, right? The moment you get someone with that, you can really push up on them and punish them for being in a position that they shouldn't have been in at all, especially because that affected agent has to then press a button, put their gun away, and work on getting that GravNet off of them, right? That's the important part there. And of course, we've seen this happen before, and we're probably going to see it a couple times today as well. The Annihilation ability, that is just so good. at catching strays, so good at catching the off-guard player, the solo kind of duelist or whoever is just kind of off the cuff, trying to be a little bit cheeky. The moment you get caught in that annihilation, if your team is there, great, you're going to get picked up. If not, well, say goodbye to your life, pretty much. So overall, yeah, I can see why Deadlock is such deadly, deadly, get it? I don't know why I said that with such a deadpan tone, but I can see why Deadlock is such a dangerous operator, dangerous agent to go up against, and especially with the operator, if you have that in your hands, if you want to play that. And knowing Venka, they probably will, right? At least for a couple of rounds. Might try the operator out, might see how good this agent is with that gun. But with all that said, we went in depth with that particular agent and their overall playstyle, but I do like once again how the agent select screen that we saw a second ago, it gave us a glimpse at just how different these two teams are in their approaches to a map, because this time it's the RAD Syndicate on a more classic map like Ascent. They've picked up a much more classic lineup, right, for themselves. Nothing too particularly new, definitely no Deadlock in their team, but on the other side, as you said, Chillcord, they're on the attack. They've gone for that double sentinel type of playstyle, even though one of them, because it's a double sentinel playstyle, one of them can play that pseudo duelist role, and it's probably going to be Venka at the end of the day.
Oh, we're still waiting while we look at the beautiful cinematic shots of the map Ascent. As you said, the GrabNet could be deadly, especially combined with the operator in the hands of Deadlock. It could actually mean that they could be in a lot of trouble if Venka actually becomes the operator in his hand. But yeah, apart from that, I mean, both these teams, they have their own strategies coming into play, and both of them have their own, as you said, different game plans, different strategies coming in with two different compositions. Right, they have different takes on the map, on a classic map, as you said, and that's the same thing as I said. On Ascent, there's no such thing as a bad pick. You could pick Sage for all I know. You could pick Astra. You could pick whatever you want and make a good meal out of it. It's all about who's cooking. Is it me? Then nah. Then you probably don't want to eat it. But if it's one of the players in the game, yeah, well then I'm pretty sure it's gonna be yum. But either way, we are in for a treat. Should have said snack, maybe. Either way, maybe I'm just hungry at this point. 2 games done, 2 maps done. I'm sorry, and both of them equalized. So who cares? It doesn't matter. Icebox gone. Haven, boom, gone. We're down to a best of 3, and Ascent is the first one out of these one. What's at stake? The championship title, along with a massive chunk of that 3 lakh prize pool, And something to keep in mind for everyone, that is just at home. This is the grand finals. It started off as a best of 5. And we're here on the map number 3. And, map number 4 is going to be Lotus. And I believe the most excited is going to be Blackjack. Because he was excited about Lotus. He wants to see how things go in this because of the way Chillcord played that map, right? Especially, and also the side of RAD Syndicate yesterday against Golden Esports. Both these teams actually faced Golden Esports on that one. But yeah, in the meanwhile, while we wait, if any one of you guys want to participate in more tournaments and connect with our community, well, you guys are in luck. We have the Discord channel linked down in the comment section, actually I believe in the description as well, so you can actually check it out, and who knows, maybe next time we'll be casting you guys, and you could also be one of the players in the tournaments and play for a huge prize pool. Maybe not 3 lakhs, could be bigger than that, could be smaller than that, doesn't really matter, because what matters at most is that you show up and you showcase your skills and you get a chance to be a part of this beautiful community.
Absolutely. Make sure to click all the links down in the description and in the pinned comment, folks, as we will be hoping to see more of you joining the community, getting the hype going as we move further and further deeper into this beautiful game's life cycle. And while we were just kind of talking about this map and overall the aesthetics of it, because we're seeing the cinematic for a while now. Given the fact that, this is coming from memory from like 5 years ago, give or take. I think Valorant's that old, right? It's probably 5 years now. But the point is, the reason I bring that up is because this map, Ascents, in the lore specifically, I think is like some sort of trapped in time and space type of situation, where it's kind of floating in a never-ending white void between other islands that have been picked up right across space and time. So the reason I bring that up is because I can just see if this was like a real location in the real life, and I know that that's kind of impossible, but if it was, bear with me here, I can certainly see, if there was a way to get on it, it'd be like, today I'm going to be spending 100 days trapped on the map of Ascent. If you know who I'm referencing, you know. But point notwithstanding, and weird joke notwithstanding, I do kind of like the way this map flows overall, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's it is a map that flows really, really well. It's one of those where it's like, it's not just because of the nostalgia of it being a classic map that was in the beta, it's also a map that just the designers nailed it, right? Pretty much from the beginning. Now, I know it's had some changes since, but the very first version of this map was still really good, barring some minor tweaks here and there. But even then, even without those tweaks, I feel like they nailed the flow of the map, which is so very important. Other games, other esports titles, and even non-esports titles, they tend to struggle with level design because the main thing that you need to figure out is that flow of the map, flow of the level. How do you want the player to navigate this particular area, this section of this beautiful little product, this tapestry that you're making? You need to make it so that the player can navigate it. They can visually distinguish between particular parts of the map. They have their callouts, they have the names, and it's got to look nice. And because of the art style of Valorant as well, because it's this slightly stylized, more cartoonish, like leaning on the cartoonish side of stylization, it's hard to really pick on what you need to make stylized, what needs to be a little bit more realistic, what can be rendered, what can be a 2D asset. So overall, I gotta give credit where credit is due. Designers, hats off. Even I know it's coming 5 years later, but still, hats off to the designers of Valorant for their maps and level design, because even a lot of the newer maps, they look amazing. Lotus, I think I've picked on this before, but Lotus is such a pretty map. Haven is beautiful to look at. Ascent, we're talking about it right now, aren't we? But at the end of the day, each map is unique. Each map has its own vibe. And I think that's the best thing you can hope for a live service game that gets maps and gets updates like this, like content like this over the years, right?
True. I think that's, since you pointed it out, now that I actually think about it, I think that's one of the reasons why Ascent has never been out of the pool, for the map pool. Right. Because it's just so perfect. It's just so perfect. And, whoever designed it took so much time, paid so much attention to detail. And, as much as I hate it, it is still a good map. Yeah, that's exactly why it is. I don't know why I hate this particular map, but it's just too. I don't know, man. I just hate it. This was one of my most hated maps for no good reason. But after a while, I started. I was like, maybe after like 6,000 hours in the game, I was like, yeah, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's not that bad. Yeah,
6,000 hours.
Yeah, I don't know how many hours I have on this one right at this point. Like, I probably have like 6 to 7K. Half of the time I just sit idle in the range, just chilling with the bots, because I have no friends. It's just a sad life. But we're not here talking about my fight. My emotional crisis. I'm sorry, but yeah, we're still waiting for the players and the teams to get ready so we can have a fair 5v5. I'm not really sure what the delay is. Maybe we can get a confirmation from the production team in the meanwhile. But yeah, at this point, come on, let's get started. I can't wait. You're killing my anticipation. Game number 1, It was good. Like, because RAD Syndicate absolutely destroyed Chilcot. Game number 2, RAD Syndicate looked like they might 2-0 Chilcot. And I was like, we were like, things might look, interesting if it could go 3-0 in the favor of, RAD Syndicate. They had a chance to close things off. But now, after it's 1-1, you can't really tell. And I want to see if Chilcot runs away with the momentum, or is it going to be RAD Syndicate once again stealing it back? Is that mental not broken? Is that resilience good enough to maybe take Ascent and close things off on Lotus?
I think that's also the biggest question here, right? Whether or not this map goes to Chilcot or Ascent. I feel like, and I could be wrong about this, I could be jinxing us right now as I say these words, but I feel like whoever wins this map has the higher chance of winning it out overall. And of course, someone in the chat will probably be like, but of course, duh, they're 2-1 up on the map count. Yeah, no, I understand that. My point isn't that they're 2-0 on the map count or whatever the statistics say. My point is that we just saw Chilcot pull off 7 rounds of victory back to back to back to back, and then go from a 5-10 to a 13-12, right? So 13-11, excuse me. So you can't look at that and then tell me that there's a chance that it's going to be a sweep from here on out, right? Nothing's 100% guaranteed, especially when it comes to esports, especially when it comes to Valorant. So my point being that even if, say, Chilcot wins this map, right? They play their hearts out, they leave it all on the field, and then we go 2-1 up. Chilcot they've got the advantage, they've got series point, and they're looking to shut things down completely. That still could mean that, guess what? They're not going to win just yet, and we go to map number 5 because RAD Syndicate pops back up onto the radar. They wake up, they get their stamina back, and they pull us into map 5. Whether it's kicking and screaming, whether it's completely excited, of course, remains to be seen. And for those wondering, we did get a little bit of news from production. It's apparently on the player end. They're just getting ready, getting set up, maybe trying to discuss strats and whatever have you between maps and all that. So we're just gonna wait and hopefully get some going for our viewers here and now. As now is relative, of course. Time is a flat circle at the end of the day when you really think about it. But we're not here for astrophysics and all that description. We're just waiting for the players to get ready. We're waiting for everyone to get ready. And until then, you've got our soothing voices across the cinematics of this particular map, just guiding you through it. And the usual stuff. At the end of the day, when you've been in esports long enough, I feel like this tends to happen at least once, where you are just sitting there, right? You're talking, you and the audience. It's just you and the audience chilling. The players are doing whatever they want. Everybody else is doing whatever they want, but it's just you and me here, Edge. We're waiting. The players are waiting. They're getting ready. We're ready. We are excited, anticipating something to go and. Pretty much that's the rundown, right? We've discussed almost everything that we can at this time, and at the very end of it, it's just excitement, right, for these games. And sure, some of that has gotten a little rundown because of the unfortunate delays that are happening, folks. Once again, we do apologize for that, but it is what it is. It tends to happen, and you'd be surprised the number of times I've seen something like this go down. So it's all a case of just waiting, watching, and the moment things get live, don't worry, we will be here to update everybody as soon as they do. As there we have it. And a couple of changes to the overall HUD. I do like the names being in those positions right now. It looks like we're going to be going in to round number 1. It's been long enough, folks. We do apologize for the wait, but no more, as the first round, the pistol round, is about to kick off.
About time. Come on. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 3, it's Ascent, RAD Syndicate on defense, Chilcot on attack, and we are going to be going in for the pistol round as this KO. I cannot wait to see how this one goes, as he will suppress quite a bit. I think 3 players were suppressed there. The one way now coming in. Will he peak? Does he have the lineup for the flash? There is the question. As the player is making his way in towards B, that fake. Oh, good lineup there for the for the fragment there, but doesn't really matter. He's being run down, and they're going back as well. Oh my God, Chilcod, have you made a mess? Sonic sensor being placed as well.
Oh, oh, good shot by Homeboy. Trying to get a second. Will be able to do so as Paradox falls on the other side. Venka taking that kill. Venka falling to Deadly. And it's all just going aces. Once again, Rad Syndicate will take the first round. Pistol round goes to them. And I like how they've taken that title away from Chilcord. Chilcord, where we had this thing going in their match against Govinda Esports, where anytime Chilcord was in their attacking half and they were going into the pistol round, it was gonna be a Chilcord round, right? It happened across all 3 maps. But now, across the 3 maps that we have had so far, Chilcord's attacking pistol round has been taken by the side of the Rad Syndicate instead. And now we find ourselves in a 1-0 going into round 2.
Can it be another clean round? Rat Syndicate, they always get this lead, and their intention is to keep it, of course. But can they keep it is a question. Paradox giving away his information that he's already back to a shot. They have to be careful. Marco Whaley, in the meanwhile, he got that kill on the Deadly 10, who was being a little over pushy. And wait a second. Okay, things are looking bad towards B as they get the second one as well. They're extending it too much. They're overextending this. This is not good. Rat Syndicate, they're falling apart.
Spike planted.
Oh, dear me. It's one of those cases, once again, where they just decided to take the gunfights when they shouldn't have, and now Paradox, with the Bulldog in hand, is trying to find one, but they're really doing good at just holding these positions off. Paradox will choose to move ahead instead. The Paranoia goes out, and he's going to see one, but he's going to get flanked. He forgot about Helif entirely, and Tricky on the overhang is going to get found. Venka taking that kill. And guess what? It's going to be Chilcord taking round number 2 for themselves, putting themselves on the board, equalizing 1-1. And I gotta say, we're seeing that again from Rad Syndicate. I talked about this at length between the maps, and I'm going to say it again because, even if it's like a broken record, it bears repeating. Do not go out of your way to peek if you're a defender. The time is on your side. The clock pretty much runs for you, because if they don't get the spike planted, guess what? You're going to win the round anyway. So Rad Syndicate, really, if they have a kill, if they have an advantage, please take it for yourself, as they do have a dash ready. And Deadly, yep, there we go, gonna peek, gonna dash away, and we have ourselves a little bit of a stalemate outside of B.
Well, that round, it has to be living in the heads of Rat Syndicate, Renfrey for sure, and Chilcod. They're going to take full advantage of that previous round and get that momentum back in their favor. They want to make sure that they get the lead as soon as possible. Once again, do not make the mistake that you did on game number 1, that is Icebox, giving away that lead, giving away that momentum for the side of Rad Syndicate. I mean, it's not just momentum, it's also about maintaining that economy on both these sides, as a matter of fact. And Rad Syndicate, they've already lost a couple of players pretty early into the last round, which is why they had to, go for those aggressive plays, and it didn't work out for them, unfortunately. Chilcod, they're taking a chill right now. Look at these. They're walking towards market. They have no information, but guess what? The opponents have no information as well.
30 seconds left.
Venka's going to start things off by putting Gambo on the floor, as you have that barrier mesh going out, and that's going to stop the movements. Venka finds Tricky. That's 2 down now. He's got the shotgun. He finds the first. He doesn't quite get the second, unfortunately, as the spike has fallen on the, well, it's going to be put on the ground. And Paradox, the last one standing by the overhang, is going to find Venka. But now it's a 1v3 for Paradox. And how much can Paradox really get out of this? They're going to try, it looks like, and they're going to be maybe potentially successful in getting 1 or 2 bodies, but I don't see Paradox potentially making it out of this one alive, as you had Rad Syndicate just choosing once again to play aggressive, play forward. You have another smoke orb going out that's baiting out a few shots, trying to get locations. But Paradox, he's gonna be choosing to just not do that. He gets a body. He's also really close to where the explosion radius is gonna be, so he's got to just fall back, and he does exactly that. As he's got to just be careful of the other Omen. Never mind, he's gonna get caught by Techno. Denied the gun, denied the economy, and Chillcord will take the lead 2-1.
That was a close round, though. You gotta give it to RAD Syndicate. They played it really well. It's just not enough. Of course, Venka has that NL late now coming in online, Deadly 10. But he has something better. He has the operator in his hand. That is scary. 4th round, and you already have the big boy out. So, we understand the game plan coming in from RAD Syndicate, right? Yep, they're playing it pub style.
Okay, then. A little bit of excitement with the location reveal, but of course it's the jet, so you don't wanna over-aggress at the end of the day, right? Here we have Gambo just kind of getting ready with the grenade in play, but again, not much happening because Chillcord has decided this is the perfect round to chill out, be zen, and take that moment for yourself. The teleporting orb was seen, the gate crash that is, and that of course is Machiavelli, the Yoru, putting it in place for a quick and easy move across the map if they want to do so. But once again, you can see that RAD Syndicate is getting antsy. They're pushing up. They're gonna give away their positions if they keep doing this. Gambo is very forward right now. Doesn't know that Techno is right here, but he's got the flash ready to go, but doesn't quite land it. And there you go. Techno's gonna take that kill. He found the lineup, gets the teleport, gets into the cubby, and this is once again by A main a situation that could have been avoided. The operator comes in. Oh, beautifully done by Deadly. But no, here comes the Annihilate. And that's going to put Deadly into the cocoon. Never mind. Venka will fall. And that's actually going to save. Never mind, it's not going to save. Helen gets the other one. Paradox to fall. There goes Machiavelli getting another kill. And it's all now down to Tricky. As that is happening. Shots are fired. And Tricky has to be careful about this. Recon Bolt goes out. He's going to give away his position. And he's going to be shot from under. Helif with the kill. And it's 3-1. To the side of Chillcord.
And they're taking it away. They are taking it away. We were talking about it, right? And also, the bank is taking a huge hit for the side of RAD Syndicate, especially because of that operator being dropped. Now, DC being smart, they understand that it's going to be probably a low buy coming in the side of RAD Syndicate. So what do? You pick up the one weapon, the new menace created by the devs of Riot Games. The Outlaw is being picked up, and oh boy. As you said, the Grav 10, the Grav Net. I'm sorry, I don't know why I combined it with Deadly 10. But yeah, as soon as you get Grav netted, you have to press a different button, which means you're letting your weapon, the primary weapon or secondary weapon, whatever's out, back in your bag. And ooh, how did he survive? Wait, he's taken minimal damage there, Techno. That is nuts.
Just about surviving. Well, not just about. Techno just walking away, He's chill. Venka's gonna find Deadly on the other side. That's a good kill at that. DC with one. There's Machiavelli with another. And all these sheriff shots are doing is just giving away your position. Gambo manages to find one, but that might just be the only one. No, Tricky does manage to get one of their own. But with all the damage done to them, Techno will just walk around, get that kill, and Chillcord will put themselves up one more round. 4-1 as RAD Syndicate. I gotta say, it just looks like they've run out of steam here, and they're playing on fumes a little bit because they seem kind of tired. They're almost playing the motions. There's a little bit of excitement here and there from them, and credit where credit is due. They've given us a couple of surprises despite the score going against them, but even then, RAD Syndicate right now, they don't look like the same RAD Syndicate that was there on map number 1. Whatever has happened, they need to snap out of it fast.
I want to see if that, operator comes in clutch this time around at least. Oh, Venka. Venka's in a tough spot there, but he will escape unscathed. But meanwhile, Machiavelli did get one. They're making their way towards B. All of a sudden, the ult comes in. Deadly 10 opens one out with the operator. Man advantage now for the side of RAD Syndicate. That's been for a really long time now. I mean, you've got the man advantage after a really long time. He does have the Blaze Storm available as well. Paradox does have his ult. But Neural Theft is up for DC. Will he be popping? It is a question. Venka's position is still unknown. I'm not really sure. Will they check it? It doesn't look like it. The wall bang will not be hitting him. At the moment, they're all coming in from market. I think they do know that there's someone towards CT because Deadly was watching towards this market CT area.
Last
And
player
Tricky
standing.
gets one. Now the only one standing. They understand where Venka is. 1 versus 3, and the stick is being stuck, of course. Deadly 10 with the kill onto Venka, and they will get the spike defused. RAD Syndicate finally get themselves another round in which, I mean, after a while, it just looked like Chilcott was going in for a smooth sail. I'm sorry. The RAD Syndicate, they have other plans, and well, I'm just glad to see that operator has something different in store, and it is working out for them.
Can I get this?
It's one of those things where the side of Rad really works when it works, right? When it works, oh boy, it's so hard to stop them. Chillcord, on the other hand, they need to be a little bit more honestly, I don't have too much of a criticism for them in that round. They played it almost to the best of their ability. Shots fired towards mid, and Gamble will get one. Deadly with another. Gamble with one more, as Tricky will fall. Techno is now the other one to pick up a body here. Paradox to fall. It's a 3v2 situation, and we have the Blade Storm ready to go here, and they're gonna find one. Yep, the Omen falls. And DC, oh, this is good. He's got the Neural Theft going as well. So that's going to be positions given away for Deadly, who's also the last one standing. So as it stands, he will potentially, no, not quite actually. As Deadly's pushing up close, he's got the Blade Storm ready. And these blades, they do so much damage. It's all just a question of finding where DC is. You got to make sure to know that. He's going to peek. He should be peeking boxes the moment he turns around, because you're expecting him to be all the way at the back, but no, never mind. He didn't turn around in time, and DC is going to clutch the 1v1 with the spike on the floor and that Neural Theft. Even if it didn't give him exact position, it doesn't matter. He held the box. He knew that there's only a couple of sides that jet could come from, and that Blade Storm unfortunately ends up not doing too much effective work, as RAD Syndicate will lose the round despite it getting so very close. Again, they had that advantage, and then they started losing gunfights.
Five to 2 now. Chilcott. Their positioning has been phenomenal, especially DC in that situation as well. Usually, you get taken down 9 out of 10 times. You don't play there, right? And I think that's exactly what what Deadly 10 anticipated. Maybe he won't play there, but oh, Paradox, come on, you should have anticipated that backup. You can't reload without a backup there, especially at that close range. But he did get one for free there, and that's a star player for the side of Chilcott, if you ask me. Venka hits the deck.
With Venka and Paradox on the floor, this makes it harder for both sides, as you have the Dimensional Rift coming in, and this is such a good ability because you can just see where everybody is, as Gamble's going to find Helif on the other side. DC's position has been given away as well, but it doesn't matter, as that Gate Crash is going to get shot off the board right now. Tricky's taking damage. He's got to be careful about this. Homeboy, you do not peek that angle with a shotgun. You're on stairs. They're going to have advantage on you, and Homeboy's going to fall for his trouble. It's a 3v3 situation. Deadly, Tricky, both of them are taking damage. Gamble's about half health, while all of Chillcord are full HP. And there's Techno with the scatter coming in. He's going to get the plant off as well. That's going to allow for this pressure to be on. The spike has been planted, and beautiful flick right there from DC. Just sees him out of the corner of his eye, takes the jet off the board, and now it is a 2v. Make that a 1v. Make that a 0v3, as it's RAD Syndicate are just read into, and they are pretty much, as a friend of mine likes to say, roasted, toasted, packed up, and posted.
Roasted, toasted, packed up, and posted. I like this. I like this one. that is creative and catchy as well. As a matter of fact. Well, you know what else is catchy? Chilcod. They are catching that train towards that victory. RAD Syndicate, in the meanwhile, unable to decide. And I think this pub game style is not working out for them, especially with the operator on Deadly 10. It's a third time, I believe. Well, he makes something out of it. Venka hits the deck again, very early into the round. But once again, that is what he's intended to do, right? He's supposed to be that, really early pick, a gamble, gets one. He gambles his life, gets one.
All right. RAD Syndicate showing up a lot more this time around, as they've gotten two, but they need to get a few more. Tricky once again holding market, and you have Deadly with the operator now position given away because of that shot fired on the glass. As we have the approach on market, that's going to be a position given away. Beautiful shot by Tricky, immediately acting on that info, but doesn't know that Techno's there. There you go. Techno's going to take that kill, and beautifully so. However, it's still a 2v4. Teleport happens, and that's going to be Homeboy on the floor. Techno taking a great kill right now, but now Techno's the only one remaining. He's going to put out cover. Going to just run all the way around towards the B side, get a free plant pretty much, but it's a 1v3. Techno near full health though, and with a little bit of shielding remaining. So this Omen could make a big play out of this situation as you have the grenades coming in. Oh dear me, all three of them are in that position, and there's gonna be he gets one. Oh dear me, he tried to get the jet, couldn't spray transfer out of the kill in time, as that is gonna be RAD Syndicate finally taking their third round.
Can they catch it up is a question now. They're playing it really well, and I really like the confidence that they have in Deadly 10. To wield that operator round after round after round, even though he's not, getting a lot out of it. But the rounds that they're winning, he's putting it to good use. They're winning those rounds because of that operator coming into play, especially. Right, and now the ultimates are lined up for both these sides. Actually, as a matter of fact, they don't have the Jet Salt on the side of RAD Syndicate, on the side of Chilcod. Machiavelli and DC, they don't have their all, but everyone else, they have it online. So this is going to be a very util-heavy roundup for sure. Look at this, look at this. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Deadly make use of that operator really well. Even though he's not making, plays a couple of rounds, the third round, he will be back at it. And here left, he's going to be counting his lucky stars that he survived that one. He got wall banned, he's down to less than half HP at this point.
Helluff in a bit of a tricky position as less than half health remaining. The Aldron's going to come in, but no, Gambo focusing on the wrong thing. Venka comes around peeking with it, but gets taken down. That's the operator that we were just talking about. Beautiful kill right there from Deadly. Trading the body, that's exactly what you need to do. Alarmabot gives away the fact that Machiavelli is, pushing up towards the market side, and he's just going to teleport away instead, keeping himself safe. Looks like it's going to be a push into A, and that's going to mean that Paradox is going to have to be careful about this. He's the only one in A right now.
30 seconds left.
As there we go, the fall in is there. We've got the paranoia happening. Techno is going to push in. Paradox just shooting left and right, but he's going to get caught. DC finds Deadly as well. The operator not going to ring out, unfortunately, as we've got ourselves a 2v4. We've got the recon bolt coming in. It's not, unfortunately, going to give away much positions, as you have Tricky, the last one standing. Homeboy falls, and Tricky just says, you know what, it's fine. I think I'm just going to save the gun. I'm going to save my economy and just try and get the heck out of Dodge right about now. He's got to be careful of the ramp, because there is, of course, Techno, who's kind of trying to chase him down. And that's what Chilcod will now want to do, right? As you have Tricky just falling away, saying, you know what, I don't want to do this. I want to keep this gun. I want to save the economy a little bit, at least for myself. And that is why he's all the way out by B main, just chilling, as the spike will end up detonating. This is, of course, valuable time as well for the side of RAD Syndicate. They can discuss exactly what went wrong as they have this moment and especially this prep phase, these next 30 seconds. But Chillcord, 7-3 up. We're round 11, 2 rounds from the half.
Seven five. RAD Syndicate now are the ones on the back foot, and this is what we've been afraid of, right? You know, Chillcord, you give them an inch to take them all. Same scenario. They're running away with that momentum coming here. RAD Syndicate had that momentum after game 1. They should have closed it out on Haven. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. And now Chillcord, well, they're not letting this one slip through whatsoever. They want to make sure that that lead is as big as possible.
Over there.
Venka is clearly, you know, reading this perfectly. He's like, yep, they are gonna push. Get ready. But DC, man, I mean, can we talk a bit more about him? He's on point today. I mean, yesterday as well was good. I mean, day before yesterday, I'm sorry. But today, he's just on another level. He is too good on this Cypher. Attack, defense, you name it. Early round, pre-round, post-round, mid-round. Boy, he is just all over the place, and this guy is going places. Line him up, take him down. Oh yes, yes, on Deadly as well. Oh, okay. As much as I like it, I feel bad, but at the same time, Venka, you're beautiful.
Absolutely
On
well
Deadly
played by
too, I
Venka
love
right
it.
there. Yep.
He
Yep.
pegged he pegged his victim there.
Yeah. Venka absolutely knew that if there's one to get, it's Deadly, and that's exactly what he did. But, you know, going back to DC in B main right there, I do like the fact that he got that double kill, but you know what actually kind of happened there, as based on what we saw, of course, as we have a little bit of a pause coming in. DC got those 2 kills, beautiful shots, of course, absolutely well-deserved on those kills, but what was the side of RAD Syndicate thinking is what I want to know, because DC, every now and again, especially on the Cypher, loves to just be a little bit of a lurker, loves to be a little bit of a nuisance, right, in those odd positions. So the moment you know that DC is there, I don't think pushing him is the right idea, because him being alone in B main should be enough of an indication that, hey, guys, they're not actually pushing B, and then you reconvene towards A. Let DC kind of chill out for a minute. Maybe have one person around market just to make sure he doesn't get a big idea to flank. But instead, 2 of RAD Syndicate decided to push DC right there, get taken off the board, and that puts your team at a massive man disadvantage. And again, I understand the idea. You take the Cypher off the board that early, great. That is wonderful for the team. But when you lose 2 bodies like that, I can't help but think that maybe that shouldn't have been the play for RAD Syndicate. On the other side, Chillcord, of course, they are, well, they're chilling. They are 8-3 up. They have a massive 5-round advantage right now. Looking to make it 6 rounds before the second half happens, of course. As this round, we're going to see multiple ultimates pop off. We might even see Machiavelli get a Dimensional Rift. We might see Deadly get the Bladestorm ready to go. It all depends on who's able to get the kills, maybe even a spike plant or a defuse. And then, of course, once the second half starts, everything is reset and we'll start with the pistol round. So this round, mighty, mighty important.
Very indeed. Is it going to be another 9-3? Because that was a scoreline back, last time on Icebox. Is RAD Syndicate getting the taste of their own medicine? Chillcord? Is that what you're planning? Is it something different that you have in your head? You know, because it's just this match is looking like it still could go either way, right? It's not over till it's over, especially when you have these 2 teams in the mixture. RAD Syndicate, they need one more. I mean, Deadly 10. He needs one more point in the ultimate status for the Bladestorm. They have Gambo's ult, Null Command. They have Tricky's Hunter's Fury. They have Homeboy's Lockdown. On the other hand, they have Annihilate, Out of Shadows, Hunter's Fury. As we've already talked about it, these ultimates will be coming into play this particular round. As you said, your last round, technical pause coming into play. But who's the one coming out on top? There's a lot of questions that are going to be there. Homeboy, what weapon are you going to go for? I mean, Deadly 10, I'm pretty sure he could actually drop a weapon if he chose not to go for that operator. But they understand that the 3 rounds they got, that operator played a huge, huge role. So they want to make sure that it's still in the play coming into this last round. Of the first half, of course. And RAD Syndicate, they've been really good on those pistol rounds. The round after that, not really. But you could say the same for Chillcod, right? They won the second pistol on Haven, they lost the round after. Well, RAD Syndicate, they won the pistol in this one, lost the second round after that one, which was unfortunate. And I think that's exactly where Chillcod got the confidence after. And now 9-3, which means disaster for the side of RAD Syndicate. So this round is very, very important, as you said, Blackjack, for the side of RAD Syndicate to come out on top, to at least have hopes of getting that comeback possible.
And that right there is what RAD Syndicate needs to focus on, right? Once again, it comes down to focusing on your individual rounds more than focusing on all of the grandiose plans of making, pushing for overtime and this and that and what have you. Win that first round. That is what you need to do. Get your round in first, then your second, then your third. And then you start thinking about the momentum you're gaining, how we've taken rounds away from them. We're shutting them down slowly and surely. And then once you're so close to it, an equalizer that is, or maybe even overtime, don't let that be the all-consuming thought that it can be sometimes. Paranoia goes out from Paradox, and that's going to allow for a little bit of a push out towards mid as they're going to hold this position down. Alarmabot, along with along with the turret ready, and Hunter's Fury already. All right, it's coming out right now from Tricky, but it's not going to find anyone as you have Annihilate coming in. You have the Hunter's Fury, the attacking Hunter's Fury, I should say. Deadly actually finds one, but someone's been annihilated. It is going to go down, and Venka with two, as Paradox manages to get one, but that's all she wrote. Venka with the third. And this is once again one of those situations that you just don't want to be in if you're RAD Syndicate. 3 and 9 down. We are in the second half, folks.
Recap of what happened on the map of Icebox, just different names. It's a 180. Chillcod on 9. RAD Syndicate on 3. Chillcod, they could taste that victory of the second map in their bag. They should be feeling a bit more easier. Why? Because now they're on a side that they want. It's a side that favors them heavily because it is the side of defense, and they are with 2 Sentinel. This is not going to be easy for the side of RAD Syndicate for sure. They need this pistol. If this pistol's gone, I think it's over, Blackjack. I think it's over for the side of RAD Syndicate.
I mean, it could very well be right now, right? They are just not in a place of any kind of fortune. You can see RAD Syndicate are making a big push through market. They want to get into B very fast, very quickly. Homeboy holding down B main right now as Deadly gets in. And suddenly it's a situational reversal. Homeboy, Paradox, and Deadly come in, getting 3 bodies off the board. But they don't know where these other 2 defenders are going to be coming from. They got to get the spike in there, and they will do exactly that. It's all up to Techno, and it's all up to DC. These 2 need to find a couple of bodies here, maybe even a clutch, but most importantly, it's one after the other. There we go. Techno with the first one. Beautiful kill on that. DC sitting inside the smoke as he's the last one standing. Never mind. Paradox comes around, gets the kill, and this is something RAD is very good at, taking pistol rounds. It's very good for them. They managed to do it, but then round number 2, they lost it this time. They've managed to win it before, but the question is, can they win it again this time around to give themselves that momentum?
And they do it. They need a lot of rounds, 6-5 now. They could actually potentially bring it down to 4. But even with that, it's not enough. Deadly missing the jump, giving away the sound cue. They're all pushing in towards A main. They're ready for this play. They want to make sure that they get the information on towards B before they do it, and they're actually going in for a really hard push coming in, and they are just being torn apart. Did they expect? No, they didn't. And why would you not let him pass? I don't know. Maybe he thought he could just skim away with the Vandal there. But either way, he's gonna get taken down. DC's the only one standing. I know he's been good the entirety of today, but he's not gonna get much done with the classic in his hand. All
right, we got ourselves RAD Esports mounting a little bit of a comeback potentially here, as we are now in round 15, folks. It's 9-5 for Chillcord. They're still the ones in the advantage, but of course that can change at the drop of a hat. The hat, of course, is slowly coming off the head, so it's about to get dropped if RAD continues this streak that they've put themselves into. You've got the Marshall, not the Marshall, excuse me. You've got the Outlaw coming in, that's the one. And you've got a Bucky, I believe, in play. Yes, it's in Gambo's hands, interestingly enough. And the KO, of course, likes getting up close and personal, especially with the flashes, so I do understand it. Paradox, that's a really high up position, but he's going to get flashed, and he's going to have to just sit back and relax for just a second. The Paradox with a beautiful kill right now as he finds Halef. He's going to get off the top position that he was in just a second ago. And again, with the Sova of the board, that's really, really good. Paradox peeking the corner, doesn't know the Techno's here, gets taken off the board, and immediately Techno's going to teleport away, get himself to safety. That's what you want to do. Disruption happens from Gambo. That's going to allow for a quick entry coming in to the site, potentially speaking. Picks up the rifle as well, so that he can have a little bit more range firepower. Beautiful shot from Venka, gets taken down. DC gets tricky on the other side as we have attackers falling in ways that they don't really want to be. Techno, what did? Okay, Techno's got such a great position right now as he forces the other two defenders to peek away or push away from the hallway because he was all the way out by A, had such a long angle against them. And once again, beautifully played by Chillcord as they put themselves into double digits.
Five to 10 now, as he said, double digit, creeping upon the side. And RAD Syndicate, they are going to be feeling the heat now. The pressure's turned up quite a bit. It was 9-3, yes, but that double digit just doesn't, it just hits you different, you know. A double digit score line now. Chillcord, they're going to be feeling a bit more confident, laid back in their chair. Machiavelli opening things up yet again. Paradox gone. And he's stepping up huge on this Yoru, you know. We were talking about him on Haven, not really performing well, you know. We expected a lot more, but this one, he's just too good. And all the players on the side of Chillcord are stepping up. This one deadly stepping up huge as well. They almost got DC is there. He's gonna be the savior of a deadly 10. My God, he was on for that aim lab moment for a second. He was just spam, bam, 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 spam. He was getting it, but Chillcord, they almost gave that away, honestly speaking. They almost threw that round away.
You know what? Yeah, that was very nearly a throw for Chillcord, and they need to avoid stuff like that, right? That is the exact reason, not reason, but that is the exact situation that I have been criticizing RAD Syndicate for. As we have, I do believe, the Bladestorm ready to go right about now, and Machiavelli will fall. That's a good kill from Gambo with the Sheriff in hand. And yeah, that's a situation that, you know, RAD finds themselves in because they don't have the economy to go for much else. They've got the utility, they've got some shielding, and they need to save the rest of it for later as they've got their first kill. One Yoru is off the board, so your duelist is gone. That's fine, but you gotta get more, and you have, oh me, Techno. He tried it, got taken off the board. Deadly comes in with the Bladestorm. That's multiple bodies taken on, and it's all up to DC here, who's trying to get the Bladestorm. Isn't going to be able to do so. Halef comes around, gets one. Homeboy gets the trade, and the trade taken by DC once again. He's going to push in, knife out, but guess what? The judge is ready to be jury and executioner, as that is going to put RAD Esports up 6 rounds. It's better late than never, but it's again a really daunting task for them as they need to maintain some semblance of momentum. But given the current situation, they are only 2 rounds away from being 1 and 2 down on the map count.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
And another great buy now coming in for the side of Chillcord. Yeah, you would expect them to have good enough economy to, you know, invest into a couple of rounds, but that's not going to be the case. They've been losing rounds left, right, and center, players especially. But they're going into his B really quick, and Deadly 10 is going to be covering that recon using that cloud build of his, and he's going to be holding the position in a really aggressive way. The plant is going to be inevitable. The 5v5 retake situation. Do they go in quick? Paradox. It's not going to be a 5v5 retake anymore. As DC hits the deck. Lucky shot through the smoke, homeboy, making it work with the outlaw. Deadly 10 heard. Hell, that immediately took him down. And Deadly, well, he's just, you know, he's turning this into an aim lapse practice, as I said. But Tricky, he will put the final nail in the coffin for this round. 7 on the board for the side of RAD Syndicate. They need 5 more for 12 for match point, 6 more to close things off, and 4 more to equalize the score. Well, Blackjack, what do you think? Do we have a match, or is it going to be Chillcard just ending it? Because look at it. They have 5 ultimates, all of them. Oh my god, that is scary.
Oh boy. Oh boy. And you know what makes it even scarier is the fact that only we have access to, you know, us in production and casting. We're the ones who have access to this, and there you go. Presence detected, suppressed. He's got paranoia. He's just completely shut down right now. Machiavelli off the board as Hunter's Fury comes out to try and stop them from going for the plant. Techno's gonna be ready to get taken down by Gambo. DC sitting by the underhang here on the A side. Has to be careful about this. They're really trying to stop the plant from happening. And Homeboy's going to try and bait with this, but never mind. Venka, DC, and Helef, they just drop in and they find every single body from just out of nowhere. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what happened there because it really looked like Rad had it, but then they just did they get lost in the mall? Did they get lost in the sauce? Did they get discombobulated? We are not sure. But Chillcord, 12 up. They are now map point.
And just like that, I mean, we were talking about 5 ultimates. You know, they only used 1. They still have 4. This is not looking good for the side of RAD Syndicate. If I were you, I would be worried. Techno, he's gonna be making a play here. Let's see. Immediately pulls it off. Gambo gets one as well, and now DC. He's gonna get taken down as well. RAD Syndicate might just scrape 1 more into their victories here. As the plan is gonna be towards B, but guess what? It's Wenka on the side, and he does not invest his. Annihilate. I thought maybe he could actually go for this one. And in a 1v4. In a 1v3 actually, because I was just KO on it. It's better to save and go live to fight another day with that Vandal going in, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. They have a safety cushion of 4 rounds after they lose this one. So Chillcard, they are not gonna be sweating just yet, but RAD Syndicate, they need to keep doing this again. Exactly, to take us into overtime.
No more saving. Looks like Paradox has come around and found Helef. And like you said, RAD Syndicate, they need more of this. They need more rounds like this. They need more plays like this, where they coordinate and that chaos gets them dividends. That's exactly what's happened here right now as they find themselves in an 8-12. 4 rounds they have to win, mind you. And it's not impossible, given that we saw Chillcord take 7 against them in the previous map. So it's definitely possible. It's definitely doable. But with the Cypher setting up the entirety of the B entryway, it's going to be hard for DC right now as we've got the dash ready to go for Deadly. He wants to go for this peak, but instead manages to get away with his head intact as we've got the Dimensional Rift coming in. Never mind, it's not going to do too much for Machiavelli at the moment as Deadly chooses to disengage completely and moving away from that part of the map. They've gotten the entryway into B. Actually, B is completely open for them, and they could go for the plant. They're going to do exactly that, as we have most of the defenders stuck around mid. But it's going to be a retake situation, as the plant is stuck.
They're probably just going to give this away, right? Attacking Killjoy also, you know, dedicating that lockdown. They want to secure this round no matter what. They already did, if you ask me, but they just want to make sure that they want to put a seal on it. Deadly 10 gets 1. They're losing those crucial weapons here on the side of Chillcard, but they don't really matter because they do have the economy to buy again. Moving on to the next one, but the round difference now is down to 3, ladies and gentlemen. RAD Syndicate need 3 more rounds, and if they win this one, which means they will push Chillcard into that, you know, into that eco low buy round. And guess what? 2 rounds ago, Helef used his ult. But guess what? Two more points in the ultimate status, and he will get his ult back.
That I do like the fact that Sova, especially when played well, can regenerate ult so very quickly. As you've got the suppression happening once again on Machiavelli, but not going to get confirmed onto this time because that's in from B main hallway towards the site, and there's a very big cross that's been set up here that they can't exactly peek, recklessly, so to speak. Techno here's the dash, falls back instead. There's everything happening, the paranoia as well, that actually allows for them to pull away, and Venka will take Deadly, off the board. Almost said Deadlock, my bad. But regardless, that's really, really well played from the entire side of Chillcord, as they realized that RAD was going to start getting aggressive really quickly, and instead they pulled back, got them antsy, got them into positions that they needed, and those kills are exactly what the side of Chillcord were looking for. We have the bolt that's going to give away the position of that Omen. Needs to be careful about this, as you have the entry onto market. That's one, but not two. Tricky will fall onto DC, getting that kill right now, and they need to get in. But Helef is deep inside the site, holding it down. You've got 5 HP left on Machiavelli at best, so he's got to be careful about the gunfight he picks right now. Beautiful shot, 1 and 2. Venka with the triple. And Paradox could only do so much, getting one and not much else, as Chillcord will take the victory here, 13-9, and they go up to series point 2-1 on the map count.
What a game and what an end it has been. RAD Syndicate coming up short and Chillcord. Well, everyone stepped up once again. We were worried about, how this team is going to be coming up with the newer meta kind of agent composition here. Well, it worked out very well for them. And that's Venka. He's stepping up huge. Whenever you want him to step up, you can always count on him to step up. And he's coming out on top. And actually, as a matter of fact, everyone did really, really well on the side. Right? Everyone contributed really well. And you got to feel bad for Deadly 10, as a matter of fact. I think he just didn't. He was Venka from back when Going the Esports faced off Chillcord on Lotus. Deadly 10 felt like he was doing all the heavy lifting, but that wasn't actually the real case, was it? He was getting those kills. Yes, he on the kill count, he must be on top. But the side of RAD Syndicate as well, everyone was having their moments. And Chillcord now with the map lead, they only need one more. RAD Syndicate now, they are the ones on the negative of the overall. They did have that map number one, I'm sorry. And now, they're on the verge of losing this grand final. And if you take a look at the scoreboard, that Venka with 4 first bloods, man, he's a goddamn sentinel. It's just too good. He has the same kills as the goddamn Jet on the opposite side.
Now that tells you so much that you need to know about Venka. Playing the Sentinel like a pseudo-duelist, and like we discussed before, that Deadlock, those abilities that Deadlock has, that's exactly why someone like Venka, I should say, gets to play in such an aggressive position and get away with it. 22-17 overall, ACS at 257, just a brilliant score for the entire team. And I gotta say that all of Chillcord really popping off. I think Helef was the only one who kind of lagged behind a bit, but even then, you're not playing a duelist, right? Sova is meant to sit back, get information, get a few shock darts, and deny plant with the Hunter's Fury, so that's totally fine. I will say, though, we did notice that Homeboy didn't actually pop off this particular map, and I think that has a little bit to do with how this round went out, as you got to realize that Homeboy has been one of the linchpins of that team when it comes to the RAD Syndicate. And because Homeboy wasn't able to actually play up to their usual standards, it came down to a situation of, where do we really go here? Because Homeboy on the Killjoy is a great player, don't get me wrong, but he was shut down almost every single round. I believe he's got like 6 and 13 or something like that, 6 and 12, I think, or basically not a great kill death ratio not a great overall performance. And I think that's one of the things that actually held them back a lot this time around. And it's one of those things that they will absolutely need to rectify going forward. With all that said, mind you, Lotus is the next map in play. And both of these teams have won on Lotus against, again, a common enemy, Govindha Esports. So it's gonna come down to these individual playstyles. I think if I had to, really put my closing thoughts on the matter, I think it's just a case of the side of RAD Syndicate, they feel like they're deflating, if you know what I mean. Like, we're seeing rounds from them, we're seeing moments from them, absolutely, but Deadly is really doing a lot of that heavy lifting. But the rest of the team, especially Homeboy and the others, they feel like they're kind of losing steam. And it's a best of 5. I totally understand. This is still a 4th map that we're going to see. And if RAD Syndicate manages to pick themselves up by some miracle, then there's a 5th map as well. And these games are not short. They are long. 13-9, 13-11. These are long score lines. We're going into the 20s in the round count. So the more rounds are spent, the more energy is spent, and the longer it takes to recover that energy. And that's, I think, what we're seeing out of the RAD Syndicate right now.
I mean, well said. You're not wrong there. It does feel like, they are dissolving as the rounds progress. RAD Syndicate, especially, as you said. They start off strong, but then they just keep falling apart. But hopefully, that is not going to be the case moving on further, because it is Lotus, the map that we've all been waiting for, to see who comes out on top. Because once again, as we've already talked about, they both defeated a common enemy. But all of that after a short break, as we'll be back with map number 4, that is Lotus.
reach the bar. In the crowd like the odds, got nachos, get the most, then the little. Straight to the and bars, pushing cut your baby.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Lenovo and Intel Presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Edge, as we are back once again after a short break that we all, I think, we needed just to cool down after that very kind of close map 3 that we just had. For those who might be joining us just now or coming back and needs a refresher, it is 2-1 on the map count in this best of 5 situation that we find ourselves in. Map number 4, Lotus, will be in play between Chillcord and the RAD Syndicate, and it's going to be quite the game indeed, because so far the map scores have been 13 and, if I remember correctly, 13 and 5 to the RAD Syndicate in map 1. Yes, we had 13 and 11 in map number 2, and then for Chillcord actually, and then Chillcord 13 and 9. Yes, sir. Going into now map number 4, Haven, Lotus, not Haven. Excuse me. I get confused sometimes between the triple site maps, but Lotus, we've talked about it at length before, and it's going to be quite the game indeed. Both of these teams have won here. They've also lost here probably before. We don't know just yet, but point notwithstanding, this game is an important one because it's going to determine whether or not we go to map 5 or everything ends here and now on map number 4. Edge, what do you think? I'm going to throw a prediction to you since you threw one to me earlier. What is your prediction for this map? Who wins it?
See, here's the thing. I mean, you could call me a little biased, but to me, Venka is the best player in India right now. Like, hands down. If you ask me, he's the best player in India right now. So I am going to be riding the Venka bot train. So I'm just going to say that, he's going to be, leading his team. Not really IGLing, but still leading his team towards victory. Because once again, as I said, Techno is a mastermind. I mean, you combine that with the experience coming in from Hellef. I mean, they have everything that they need. But as I said at the start of the previous stream and today as well, Paradox has to be undoubtedly one of the most skilled, the best player there is, once again, in India, of course. So do not get me wrong, I'm not going to talk about the entirety of the world in India. I mean, arguably, you might hate the man, you might like him, doesn't really matter. He is arguably one of the best. So as long as he's alive, as long as he's still breathing, you can't really bet against him, right? But if I had to make a prediction based on what's going on right now, right? As I said, I'm sticking with my boys at the Chillcord side. I think this is going to be a 3-1, scoreline at the end of the day.
All right. Predictions are set pretty much, because I'll tell you what, after their performance in the last couple of maps, I kind of want to concur with you here. More so because Chillcord has just shown us the fact that not only can they come back from a really, really bad position, but they can also hold their lead a lot better in longer situations than the side of RAD Syndicate can. RAD Syndicate kind of feel more like a glass cannon or a firework, if you will. They come in with a bang, they give us a big light show, but then they fizzle out earlier than the rest. And while it's great and beautiful to see, and it's exciting, and you want to be there and you want to see it go off, and you want to see them get their wins and all that, it can't last, is what I'm saying, right? I could be wrong, of course. I could be proven dead wrong if this game goes into like a 15th overtime round. If that happens, well, I'll tell you what, I'll be excited, but my throat will be killing me once we're done with this. But enough of that, enough of the yapping, enough of the heebie-jeebies. Let's get into this map, which is Lotus with the RAD Syndicate for the first time being attacked first, I believe. Let me quickly have a look here. Chillcord attack, Chillcord attack, Chillcord. Yep, this is the first time in this BO5 that the RAD Syndicate are going to be on the attack. Chillcord are on the defense. And we almost saw Wise for a second there, but DC decided to switch out into the Cypher instead.
This was the map that brought RAD Syndicate to the grand finals yesterday, and they were really, really good, especially with that Tricky on that Fate. So we're just gonna be waiting to see how things pan out overall. But at the end of the day, we will have our winner, ladies and gentlemen, of Lenovo Intel presents India's next top gamer, featuring Mythpat and Chilcod. They have to be the favorites at this point. They have to be the favorites, especially not just that upper bracket run, but also the way that they are as a team. I mean, if you take a look at the players, right? They have Techno. Two of the players, Techno, DC, and Venka. They've been part of this chill card for a really long time. And if I'm not wrong, Machiavelli has been part of it as well. So that's 4 players that have been, stuck together for a really long time. I mean, I believe the other player is Sonic. We haven't seen him in action at all. But these players, they have a past. They have a history of sticking together and taking down big teams, even back when they were not known in the community, right? So that is something that you just have to, talk about. RAD Syndicate, on the other hand, yes, Paradox and Deadly 10. Paradox, another name that you just know. Everyone knows this player, right? Deadly 10, he has been making some big moves in the community, and well, he's been in the spotlight ever since. Tricky, Homeboy, and Gambo. Tricky, yes, once again, been there for quite a bit, but Gambo and Homeboy, right? Now, these players are upcoming, if you ask me, right? So that is something you need to talk about. They are still, sticking together, but in terms of experience, I think Paradox and I don't think there's anyone more experienced on the server than Helef and Paradox. But you also have to consider the coach factor. I don't know if the RAD Syndicate have any coach. I don't think they do. But Chilcod, they have that antidote, that years and years of experience from different game titles. A bigger, person sitting in the background, just leading this bunch of players. Now, you also have to keep that in mind. I think that also has to be, a catalyst in what these teams, in this team, have been producing. And RAD Syndicate, well, this is their opportunity to maybe prove us wrong. This double initiator, the single sentinel chamber, we've seen the Deadly 10 chamber yesterday, was really, really good. Now, if you can pull out something similar to that, and if Tricky can do what he did yesterday, then I think maybe the side of Chilcod, they might have some trouble up their sleeve. But the double duelist again, man. This Yoru and Venka's raise. Venka's been feeling really good on that. The deadlock, I'm sorry. And you put him back on his signature duelist role. He's gonna pop off, I feel like.
Especially given the fact that we have a double duelist setup, right, for Chillcord. We have both the Rays and the Yoru, so Venka can sometimes afford to take a little bit of a back foot with Machiavelli potentially pushing up and getting some plays of their own. And if Machiavelli wants to play on the back foot, then Rays can push up and Venka can get multiple kills with either the Showstopper or the Satchel Charges, whichever one they want. Of course, the gun being the main kind of mode of getting those kills. On the other side, Helef bringing in the Fade. Both sides have that. But on the side of the RAD Syndicate, Deadly 10 bringing out the Chamber. We saw this before yesterday and to great effect as well. Chamber was such a nuisance for the side of Govinda Esports to deal with. And Deadly 10 once again bringing this agent back, saying, you know what, it worked once, let's go for it again. Both teams going with what they know for and what they know works. At the end of the day, I think we said this during the Chillcord versus Govinda Esports match. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Because then you just end up making changes for the sake of making changes. And trust me when I say there's a certain other esports game out there that I can attest to where making changes for the sake of making changes ends up with horrendous, metas and situations going forward. Horrendous is a strong word, but trust me, if you know the game I'm referring to, then yeah, you're going to end up agreeing with me. But point notwithstanding, Lotus, like we said before, one of the more prettier maps in this game. Chillcord here gonna have a chill time if they know what they're doing, and especially having the coach in the background, right, in their ear, not constantly, of course, because that would be against the rules, but we're already going round one. All right, prep phase has been skipped. We're going straight in, and we've got the fade pushing up forward as we get Machiavelli getting one, Homeboy getting the trade. Venka with double gets traded off by Homeboy once again, and it's gonna put the attackers in a disadvantage as the RAD Syndicate, they lose Deadly, and it's all up to Homeboy, who now is the last one remaining. Slides in, finds DC, finds another one. That's a 4K for Homeboy. Hold on. He's got the spike as well. My goodness, the speed. Talk about being a speedster. Call him the Flash. Homeboy right now is in here. He's got the plan. He's got a little bit of health, 66 HP remaining, but that order has to be in play right now. Helif approaching slowly but surely. Each passing beep of this, of the spike is just going to be that sound cue that will be constantly adding pressure. There you go. It's gotten faster as well. It's getting closer to detonating, and you can see the fact that the drop is heard. Homeboy comes around. He wants the ace. He's hungry for it. He slides. He doesn't get it. And Helif, I don't think, has enough time to go for the defuse.
He does.
It's going to be close. Maybe ever so slightly. Yes, he does. Just about. Helif getting the defuse down and denying the ace, gets the clutch for the team. I gotta say, though, it got scary right there for the side of Chillcord.
I mean, I thought Homeboy was going for the home run there. I mean, he didn't have to peek. 1.48 seconds. That's all he needed to hide for. Come on. After a great play, I mean, it felt like RAD Syndicate. They had no chance, but Homeboy gave them a slither of hope. And then Chillcord, they kind of threw that one, but at the end, it is still them coming out on top thanks to Helif. 10 points of health, though. That was scary, but the skin of their teeth, they get that round. And the lead, once again, is in their favor. But Homeboy, with this Bucky, we know how how scary it is. A Paradox is taken down. Homeboy, will he be able to get this Bucky killed? Nope, sir. That's not going to be the case as the Spectre comes up. Venka's in a really tough position. There is one player on site. Do they hear him? Yes, they do. Gambo gets one, but immediately traded out. It's all up to Deadly, who's going to get taken down by the Outlaw. Yoru gets him. A tough round, but DC, man, I mean, he's just on point with these reads.
Once again, we find ourselves in a situation where we had an aggressive push in from the RAD Syndicate, only to get read into and shut down by Chillcord. This time, of course, it was a little bit more of a case of they really pushed in, they put all their eggs in one basket, and it just didn't work out. That tends to happen. That's fine. It's early enough in this map where you can make these types of plays, you can make these types of gambles, and potentially get away with it, and even if not, you've got time to switch it up. Now then, we've got a very aggressive push going in towards the C side. They really want in on this part of the map. Machiavelli taking a ton of damage right now, as Deadly has taken only a little bit of health. Oh my goodness, the slip and slide, and Homeboy just about dragging his mouse there. Gets the kill. Two bodies are down for the defenders, as we have the plant happening from Gambo. It's going to be a 3v5 retake situation. Helif comes in with the haunt, and this is trying to find someone, but gonna get caught in the wall. Beautiful headshot by Venka as he throws down that piece of utility right now. Satchel charge ready. They want this defuse to come in, but now we have one player remaining. Techno with the Bucky. Oh, this could be huge. If he can get these kills in quick succession, this could be massive, but he might also be hurt depending on... No, never mind. Paradox just about flicks in time, gets the kill onto Techno. And that's going to make it 2-1, the first round for the side of RAD Syndicate.
They get one, and that's a bonus. They make sure that Chillcord do not convert that bonus into a round for themselves. That would have been scary. Some amazing work by our observers. A really cute, I don't even know what to call it, a squishy teddy. Just guarding the canals there, letting some water pass through, I guess. Machiavelli, he had to land that one tap. Otherwise, there's nothing he can do, and that's exactly the point. He's going to come back into the side. Homeboy's in a tough spot here, but there are a lot of flashes. My god, what is happening? It's chaos on the side. As Paradox somehow, he's going to be the one coming in on top of that one. A man advantage here for the side of attackers as RAD Syndicate. They get the site for free, but they still don't have the plan. They are making their way back. Wenka. Ooh. Those shots are clean. Deadly 10 baits it out. Can he land more? No, it's going to be Paradox answering back. But it's Techno. He's holding this. And will he read this perfectly? Both of them holding on. Techno has one smoke to work with. He'll have another one in 9 seconds. Paradox has both of his smokes. Deadly 10, no utilities, no rendezvous as well. Maybe they go for the swing here. Maybe they go for this pass play. Can he swing fast enough? Techno does not. And Deadly 10 secures the round. What a game. What a roundup once again. Paradox with a triple in the round to confirm. The second on the board, and the economy on the side of Chilcott now is just not there. Venka, he got baited there, unfortunately.
And that right there is exactly what you want to do when faced with a Raze and a Showstopper. Venka had the lineup, and when they peaked, they were like, okay, you're there, I'm going to throw this, because they know that there's somebody right by that little, I don't know, by the mound, pretty much, right outside of C site. Unfortunately, baited, used up, that is to say the Showstopper, and there's only so much you can do. Homeboy gets the judge, gets the distance, gets the kill. Machiavel will fall, and now we have ourselves a little push into B potentially coming in. Halef trying to find somebody. Homeboy 2 HP remaining, and Halef actually does get that tricky off the board. He wants to peek with the shotgun. The flash goes out, but never mind. Beautiful shot by Halef to get the second kill on the board. 2 attackers down. They can't quite get the plant off just yet, but they do clear out Halef, and that gives them the room that they could go for the plant onto B. Shots are fired. Techno's position now given away as Paradox comes around instead, decides to unpeak and disengage. And Gambo will go for the plant this time around, deciding that it's clear enough, and Paradox finds Techno. One more off the board. Gambo now peeking into B side entry here, and DC with the shot. The one tap on the Sheriff takes off the breach. It's now a 2v2 equalizer situation. Deadly sees where they are. The teleport is not in a good enough position where he can be safe. Paradox gets Venka, but DC finds Deadly on the other side. Now Paradox, all he has to do is stay alive, pretty much, because he's got an open line of sight that he can use to his advantage. DC's gonna hold this, but not all the way. There you go. You don't want to overcommit, but never mind. DC with the triple, with the clutch, and a thrifty round goes to Chilicord.
Shouldn't have happened, no? After especially pulling off a round, you know, like the 4th round, the RAD Syndicate did. They should not have let this one slip through, but it is what it is. And as I said, you know, this is why I was, you know, waiting for this matchup, because as I've said, RAD Syndicate and Chilcott, both of these teams are really, really good on those eco rounds. Now, it could go, you know, you could take it in 2 ways. It means that these teams are good on eco rounds, but at the same time, it also means that the other team is bad at the anti-eco rounds. Both the teams, as a matter of fact. So that's exactly what's happening. I mean, they're giving away those fights where they don't really have to. Like, look at this. Halef didn't really need to peek that one. But the timing was just too good. And as soon as they get this one, they immediately regroup. They're trying to open this door, and Machiavelli is in a tough spot. Will he be spotted? He gets 2, actually. He evens it out somehow. 3-3 now here, Blackjack.
And that is once again the case of not checking your corners when you really need to. Paradox's position given away thanks to, of course, the Cypher camera. As that's going to force Paradox back a little bit. The scatter is out and ready. And Paradox, unfortunately, not able to get anybody with that. Deadly holding down a good angle here. Finds Venka. Beautifully done. And now Techno could be potentially the next one to go, because Paranoia is going to come out towards his position soon enough. He finds Deadly. That's a great shot right there, but gets taken down by Paradox. It's once again Omen on Omen action as Paradox is holding a very high position inside the smoke. DC doesn't have much of a choice but to go in through here, and the smoke dissipates. Beautifully done, reading the fact that there might be somebody in there. DC is looking unstoppable right now, but We have yet to figure this out. Who will take this round? As DC knows that he needs to peek. And
Oh,
there
boy.
we go. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder. That's going to allow for Gambo to make that play. Beautifully done by the Breach player. And he needed that. Some might say that he shouldn't have used that ability. Could have used a flash. Could have used anything else. But it got them the round win. And that's what matters. It's still an equal footing, 3-3.
This is going close. This is a cutthroat competition between these two teams. And I think the call has been made by the side of RAD Syndicate there. I mean, we get it. It's a 1v1, but we won the round. So don't really shy out. Just use that Rolling Thunder. And the ultimate was used. Usually you don't see Breeze using that ultimate in a 1v1 situation, right? But this time, they invested it. They were like, we won the round. And the cam really aggressive, gets information onto multiple players onto a C. Homeboy's already onto the side. You're still alive somehow, and the gate crashes out of there, and he survives this one as well. Homeboy, well, he made a mess of one. And the Nightfall now coming into play as well. The counter Nightfall immediately from the counter. Tricky there coming in. Renka gets himself a double. Wait, what? That was not. The Gambo in the meanwhile, does manage to take one. Tricky gets another one. Techno missing his shots. And oh my god. That was a quick one, wasn't it? Those headshots coming out from Venka, they hit harder than the Daisy parents' expectations, let me tell you.
Oh my goodness. I was not expecting that. Okay.
That was
Cuts a
that
bit
was
too
not
close
needed,
to home
I guess.
for
My bad.
everybody. Oh, cuts a bit close to home, I'm pretty sure. But point notwithstanding, Venka on that flank, I gotta say, that caught me by surprise, I'm pretty sure. It caught a lot of players by surprise there too. So, as it stands right now, 4-3, once again, they've been equalized on. However, Chillcord have not lost that lead, which is the most important thing here. Pistol round here from the RAD Esports, RAD Syndicate side, as they will choose to just play this safe. We have, once again, Omen Smokes coming out, and I don't think Techno actually saw the fact that there was Deadly very close to him in that smoke, but Deadly himself has actually teleported away, so it doesn't really matter much now. We've got the push coming in. They've decided to switch it up. Instead of holding right by their spawn towards A, they're going to instead move in towards maybe either B or C. Haunt goes out. It's not going to find anybody. Helif is just holding this down. This little double door situation. But you've got yourself the breach coming in, and Homeboy with the zappy fingers gets one. Deadly with another, finding Techno. And it's an equal situation once again, but Venka's got a good position here. One tap to get the first one. Denies the haunt, and beautiful spray transfer as well. Because guess what? Machiavelli came around to support, and that is going to be the second round in a row for Chillcord as the lead finally progresses to 2 rounds.
We were talking about it. Venka stepping up, and he is, I mean, with the aim at least, he's on point. And now the operator now being picked up by Deadly 10 on the attack as well. Now this is going to be interesting. Homeboy still sticking to that judge. The buy. Do they have weapons? Because I don't see it. Okay, yeah, there you go. Machiavelli picking up that operator as well. There is no operator on the side of RAD Syndicate. The haunt being broken immediately. Machiavelli took a shot, didn't really connect it. Homeboy is in a tough spot there. Has to be careful. A Paradox lands that shot onto Venka. They needed that one. That's a star player gone, and Machiavelli is really, really low. He's on like 1-2 maybe.
Oh boy, that is quite the position to find yourself in. That is to say, Machiavelli so very low. You've lost Venka, and you just don't have a lot of room to make mistakes here. Techno holding down the mid long here. He's going to teleport across. As we've got ourselves a push coming in. And oh dear me, Homeboy. What? Okay. Somehow manages to get Helif anyway. It doesn't matter as they're pushing hard into the site with the Phantom in hand. Homeboy manages to get that other kill. It's now to DC to potentially stop something from going on here. But we'll be able to find Tricky. And now has to play in this post-plant situation. Homeboy to fall as it's all now up to this final defender in this post-plant situation. How much can he really get away with is the question. As It's all up to Machiavelli. Has to find something or the other. But no, he's gonna get denied as Gambo will take that kill. And that, folks, is going to be the 5-3, 5-4, I should say. Still in favor of Chillcord, but RAD have once again pulled it closer.
One more round, and as I've said, cutthroat competition. This is gonna go down the wire for sure. And yeah, I mean, I was thinking to myself, is this gonna be one of those nail-biting matches? And it looks like it is true. I'm already 2 nails down. And RAD Syndicate, well, they want to take it to map 5. They don't want to let Chillcord go away with this win. And Machiavelli, oh my lord, homeboy, that is nasty. You can't let that happen. But that was just too good on both the players, actually, as a matter of fact. Gets that one onto Machiavelli, immediately gets it onto Techno as well, but now Hellef has to be careful. He did get the trade, misses it, but no, it doesn't. The judgment is actually good.
One enemy remaining.
Oh dear.
Oh. Right, that's a really good round from both the teams. It was a very, very good round. Look at this. Boom. Boom. That was a crazy start. And then Venka was like, yo, I don't see anyone backside. You know what? Maybe someone's close, and Paradox was already tagged up. But yeah, and then Hellef, perfect positioning. And the aim is always there. Ever since he started Valo, the aim has been his main focus. And 6th round on the board for the side of Chillcord. And that must be feeling really good, because they're almost, you know, they're being crowned the champions.
6-4 right now. So you've got to push them again, but Techno actually shuts down one. Tricky gets one. It's trade central right now. And the last kill that just happened was Gambo finding Machiavelli, who had found another one of the attackers. Body count is equalized as the 3v3 is in play. Haunt comes around. You've got the tethers as well from Hellef. Another Prowler is out on the board. Gambo finds Venka. That's a huge drop right there. As shots are fired. Hellef is very close to potentially finding one. They know that there's somebody on the far side of the site, deep in there, and it's Tricky who's going to go for the plant. And he isn't able to get it on the floor because they're just shooting so much. Gambo comes around, manages to get his 3rd, and it's all up to DC now. The last one standing, pushing up close. He's been seen, and Gambo will get the 4th, the 4K to the breach. But most importantly, another round to RAD Syndicate as they are pulling it closer yet again to an equalizer. They need this one round. And if it's a 6-6 on the half, I'll tell you what, actually, we are going to be on the edge of our seats.
That is true, and looks like it is going to be another equalizer. This game is turning out to be an insane battle between 2 giants who made it through to the grand finals. And both of these teams are not going to give up. Neither of them want to let go of that championship along with that money that comes with it. Chillcord? Oh, Venka. That's playing with fire. That's playing with fire. Oh my god, he made a mess out of it. Where did the ult come from? Wait. Oh, that was Gambo's ult. That was good, wasn't it? That was good read.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, can you get one more? That's what matters right now. You've got the nightmare as well. Everything's coming out. Homeboy wanted that kill really, really hard. Will get so. A flawless round of all things for RAD Esports to pull out here on Lotus. A flawless round was, I'm going to be honest, my least expected thing. On top of that, they were 2 rounds down, but it doesn't matter. It is a 6-6 equalizer. And RAD Esports tuning up that aggression to an absolute high 11 out of 10, and we find ourselves in the second half with no one in the lead for the first time. I think this entire 3 days of streamed matches, the half is a 6-6. I might be wrong on that. I'll have to check, but it'll take me a second. As we do, of course, round 13 is going to come into play. It's a pistol round between the 2 teams.
There's going to be an important round as well. You know, it will decide the pace of the game and the momentum. Whose side is it going to go towards? Because if it's CC, well, then RAD has something to talk about. Because they cannot let Chillcord go with that momentum coming into the second half. Because this is a game that they can't lose here, RAD. The
they
spams are
absolutely
just
cannot.
just spamming through the smoke. There's nothing else.
Spike down A.
Okay, Paradox with 2. Homeboy does fall as, slipped and sliding all over the place. Unfortunately, gets caught off guard. However, it's a 2v4 situation for Techno and Machiavelli to
enemy
be
remaining.
in and make that a 1v4 as Machiavelli has, unfortunately, nowhere to go. Gambo comes around, and guess what? They, that is to say, RAD Syndicate, have just made this into a 7-6 situation. They've taken their first lead in this matchup, folks. And I don't want to overextend what we've already said, but guess what? This game ain't over until that victory screen pops up. 7-6. And I did actually go back to verify. This is the first time in these 3 days of streamed games specifically that the half has been an equalizer.
RAD Syndicate with that lead. Deadly gave away his position there. Has to be careful.
Ooh,
That was nuts. That was nuts. He is still standing tall in the site. They are rushing on towards him, but they have to be careful because all you are running in with nothing but classics here in Deadly 10. He could be getting more, actually. Just getting one, actually, as a matter of fact. Paradox did manage to get himself one. RAD Syndicate. So with the advantage,
One enemy remaining.
they're still with the advantage, and those weapon advantage is showing right now. They will get that round, but Chilcott, they'll be happy. They got a couple kills, and the plant as well.
those kills in the plant are definitely going to help with the economy, yes, but at the same time, you are 8-6 down. Suddenly, what looked like a situation you could be leading in is no longer the case as RAD Syndicate. I like this type of active defense, as I like to call it, that they are playing. Right. They are applying themselves to the front lines. They are pushing up all the way as far as they can go, and they are making sure that nobody messes with them as long as they have something to say about it. 8-6 is the scoreline. RAD is very much in... Okay, well, maybe not in the driver's seat per se, but once again, you've got the flashes, you've got the utilities being spent already in Homeboy. And Deadly, wait a minute, Deadly with the operator, I didn't even notice this. Homeboy has the outlaw as well. This is just one of those moments where, guess what? The guns are against you no matter what you do. The operator rings out again, but Tricky will fall on the other side as Venka gets one back. As here we have the breach coming in with one of those tremors. Not going to find anything off of that. Helif is going to go for the plant right now. But no, that might have been a bait. They want to find where these defenders are. They want to potentially take them off the board. Maybe move to A. That's exactly what they're doing right now. And Homeboy is going to try and make it across maybe. That's the thing. They don't know where these attackers are. They don't know where Chill Court are. And that's exactly why they're hesitating right now.
Still a man advantage here for the side of RAD Syndicate. They're playing a really nice, and the bonus can actually be converted. That is trouble for the side of Tilcott, if you ask me. That is big time trouble for them. Because RAD Syndicate, once again, you give them the momentum, they'll take it. And DC gives away the spot. This retake, is it going to be possible? Homeboy with nothing but an outlaw in his hand. He's still making it work. Have to be careful here. The whiff is real. Unfortunate. And RAD Syndicate, they convert the bonus into the 9th. And Chilcott, it's time for a timeout, buddy. I think maybe next round, because this one's probably just going to be a light fire or an eco. But the timeout has to come out. Right? It has to come out. RAD Syndicate cannot be given away this much freedom.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
And it has to be said about just the sheer amount of confidence RAD Syndicate has right now. I'm starting to make that mistake. Can you tell it's been long enough in this cast that I've started to make the mistake of calling them RAD Esports all over again? Oh, dear me. But still, RAD Syndicate, right now, they are looking more and more unstoppable with each round that they take. Deadly forced backwards as all of that utility came out towards him. He's going to have to be careful about this. There's the cover coming in from Paradox as he just holds still, ready and waiting for something to go either wrong or right. It depends on how you define it. Techno, ready with more Omen utilities as Tricky is just holding deep inside of B site alongside the breach. This is making sure that nobody has an easy time getting in. They've got the shotgun holding down A door. They've got a couple players holding down B. As there we have the kills about to ring out. The operator comes in with Deadly. Beautifully done to find Helif. And that's one off the board. Trying to find a few more here. More shots fired. And that's going to be Homeboy, I believe, to fall. Actually, no. Homeboy gets one. And Techno to get the return fire. The trade, so to speak. Spike is going to be planted as well on the site of C, as we're going to have gunfights ringing out left, right, and center, as they say. Techno finding one onto Paradox, and we've got more Paranoias going out right now. As, guess what? It's a 3v3. It's a retake situation. Deadly going upwards. Gambo playing by the lower part of the floor here. As, oh dear me, Techno with one, Techno with two. That's the trade he needed. And the beeper is going. It's beeps all over the place. There is the Paranoia. He knows where Tricky is now. Tricky doesn't have that much time. He's going to try and bait this. He's going to try and get away. He gets the kill, but there's only so much he can do, so he's going to just run. And he might just be able to get away with this. Yes, he does. He didn't have time to defuse it. Well played right there from the attacking Techno, that is to say, the attacking Omen. Just wasting time with that shotgun. They did not expect him playing in that smoke. And they were taken aback and taken out by him. As we find ourselves 9-7, RAD still in the lead, but CC have just put themselves one more up on the board.
That was an insane round. I mean, Techno played it perfectly. That judge was deadly for them. And now RAD Syndicate, they do have the ult coming in from Deadly 10. So Tour de Force coming into play. But in the meanwhile, they don't have any operators inside of attackers. Right, but that opera on defense is going to be really, really good. But in the meanwhile, it's just that Speak, Marcavelli opening things up on towards B. They have the control. They have B completely for themselves. And they have to be careful here. Helif getting control. He will spot out Omen there. But Homeboy holding this. DC gets taken down. He's going away.
Planted.
Homeboy, he spotted one more. I don't think Venka saw him though. Yeah, now he did. Now he did for sure. But Homeboy gets the better of him. Venka is gonna get taken off. Deadly 10, TP's out. Helif has to be careful. Nightfall coming into play, but the overdrive is gonna be beautiful. But the Paranoia will be making it a little harder. Techno this time around is not gonna be the savior for the round, as it's gonna be RAD Syndicate getting themselves the double digits goal. And this retake, as messy as it was for the side of RAD, it was better.
This game is slowly evolving into an absolute scrap fest between both of these teams, as all caution has been thrown to the wind. It is non-stop aggression. The moment it starts, no matter how calm the early round was, the moment that aggression starts, folks, that is it. There is no going back. It is full throttle all the way to the very end, as RAD Syndicate are now 10-7. They've entered double digits. And that means, folks, they are so very close to potentially taking us all the way to map 5. They really do have a good hold on this map, as is clear with the way they're playing. But so do Chillcord, as we have a big push coming in, a big utility dump on the site of B. They want to get in there, they want to plant. Tricky gets one, and it's all bodies falling right now. 3-4 bodies off the board. DC manages to get one, but that's all she wrote for that player, for Chillcord's attack. They wanted in badly, and they were read like an open book. And RAD Syndicate came around, put themselves up to 11 up now. They are 2 rounds away from taking us to map 5.
Told you it was going to go all the way. For a second, maybe I believed, I think everyone believed Chillcord would actually close this one up. But RAD Syndicate as well, they have some believers of their own, and they're making it work. That Homeboy spotted at the end, otherwise I'm pretty sure he would have gotten that one. There you go. He had to kill the fake out there? But that nade will kill him, actually. Yep, Marco really had to get him out. And the new theft immediately. This is the position now. They know where the players are, which means they understand that A could be compromised by the time that they go in. But Venka's already taken the control on towards stairs. They're going towards B now, making that rotation. Venka, he hears this. He needs to get this kill. Deadly 10 is in a good position here. Paradox, will he predict someone? Or will Tricky predict that someone is here? Oh, Venka. He needs to make a decision and he needs to make it quick. And he makes a decision to actually get that kill onto Paradox. Deadly 10 is in a good position though. Can he get the kill onto the spike planter? No, he can't. Because Machiavelli is ready. And Venka, he might actually walk into the crosshairs, and he did. But for what use? Deadly 10 unable to go for the quick scope. Venka gets that kill and Tricky. Now the last one standing. They will actually go for this play because I believe they have enough money to go for the buy.
Where are you?
And Tricky, we've seen him yesterday. He's been really, really good in these situations. Just as I say that, Venka, he's going to be the one putting the nails to him. He is going to be taken down. Quad for Venka and 8th on the board for the side of CC.
Well played from the side of Chillcord, as that early bit of interference thanks to Homeboy was not going to deter them any further any further from their plans on this map. They played that, well, I wouldn't say to perfection. Again, the scrappy nature of these fights makes them more entertaining, I would argue. Because again, these players are playing with absolutely nothing left in the tank. This is all what's left. This energy that we're getting is exactly what I love about long, drawn-out fights like this. A BO5 set, that's exactly what this means. Right now, we've got Homeboy back on the judge, wanting to be jury and executioner, become the whole judiciary branch if possible. For now, though, he's going to have to be content with just sitting back and trying to find maybe an entryway, maybe a kill or two. Not that many, though, as we have the charges going out. DC is going to have to be careful about this. Venka's going to fall. That's a beautiful shot by Deadly to start things off. We have the Rolling Thunder as well. And there we go. Homeboy with the slide and gets Techno. Tricky with one more. And oh, dear me. He gets both of them. The 3K for Homeboy right there. I would need to see that in the instant replay. That triple kill, just slides in, goes around and gets the collateral, the spread on the shotgun wide enough to where Homeboy picked up the 2. And guess what, folks? This map is very close to potentially going all the way either to overtime or to map 5. 12 and 8 to RAD Syndicate as they, well, the ball's in their court now.
The ball's definitely in their court, and they're making a really good play with it as well. Deadly 10, what? You usually don't see that one. But he sneaked in, he had to land that shot, and the flick is not going to be on point as DC. Gonna live for now. Helef in the meanwhile did get that kill on the Gambo. And Helef, my god, he's on point with the aim with the sheriff right now. Techno gets that kill on the Homeboy as well. RAD Syndicate looks like this might be a round that they might actually lose. This is not gonna be the closure.
Spike planted.
This is not the time we go to map number 5. CC looking good for the 9th. Can they get 4? RAD Syndicate have you know, they're known for these chokes, if I may. And looks like they might just give away a couple rounds before they actually end it. They have that match point. The map point. They cannot let it slip through. The economy is looking really good here for the side of Chillcord, but they need to make sure that they survive. Everyone needs to survive here. Deadly 10 picks up 1. He needs to save the op as well. Even if they doesn't really matter. They have the economy to work with in the next couple of rounds. But RAD Syndicate, they want to end it as soon as possible, so they probably will try to end it in the next round.
There we go. 9-12 as Chillcord are now up 1 more round. The difference is now just 3 between these two teams. And given the number of times we saw an equalizer happen in the beginning bits of this matchup, I'll tell you what, RAD Syndicate right now, they have something special going on. And watch, as the moment I say that, it's been jinxed and they're going to end up in overtime, right? That's not like an official prediction. Don't say that I'm actively trying to jinx people. It's just the fact that anytime I say something positive, sometimes it just tends to end up being a caster's curse, even though I don't mean for it to be. Operator shot rings out, but Deadly's going to miss that as he catches the satchel charge instead. Imagine missing the still shot on the wooden dummy, but instead finding the clay pigeon. That's exactly what happened right there with Deadly, finding that kill on Venka. Once again, good kill there. And oh, they walked the smoke. They walked into the line of sight for Tricky,
Face your
and
fear!
planting just got that much harder as the Nightmare goes out, and that's going to give them a little bit of a leeway as to where they are. But never mind, Tricky and Deadly come around, getting those final two. And guess what, folks? This game is far, far from over. 13-9 to RAD Syndicate as we are going all the way to map number 5.
It's 39 as well. I mean, these call lines, man, these call lines are scary. And they've been going back and forth between these two teams. The first half, it was really, really close, right? It was after that RAD Syndicate won the bonus, the things started looking bright for them. And RAD Syndicate, they're going to be feeling really good. They finally can take a breather. They're not going home at least now, right? It's time for Decider. And Chilcott, they have to be, not happy with their performance, especially on Lotus. And now, game number 5. We've all wanted this. It's a great tournament, I mean, upper bracket final, 3 maps. Lower bracket final, 3 maps. Grand final, it's only fair we go the distance. It is 5 maps for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. RAD Syndicate and Chilcott, everything goes out the window because now it's a best of 1. Winner takes it all.
As we have a look at that score line and, of course, the end of match card here. Oh my goodness, what a game we have seen so far between these two teams. Homeboy leading the charge with 23 and 15. What an overall KD ratio for that player. And everyone was kind of firing off. Paradox was really good. Gambo got a couple of really good clutches. The 1v1 defuse early on, then the 4K. Deadly 10, Deadly as always with the rifles, with the chamber, of course. And Tricky being the all-rounder of the team, playing the support, playing the fade, I should say, and giving everybody intel, making space, creating room. It was once again a case of beautiful coordination. But on the other side, we had a few hiccups here. Machiavelli and Halef not firing as they normally do. Their overall scores also are kind of on the lower side. But then you have Techno, DC, and especially Venka trying their hardest to pull the team out of the kind of the hole they found themselves in when it came to the second half. Because after, RAD Syndicate took those 3 rounds, they made it 9-6. It really seemed like they were starting to run away with it, and there was not much that Chilcord had to say in that moment, right? It was just one round after another for the side of the RAD Syndicate, and they win it out in map number 4 after a scrap fest of a game that they like that kind of play style, and they end up being better at it sometimes. So, folks, everything's done. Pretty much the preamble of the 4 maps have been taken care of. And now it all boils down to this. A glorified best of 1. Winner takes all. And it's this one map that will decide the fate of who wins the Lenovo and Intel Presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat Valorant tournament. And I'll tell you what, I'm just as excited to get to it as everybody is at home. And I do hope you guys are ready and waiting for what we have in store, what these teams have in store for us. Edge, I'm going to pass this to you one more time. What do you think that we should be expecting when it comes to map number 5?
Oof, map number 5. It's just one thing I want to say. There's going to be, by the end of the map number 5, there's just one team which will be riding, on that horse, just chilling, riding on that sunset. Because we are heading down to sunset for the first time. And there's just going to be one team coming out on top, and the other team, well, whoever it is, they have to feel bad about it, for sure. But here's the thing. No, this map, I've been waiting for this map because there are a lot of strategies, and Deadlock, once again, is an amazing pick on this. Right, there's Deadlock. You can go with Gecko. You can also go KO. You can go Teo, as a matter of fact. You can go Breach, Sova, any agent. This is another one of those maps where any agent works. Now, I don't really know why everyone was shying away from Sunset, but it's finally time for that one. And I'm really, really glad we get to see Sunset today because I wanted to see how these two teams, what approaches they have on the map. So, we get entertained, but at the same time, we learn a thing or two from the pros, right? That's how it is. It always is about learning. And well, I think from my point of view, I think Gecko and Deadlock are major counters for Neon on this one. If you're not Gecko, I mean, sometimes I think Gecko a bit more, but I think Deadlock also, especially with those sonic sensors, could be really, really deadly. Combine that with the GravNet, you could stop her in her tracks, quite literally. So that's one thing. But if someone's good with the satchel, right, like Venka, I'm not really sure about Deadly Tense Rays, so I'm gonna say Venka. If you're really good with that satchel on the Rays, you can just play around with the map. Like how we've seen Sentinels from VCDNA, right? I mean, they are really good with our rays on this map. So that is something you need to, keep in mind. So it all comes down to what agent composition you're coming in. Because if you want to pick Jet, you can. You want ISO? Well, guess what? You can pick that one too. You think about Phoenix? Well, Phoenix good on this map as well because of those really good corners that you can use those curve walls. And that blazing wall could also come in handy. That hot hands gives you everything you need. And run it back for, 6 points in the ultimate status. You can probably get it like every 3 rounds. You get to clear a lot of angles with that. Also, as I said, Sunset, once again, no holds barred. And I'm excited to see what changes or what strategies these players bring in. But who's gonna be coming out on top? Now that is $1 billion question again. I'm not really sure. I have the answer to that one, but I have the answer to this one. Is it going to be an exciting matchup? Well, it's going to be a banger.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a banger. What do you mean? It's going to be one of the greatest maps, if I were to say so myself, as both teams right now are probably tired. Some of them might even be hungry. They're probably trying to get as few snacks in real quick between the maps, but they're also ready. You can see the speed at which we moved right into this next map. Folks, that is exactly what it is that we love to see here and now. Chillcord versus the RAD Syndicate. This is it. This is where it all comes down to. This is what it's all been about from the very beginning, as we have ourselves a map on Sunset, a BO1 glorified as a BO5, as both of these teams have fought their way tooth and nail, and we find the agent select screen is very similar. Actually, it's exactly the same.
They're going in with an identical mirrored composition, and this is good. This is insane. I mean, what better way to end things off? Not just Sunset, for the analogy that I use. Also, the fact that both of these teams are going to be having the exact same composition, so it comes down to it just comes down to who is the better team at the end of the day, regardless of the composition. There's no agent diff here. It's all about strategy. Who's the better player at the end of the day today? Once again, do not get me wrong. I'm not talking about the better player overall, just better player today. Because sometimes, as I said, a major factor that people always keep a blindside, they just blindsided. It's luck factor. You have to understand that sometimes all you need to be the greatest person alive is a bit of luck.
Yeah, absolutely. All you need sometimes is a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, and 99% the power of your will. That should be the new Green Lantern motto. Somebody get me on that writing team. I'm just kidding, of course. As right now, we have, we can take a closer look, right there, at the overall agent selection. And it is, of course, a situation where you've got two of the same, Helif and Machiavelli, alongside Gambo and Tricky, playing the Breach and the Sova. Now, I'm not going to say respectively because the names and all that are kind of flipped around. So, but regardless, point notwithstanding, we've got the Breach, we've got the Sova, and we've got ourselves a game where both of these are very good at creating space. They are extremely, extremely good at that, in fact, and that is exactly why they've been picked up here on this particular map. They are classic agents. They have been in this game since the very beginning, and this double initiator comp, it is going to be one of those things to watch out for, right? Because Sova, great on gathering intel, doing a little bit of chip damage with those shock darts, the recon bolt, the owl drone's location dart, right there, and of course the Hunter's Fury that can do damage, that can ping locations, that can get people off the plant. Just a great overall utility all around, for Sova. On the other side, Breach is the exact opposite. Breach likes to get up close and personal. He will shake the ground below you with his tremors. He will throw flashbangs through walls at you if he knows where you are. And then when that rolling thunder comes in, when he yells that signature line, "Off your feet," you know he's coming. You know that team is going to steamroll you, and you have to be so very careful about it.
That is true. That is so true. I mean, as soon as you hear that, "off your feet," I mean, I can't make as well as you did. That was good. Not gonna lie, but yeah. Oh, wait, let me try actually. Off your. Okay, nah, never mind. That's bad. I don't want the audience to run away. I don't want our viewers to have I don't know, earache. I don't want their ears to bleed. But anyway, as soon as you hear that, right, you have that panic-inducing. That is a panic-inducing voice line. As soon as it doesn't matter where it's coming from. As soon as you hear it, you always have to check the ground. Like, oh wait, do I see a tremor? No, okay, I'm safe. So that is something to keep in mind. But here you go, folks. This is the last ride for both these teams in Lenovo. Intel presents India's next top gamer, featuring Mythpat. It's Chilcod and RAD Syndicate facing off. I mean, we had 256 teams at the start, but now it's down to these two, and it's time for the last map, and Pistol Round is up and running.
We've already got a big push going on towards the lobby, outside of the A main right now, and Techno very, very close. Rad are the ones on the attack, mind you. Here's the tremor, here's the push, and Tricky gets one, but Homeboy gets taken down. Tricky finds Venk on the other side, but gets traded. Then Helif falls to Deadly as well. Shots fired left and right as we have Machiavelli getting taken down. It's just multiple bodies dropping left and right. DC now trying to bait a little bit with potentially the plant. It's an Omen versus a Cypher right now. Paradox pushing up close. He's going to be seen, but he's going to be the one to get the kill instead. Beautiful shot right there for Paradox, as the first round will go to Rad, despite the fact that it got really close. Like I said, the scrappy nature of these gunfights are exactly what the fun is all about right now. As RAD Syndicate, once again I did that, RAD Syndicate will take the first round.
This goes here.
That one on the board already, and RAD Syndicate.
Yes.
Oh boy, are they riding the momentum train? Chilcod, they need to be careful. They need to understand. They don't have the safety cushion anymore. This is the best of one. And Chilcod, they have to be careful with whatever decision they make and whatever plays they make.
Alright then, looks like we have ourselves another fall in here. Helif managing to get one right at the very end, but it doesn't matter. Tricky came around, got the kill. The trade just all over the place. Machiavelli held on behind the boxes of A, but it didn't matter as the final kill on A-Link secured the round. RAD Syndicate, not sure where this sudden burst of energy is coming from, but they are certainly showing up, as they are now 2-0 up on this map of Sunset.
It's 2-0. RAD Syndicate is looking really, really good right now, and the confidence you can see, it is building through them. And DC with just light shields have to be careful now. Bonus cannot be. They cannot let them convert this one. We've seen this play before. This is a common play by Neon towards that market area, and that Bucky is always deadly.
Paradox will get one on the other side. DC to fall, but Deadly goes down as well. Paradox, wait a minute, he gets the double. Triple, actually. Venka shuts him down before things get too hairy. But he's got to be careful. He's facing someone with a Bucky right now. He doesn't know, and that's one to Tricky. And that's two to Tricky. The Bucky on the side of the wall, playing around the line of sight. That's going to be two beautiful kills for that Sova. And yet again, despite losing a few bodies here and there, RAD Syndicate will be 3-0 up. They are looking definitely looking strong.
My God, what is happening here, Chilcod? Why are you struggling so much? RAD Syndicate, they probably are good for 4.
Shortcut.
They're pretty much getting the 4th on the board as well, and they're going for a fast A push now coming in. As a recon ball, he's going to be destroyed. Helif was not ready for this push, and Paradox is like, boom, surprise, I'm already here. Pulls out the smoke at the wrong time, and the gun comes out. He's good for 1 banker immediately. Gets that straight, but Homeboy is like, hello there. Homeboy. My God, that Neon. The movement on that Neon is too good. And right now, he's diffing Venka heavily.
Oh dear me, it looks like we might have a little bit of a rivalry happening between the two between the two Neons right here. As Homeboy already 4-3 up, and then you compare it to Venka, who unfortunately is 2-4 down. Not the best time to be, Venka's in Venka's camp, but you never know. They could switch it around. As we have ourselves around number 5, 4-0 to RAD Syndicate, as they have shown up in droves, in full force. And the side of Chilcord, well, they find themselves in a little bit of an unfortunate situation. So much utility, paranoia, tremors, everything's coming out, and DC is just in a smoke, sitting pretty right now. The plant is going to come off as Paradox gets it on the ground, and DC had no idea about where it was. Tricky gets 1, Tricky gets 2, gets taken down by DC as we have the shotgun pushing up. Homeboy does not care that he's been stunned. Gambo gets Venka on the other side. DC, the last one standing. His position will be given away in just a second. Shots fired. He gets 1, but that's all she wrote. And it's 5-0 RAD Syndicate. I don't want to say it, but they are running away with this right now.
They're definitely running away with this one. 5-0, and here we go. The first timeout, boys. It's already happening. Chilcod, they don't have answers to this. They do not understand what's happening. RAD Syndicate, they're everywhere. They're everywhere.
Edge, look at the screen.
It is timeout.
Do you see who's taking the timeout?
It is Chilcod, right?
Yeah. You're not dreaming. They have
to.
taken their first timeout.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They had to. They just had to, because 1, it's a do or die situation. They only have 1 more map to work with. They don't really have those many rounds to give away for free, especially a round like this. None of these rounds even seem close. Apart from that 1 bonus, where, Tricky got that double with a bucky in the market, and he did close it out. But apart from that, no other round was even remotely close. And RAD Syndicate, I want to know what they had for dinner like 3 days ago, because that thing's still fueling them really, really well. They beat DUPG Esports. They beat Go Win the Esports, and now they are on the verge of defeating Chilcod. And I mean, excuse me, but I might be, cast a curse in them, but hopefully not, because this is looking interesting. This matchup is really, really fun, and this is what I wanted on Sunset, right? I wanted to see this one, and it's clear as day right now that the better team at the moment is RAD Syndicate.
Yeah, I think no one will actually be contesting you on that one. At least I won't, because RAD Syndicate has certainly proved themselves here once more. But time will tell exactly how far they can push this, because they need their work. Well, they need more rounds. They have their work cut out from them. 5-0 is great. You're basically halfway to a potential victory. But this round, once again, you can see that they slowed it down. They haven't gotten any defenders. They haven't gotten any, picks or peeks happening, because Chilcord decided this round they were going to play it safe. They were going to play angles. And that's exactly what they're doing. As the side of the attack, they are just held down mid right now. You've got the Tremors coming in. You've got the Rolling Thunder as well. But Homeboy gets taken down, but Gambo comes around. We have Machiavelli with 2 right about now. Shots fired, deadly. Trying to find something here. He might be able to. No, he doesn't. Machiavelli with 3. That's huge. as we have ourselves one Paradox who's able to plant on the B site. He's going to give himself a little bit of cover, but the trap wire gives him away. He's getting shot up. He's 66 health. He's about to get oppressed on. And there you go. DC comes around, takes the body, and that timeout definitely helped, as Chillcord will put themselves on the board with their first round.
That timeout, yeah, definitely helped. And now I want this to be, you know, a reminder for any other team in the future, right? Take the goddamn timeout. You have it. It doesn't cost anything, fellas. Take it. I mean, it's okay if you get the round after that. I mean, you know, if the momentum is changing, good for you. And if it doesn't change, well then, you know, it doesn't really matter because it was not changing without the timeout as well, right? So might as well just take that chance. And if it works for you, it works for you. If it doesn't, well then, no harm, no foul. And right now, Chillcord, they win the first on. They get the first on the board. Can RAD Syndicate get that momentum back in their favor? Renka's on the W right now. And here you go. Even though he's stunned, he still has to get one. Hell of it, the Hunter's Fury managed to get two, but not before Homeboy drops one. It's still a great play. I love this combination of utilities coming in from these people. Machiavelli stunning. And then the stun, and then the relay bolt coming in from Neon. And apart from that, Hunter's Fury pulled and held left. His positioning is impeccable. The timing is great, and it's all down to Gambo. Either 1 versus 4.
He's going to choose to come around and peek by mid-top, but that's exactly where they all are waiting for him. Pretty much a shooting gallery right there, and just beautifully done by the entire team of Chillcord, coordinating their ults, coordinating their utilities, and guess what? They still have the neural theft, and they also have the overdrive for Venka. Overall, just great stuff from them, but RAD Syndicate, they have all 5 ults right now.
Exactly.
They could
That is
go
scary.
for a massive, they could go for a massive utility dump and get in the site, completely shutting everybody down.
Oh boy, oh
Here you
boy,
go.
oh
Hunter's
boy.
Fury is out, and this is going to be huge right now. If it does connect, no, it doesn't. It actually just does a little bit of damage to Helif, and he's being chased, but it doesn't matter. Here we have the full Fallen coming in. Multiple bodies have fallen in the site. Defenders are looking sharp right now, as we have Helif with 2, kind of trying to equalize the situation, but make that a 1v2 situation. And the neural theft comes out. This is bad for Helif, who is just trying to play to his strength. The plant will also happen, and guess what? All he can really do is try to stay alive, and that's exactly what he's going to do. I think he's going to try and save the Vandal, maybe? No, he's going to push up close.
I think he's going to try,
He
yeah.
wants to maybe clutch this. Yeah, he wants to clutch this. He definitely does. But with the camera, with everything ready, and with all the shots that are about to be fired, it might not end up working out for him. As he's got to be careful about this. And yep, he should be going down in this moment. There's only so much he could do, and that will be RAD Syndicate finally firing back. They lost 2 rounds in a row, but then they said, you know what? All right, we see what you're doing, and we're going to raise you our own adaptations. It is 6-2.
I also like how they use that neural theft in a 2v1 situation, but also keep in mind they still didn't have they still didn't have to use their strongest ability. That is a rolling thunder. They still have it, and now that could be a game changer / round changer, of course. So keep your eyes on Gambo, homeboy. All he's gonna say is, "Oh boy, it's gone." That was just unfortunate. That trip was well placed, and Techno, his movement was also really good. Deadly 10 breaks that trip. Is he expecting players? No, he's not. He was ready for this one. Really getting 2, as a matter of fact. Immediately, the neural theft comes into play. Now it's all down to Tricky. 1v3. He gets one crazy shot on the DC, but then Renka takes him down. Immediately takes another round in their favor. It's a 3-round lead now still for the side of RAD Syndicate, but 3 rounds also for the side of Chillcord. Can they make it 6-6? Chillcord would love a 6-6. RAD Syndicate, on the other hand, if they get anything more than 6, I think it's safe to say that they won the half.
Yeah, I mean, even a 7-5 or like 8-4, whatever have you, whatever score they end up getting, so long as it's not an equalizer, they will be maintaining momentum, and they will be getting a good situation up for themselves. Right now you can see, oh dear me, you've got the overdrive, but no, the tripwire actually shuts him down. Homeboy can't move up hard. He wants to, but he's just flashed and stunned and he doesn't know where he's going. Techno will shut him down. Gambo comes around, finds Venka. That's both of the Neons down right now. Deadly's taking a bit of damage, so has Techno, but not a whole lot to stop them from peaking. As we have the Owl Drone coming in from the Sova. And we have Techno pushing up along with it. This is a good side flank here. Never mind. The Owl Drone was probably what... 4 here, as we find ourselves in the midst of a little bit of just holding on. Helif pushing up close. He doesn't know that there's 2 of them right here. As you have the breach coming in, but doesn't matter. Deadly gets the shot off anyway. And it's all up to Machiavelli, the last one standing. The Owl Drone's here trying to give away his position. He's just hiding by a corner because he knows that the moment he peeks out on A alley, he gets 2. Oh my goodness, he nearly spray transferred on all 3 of them, but got taken down for his trouble. And RAD Syndicate, like you said, even taking this 1 round means that they have pretty much won this first half. And now it's a question of how far can they extend this lead.
See, here's the thing. I really like the discipline coming in from RAD Syndicate. It was a 1v4, and they still waited for that Owl Drone to clear everything on site. And not just that, even when it was a 2v4, right? I mean, it was a good call coming in. Machiavelli stunning and Helef peeking. It was just a little too early for the peek coming in from Helef, I think. Maybe you could have gotten away with it. But regardless, it is what it is. And good stun once again. Actually, no, it's a team stun. And Homeboy's in a lot of trouble right now. And Helef really survived this. Homeboy surviving for now. He's not able to take down the cam. Helef will get this for sure. Gets it. Freebie, easy squeeze, lemon squeeze, peekings for him. And a 3-7 score line. Have to tell you that, they usually would think that the other team is scared. But Chilcott, they're not one of those teams. They're not scared to fight. And Techno.
Oh.
That was too close.
Player standing. Flawless.
That was too close. That was too close to confident to take it. Great round from Chilcott.
The timing, Techno, the timing on that paranoia. Just waiting, holding against all odds and managing to get a stun on that entire attacking team on the alley. Well done. Excuse me, they're well done indeed for Techno and for Chillcord as they make it 4 rounds for themselves. They are very much looking forward to maybe getting something going right now. Venka manages to find one. Oh my goodness, what a shot. Homeboy. He didn't even see what hit him. And that is going to be Homeboy down. That's a big one as well. The main gunner for RAD is off the board, and that's not someone you want to lose. As for the time being, they're forced to slow it down, but Deadly comes around. He gets one of his own, and that's the good thing about this this player, right? Even though he's playing someone like Cypher, a Sentinel who has to kind of fall back on his own playstyle, it doesn't matter because he can just sit back and get those kills anyway. He's just that good. Still, 55 seconds on the clock. He's trying to get one more. Not quite going to find one. Just holding the angles. He's got support as well. And DC and Machiavelli over here, they need to find a body or 2 if they want to make this plant be fully denied.
Where is everyone?
Oh, that is what they were waiting for, the duel tap, and now Deadly finally gets the body. He's close enough for the body, but here comes the Rolling Thunder. And the cover of Rolling Thunder comes into play as well. And Machiavelli's out in the open. The Aftershock is not going to hit any of them, if I'm not wrong. But Tricky gets that kill into Machiavelli, and the players are already making their way towards B here. But guess what? The attackers are now making their way towards A, and Venka. He gets deleted. Deadly 10, he's on for it. And Techno and DC, the only one surviving right now with a 4v2 RAD Syndicate. Although they lost their player in a crazy fashion, they might just do enough to maybe secure this round. As of now, it's still 3v2, still a man advantage, but they're making these aggressive plays and they're taking these risks. I'm not really sure what they do. The Hunter's Fury comes in, Paradox survives, DC just jumping. He's alive for now, but not very long is the answer. It's RAD Syndicate. They get the 8th on the board, and there's a 4-round lead after the match, after the first half, I'm sorry. But what a shot that was. What an opening that was from Venka. That was just too good, and I'm pretty sure as soon as Homeboy sees it, he's gonna feel sad about it. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be satisfied with the way Venka got that kill.
I mean, when you're playing a Neon and you're getting shot down by the other Neon, you at least want it to look cool, right? I would certainly hope so. As right now we have ourselves a 8-4 as RAD Syndicate. They are certainly looking strong. Not running away with the game, as we said earlier, not anymore. However, of course, that can change once again at the drop of a hat. They want 4 more rounds, or 5 more rounds, I should say, to close things out, while the side of Chillcord want 4 to equalize and then 5 to win. It is a long game that Chillcord has to play right now, and the tag comes out from Deadly with the Cypher camera. Gonna allow for a little bit of line of sight, potentially. Mind you, Chillcord are the ones on the attack, and Deadly trying to find one, actually misses a few too many shots. Venka gets away scot-free in the smoke right now, and that jump is going to be heard. Deadly thought he was somewhere else, but doesn't matter. Paradox comes around, equalizes the situation. This sees DC gets 2 in the meanwhile. That's huge right there, but he's flashed. He might get taken out here. No, Homeboy missing way too many shots. Caught on the reload, and Techno comes around, allows for the kill to happen. Attackers this time are, of course, Chillcord, who will put their 5th round on the board, even though it got close. And honestly, had Homeboy gotten that kill, I'm pretty sure, at least to me, it feels like that round could have gone to RAD.
Maybe. I mean, you have to. You have to speculate, right? That will go, one more bullet, that's all he needed. And also at the same time, Deadly 10, I don't know how he did not predict that maybe Benko could have pushed up CD. That was pretty obvious at that point. I mean, you could have heard him as well. He was running all the way. But regardless, once again, we are not in the game. We don't really know what's happening in the heat of the moment. We don't know the comms. But we are watching. We know exactly what could be the case. And Benka this time around is not going to be the one coming out on top. It's going to be Homeboy getting that kill with the shotty. LF does manage to get one trade. Homeboy misses it. He survives, but that's kind of his lead. And the round is gonna go in the favor of Chillcord, but my oh my, for a second I thought maybe there's a twist in the tail, especially after Renka went down in like, what, 2 seconds?
That's the thing, though. I'm pretty sure Homeboy made that as a sacrificial play, which I don't think was the right play there. Now, of course, again, folks in the chat might say, oh, it's easy for you to say, you're just commentating behind a mic, but that's literally the job that we both have here. So what I'm going to say is that Homeboy, after getting their first kill, was actually in a good position, managed to stay alive. However, just not being able to get any more than that, I think, was the main issue there. Because when you're playing the Neon and you're going for sacrificial plays like that, you need to really commit. And the moment you pull away, you had better be sure that there's no one there. Because otherwise, you, my friend, have just given away what could have been a huge advantage. Right now, shots are about to be fired here by the B-bomb side. That's where the execute is happening. And Deadly gets up, gets Venka, Techno trades, and gets taken off the board. Not quite. It's Hello who goes down. Paradox falls. So does Machiavelli. And Trick and Gambo fall as well. It's all up to Homeboy, the last one standing. He's got himself a bulldog in his hands and a high position as well. The spike has not been planted, but he's peeking the corner towards the right side of that door, not the left. And you have a smoke orb coming out. Will they see the head? He hasn't. What? DC tries to go for the bait, but there we go. He sees the pigtails, or the hair, excuse me, of the Neon. Yeah, and manages to get that kill. It was a weird second, right, where we could see it,
yeah, exactly,
but DC couldn't. But it's one of those heat of the moment things. He was probably like looking lower, maybe expecting him to come out of the smoke. So at the end of the day, what matters is that Chillcord, they are 7 rounds in and very, very close to potentially equalizing here.
To think that this match was 5-0 in the favor of RAD Syndicate is nuts.
I know.
Right now, it is looking like an 8-8. You know, equalizer coming in for sure. Homeboy will get taken down immediately. Or maybe, oh yeah, he is getting taken down eventually. Not immediately though, but yeah. Now the only one standing is going to be Paradox with the sheriff in his hand. What can he do? One, can he answer back with multiple more? And by multiple more, I mean 4 more to secure the ace clutch into this round. They're not even going to contest him. I really like the discipline coming in from the side of Chillcord, and that's exactly what separates them from other teams. The discipline, man. From both these teams, actually, as a matter of fact. RAD Syndicate also have shown us that they have that discipline in a 1v4. Now, a same situation, a 1v4. They know that Paradox has nothing But it could be, the respect for this man. We all know what he could do with the aim that he has. But at the same time, it's about the fact that you don't want to lose any weapons. You don't want to give that confidence to this player. And also the fact that you are a disciplined team. You play for yourself. You play to win. You also play to make sure that you're disciplined enough. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Right here.
As it stands, Paradox is just in one of those positions where you can't really do a whole lot, regardless of how many you think you can take. It was just a good play overall from the side of Chillcore, Chillcore, I should say, who are now equalized up, folks. It's 8-8 between both sides, and right about now is where RAD Syndicate needs to rethink their strategies, maybe take a timeout. They've lost 4 rounds in a row. They've been equalized upon, and given that it's an 8-8, this is going to get even dicier as each round progresses. We are now in round 17, and we have DC once again playing his usual Cypher playstyle, putting up those tripwires, putting up the cameras. He's got to be careful about this, though, as we have Deadly very, very close on the B side. Shots fired, and that's going to be Venga to fall. Well done by Tricky. Good start to this round. He's going to get a target tracked. That's going to be the Cypher. DC just taking the time, taking that little piece of utility off him. Tricky will fall on the other side. He was low anyway. Techno taking that kill with a minute remaining. We have the Cypher's neural net coming in, neural theft, I should say. That's going to give away so many positions.
Oh, a lot of information being relayed now to the side of Chillcore. They get that information off of DC's neural theft. As you said, the plan is going to be inevitable as Homeboy is going to be pinged, actually, as a matter of fact. A 4v4 retake situation. Gambo, good pick there onto Techno there. Can he get one more? He spots someone who's flashed, but he's unable to confirm that kill. Now it's all down to Machiavelli, and he does have the rolling thunder. Half defuse stun. Can he secure it more is the question. No, I think that's a bad play. He only needs half more. It doesn't really matter if he survives or not, because Deadly 10, make sure he doesn't. And, well, RAD Syndicate, they get another. They barely get this one, but they get another. Those were 2 big ults coming in. Neural Theft and the Rolling Thunder off of Chillcore's armory.
Oh boy. 9-8 is the scoreline right now between these two teams, and this is just getting closer and closer with each passing moment. Both teams are looking so very, very strong at the moment. It is kind of hard to grasp just how close it's gotten. Again, think back to what it was on map 3, where we were thinking, okay, they're probably starting to run on fumes. They're going to get tired soon, but no, they've done something. They have given themselves a pep talk, or maybe they've gotten a little snack, whatever it is. They are very much high energy right now, so we got to match them. Me and Edge right here, as we are on the edge of our seats, seeing where this game is going to go. And we have ourselves Tremors, we have ourselves Walls, and the Neon walks in, or waltzes in, I should say. Doesn't know where Deadly is, gets taken down. That's 2, that's 3, Paradox to get 1. And there is a trade coming in onto where Deadly was. And Omen, the Paradox, taking so much damage right now. Paranoia comes out. It's not going to stop the plant, mind you. But in this post-plant situation, there's only so much you can do, as Homeboy just waltzes in with the shotgun. And that is going to allow for RAD Syndicate to put themselves up on double digits, folks. That's going to put them 10-8 up. And now the pressure is really on.
That was a great start, though, by Deadly. He was completely stunned. He still managed to get that shot. He took his sweet time to land that headshot. And then a good relay bolt coming in from Homeboy at the end there to secure that round. Once again, great camera work by the observers. That was insane. That was good. That was good. That looked good. Oh, is that a bird? Yo, what are these? Are they like dehydrated parrots? Wait, why are they...
Cover going out.
Okay, they don't have a red beak. Never mind. They're not parrots. I mean, I also have to understand that this game is not Indian completely, per se. But yeah,
Right.
Paradox, in the meanwhile, he gets taken down there. Thanks to the aftershock, we missed it. But yeah, not really sure how though.
Regardless, Paradox going down is not a good situation to be in for RAD Syndicate. They need that player alive. Gambo, his position is given away. He's going to take a second to get that bolt out of his chest. And that's going to allow them time to move around even more. We have one more falling. Tricky and Gambo off the board. Two more defenders taken. And suddenly it's looking like a 10-9. It's pretty likely right now. Deadly falls to Venka, and it's all up to Homeboy. The last one standing, never mind. DC, smooth as butter, takes that kill, and that will be the 10-9. We are not done, not by a long shot, as it is now round number 20 that we are officially entering.
Goodbye, though, once again, from the coming in from both the sides. RAD Syndicate, they still have that ultimate, the Rolling Thunder. Machiavelli needs it maybe later on, but for now,
Breaks over.
Homeboy. Sorry, Machiavelli needs 3 points in the ultimate status, I meant to say. But Homeboy with the overdrive and Paradox with the other shadows, they have to be careful with the way that they're moving on the map. Venka does have that overdrive. They can combine it with Helif's Hunter's Fury once again to maybe make some kind of a wombo combo like they had in the defensive half. Maybe they have something in the attacking as well. But let's see how things go.
Found you.
All right. We have ourselves a 10-9. We have ourselves a close game. As right now, both sides are taking it a lot chiller than before. They're making sure to know where each other is. They're making sure to know where their positions are. And they're making sure that they have all the information they possibly could get, as the first few shots might ring out very, very soon. Here we go. Techno and DC taking two big ones off the board. Paradox and Deadly gone, and the neural theft is uploading. Gambo does manage to get one, but his position is going to be revealed. He's going to get taken off the board by DC himself, and it's all now down to Homeboy and Tricky, the last two standing. Tricky in the smoke. He's going to get found. He's going to get killed, and it's all up to Homeboy, the last one left in this 1v4. Even though that Sova is so low on health, he might get taken off the board quickly if the right shot is placed in the right time. But Homeboy might actually decide to forego all that and just save the gun, save his economy, give himself a little bit of room to work with in the next one.
I mean, they have to. It's a wise decision that they can make. I mean, he does have the overdrive to work with in the next round, even if he loses the weapon. But he only has 200 credits, along with Paradox, who only has 250. So RAD Syndicate, once again, the lead that they had. Choke? I know a lot of people are going to hate on me when I say it. But it does look like choke. Why are you not checking it, Machiavelli? Oh boy, you should have seen it, right? I think he had a second there. Oh boy, that is trouble now for the side of RAD Syndicate.
10-10. It's an equalizer, as both sides now find themselves once again without a lead. The side of going back to the very beginning of this game, RAD Esports started it off with a 5-0, and now we are 10-10 going into round number 21. I'll tell you what, overtime is starting to look more and more likely as each round passes.
That is true. Let's see how things go here for the side of RAD Syndicate. Now they have a Vandal and Tricky. Gambo picking up the Bulldog, and Homeboy, I think that ultimate is going to be coming in clutch for sure. Here you go, pulling it off. It's actually Venka with the overdrive. He's going to get taken down though. Deadly immediately drops him dead. Beautiful shot with the Sheriff, and now they have to be cautious about the way they want to move on the map. Homeboy pulling off his fingers with the zap as well. He's going to get taken down. Drop Deadly in the meanwhile now. Managing to take one more down. It's going to be Gambo, but here you go. A 3v1 again. Tricky with the only Vandal that he had. A hero Vandal that they invested into this particular round. They will still have money to go and buy the next one. The timing is crucial as Techno drops him, and that's the 11th on the board for the side of Chilcord. RAD Syndicate. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
From 5-0 up to 10-11 down, RAD Syndicate, whatever it is about the number 10, whatever it is about being in the lead that scares you so, please do not let it get to you now. You are so close to potentially pushing us to one of the longest games of overtime we've seen. And yet here you are, a round in the deficit, as Chillcord gets their position ready to go yet again. Homeboy pushing up real far, taking little bits of little shots here and there. There you go. Hunter's Fury comes out. He's going to find one. Can it find the kill is the question. Never mind. Techno comes around, finds Homeboy instead. And that's going to be a good kill to equalize the body count between both of these teams. And once again, 11 and 10. All Chillcord needs are 2 rounds here. That's all they want. It looks like they're going to make that rotate all the way to get to potentially the A bomb site.
A 4 versus 4 and RAD Syndicate is a very, very important round for them. This could very well decide their fate in this tournament right now. Is it first or is it second? Champions or runners-up? Wayne, or is it worth the pain? The camera spots multiple. Deadly 10. He gets the information now. They see the trip. They want to take it down as well. They take it down. They're not going for the plant immediately. They want to make sure that the side is completely open and empty. Here comes a very quick rolling thunder, actually, as a matter of fact. But Deadly 10. The counter rolling thunder comes into play, but doesn't really matter as Venka is going to get double, actually. But Tricky, he gave away his position. But Venka still goes down.
Baiting out the shock dart, using the defuse sound right there. Beautiful shot from Hell. His position is given away, but the push was a little bit too aggressive from Paradox, who gets taken down for his trouble. The retake was close, but it just wasn't to be. 12 and 10 is the scoreline. Right now, we find ourselves in round number 23 as RAD Syndicate have 1 round to get this right. 2 rounds if they keep getting it right, and then all of overtime to make their plays. But at the same time, you've got the side of Chillcord, who have themselves a beautiful moment here that they can very easily profit from if they play their cards right. Right now, they've got a little bit of intel coming in from the shots that are being fired, from the Omen smoke, from the breach. And no, Venka will be the first one to fall as he decided to jump straight in towards the bomb site and got taken out for his trouble. It is now up to these remaining players as Machiavelli gets 1. That's Paradox off the board. It's another really, really solid kill as you've got smoke on smoke action at the moment, denying lines of sight left and right. You're going to have shock darts going out as well. We have Helif going for the plant. And this could be huge. This could be massive. You have the scans coming in. You have the rest of the team coming in to support with the shotguns, with the walls, as Deadly finds 1. But Tricky goes down. There goes Homeboy. There goes Gambo. Oh, no. It's all up to Deadly. The last one standing now in a 1v3. He's going to throw the camera, but he's going to be found regardless. It is going to be the side of Chillcord. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners here at the Lenovo and Intel presents India's top gamer fishing Mythpat, winning by a 13-10 and a 3-2 margin on the BO5 Grand Finals. It is Chillcord, and they walk away with 175,000 INR.
And not just that, they are gonna be the only team unfreaking defeated in the entirety of this tournament. Yes, they dropped a couple maps, but who gives a damn, right? They didn't lose a series. They didn't technically lose a matchup. They are your champions, folks. They are the winners of this tournament. Absolute insane run that they had throughout the entirety of this tournament. You have to give credit to RAD Syndicate as well. I mean, they started off really, really good. I mean, as I've heard Paradox, say this once way before, like 2 years ago, and as he always says, that curse, that finals curse is still haunting him. Yes, he did win a couple of finals, but they usually go, really well. And in the finals, when they come in, they always have it until the neck. It's always right there. They could smell it, they could taste it. But it's just out of their grasp. And unfortunately, it's the same fate for Paradox. And I kind of feel bad for him. At the same time, as I've said, Venka Train boys, Chilcod for the win. They are gonna be your champions. And Machiavelli, we were talking about his Yoru, we'll talk about his Breach right now. It's 22 to freaking 13. 257 ACS. You gotta give it to Deadly 10 as well. On this Cypher, it was magnificent. Not just on Cypher, on every, agent. Tricky was really good overall. He's one of the major factors why this team made it to the grand finals. Paradox, I mean, you can talk about him for days and it's still not gonna be enough. One of the best, if not the best player in India. And Gambo, well, this guy showed up. Let me tell you, he showed up big time, game after game after game, day after day. He's been putting in the work, putting in the efforts, and we can see it. Homeboy, though, on the other side, yeah, we didn't know what to expect because he was a substitute, right? But he came in and he came in with a bang. Unfortunately, he's going out with a bang as well. But his movement on Neon was impeccable. But I think we could have expected a bit more. But on the counter part, right? Venka also did not have a great game because, as I said, Sunset with the combination of Breach, Sova, and Omen and Cypher, as a matter of fact, they could actually slow down the Neon. That's exactly what happened to both of these Neons, right? And Helef, on the other hand, the experience coming into play. Techno, as I said, a mastermind, and if some people might call him the best in the country right now, well, I mean, I would say he's up there. DC, as I said, he's a pillar. You can't move. He doesn't move. He'll stand there. He gets a double, maybe even a triple. Even if he doesn't, he'll still die fighting. And Machiavelli, once again, he's been one of the renowned names in the community. Well, they're showing up. Once again, congratulations, Shulkot. But as I said, RAD Syndicate, tough luck. My heart has to be with RAD Syndicate on this one because they started off really, really well. But my God, what a game this has been. I mean, I was like, it's very late in the day. But guess what? I think I'm not going to sleep anymore. I think this game woke me up completely. I wish I was in the US right now. Timelines. Let's just shift the timelines.
Yes, don't worry. I'll just go contact the admin and get the Earth's rotation reversed. Don't you worry. But jokes aside, I have to say, waking up for this one for me, because as Edge mentioned, I am in the United States, despite being an Indian gamer for a lot of personal reasons. And who knows, I might be back soon, back home. But that's besides the point. My whole gimmick here is that, not gimmick, my whole point here is that I woke up for this and I am so glad that I did, because this game was 100% worth waking up for. This game is 100% worth following, regardless of how late at night it gets. It is one of those matches you don't want to miss. And trust me, when you have the stream VOD up later, you're going to want to come back to this, especially both teams, as they will watch this over and over to understand where they went wrong, to understand where they went right, and to fix things for the future that they most certainly will want to. But with that said, folks, it is a wonderful BO5 that has just ended. The grand finals for this beautiful tournament has been taken off the board, have been done, dusted. It is over, so to speak. And the grand final winners are Chillcord at 2-3, say, with the map scoreline being Chillcord. Once again, big congratulations to them. And the RAD Syndicate, well, they have some players who might have had the finals curse, whatever have you. Mm-hmm. It happens. Every sporting event has one of these. However, what I will say is that don't let it discourage you. It might have happened before, and it will probably happen again. There are players in other regions and other teams and other esports tournaments and games that also have the same situation or similar enough, and they persevere, they fight, and until they get that win, that hunger remains. And for the RAD Syndicate, I certainly hope that hunger remains as well, because I would love to see them back for more Valorant in the future when it does pop up. But as it stands right now, folks, myself, Blackjack, and Edge we are going to be signing off here for the night. Big shout outs to production, observers, admins, everybody who made this tournament possible. Massive thank you to Lenovo and Intel for creating this tournament, the India's top gamer featuring Mythpat for Valorant. And certainly, thank you to Edge for joining me, as this was one of the big tournaments I was looking forward to, and to get the chance to commentate over it certainly has been an honor. Edge, any closing words for the stream?
Well, I mean, once again, first things first, it's been a pleasure casting alongside you as well. It's been fun. It's been fun all 3 days, as a matter of fact. Upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and the grand finals. It went the distance, right? 3, 3, and 5. The best of 3 going 3 and best of 5 going 5. And yeah, honestly had fun casting it. And it's good to be back on the desk after a really long time. So once again, huge thanks to Lenovo and Intel. Huge shout out to them for getting this tournament to be possible. And yeah, shout out to Vipul, Yash, everyone in the background doing their things as well. And well, thanks for the opportunity, I guess. And well, that's about it for us, ladies and gentlemen. There, once again, other games still happening. So why don't you just check out the channel? You might as well find yourself another stream, because we are going off right now, boys. So that's about it from us, ladies and gentlemen. This is Blackjack and Edge signing off one last time. We'll see you again in a different tournament, different day. Until then, good night, take care, and stay safe. Bye.